Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Perhaps it was because they had been in the dark for too long that their eyes had lost their original function and were now covered by a red membrane. Their eyes emitted a dark red light, similar to that of a devil's gaze. Their noses had completely rotted away, leaving only two dark holes, and their lips had turned outwards, revealing the sharp fangs protruding from their mouths. These were glistening like blades and stained with bright red blood. Mutant Demon, Elite, Level 20, Vitality Points, 2000 out of 2000, Attributes, Demonic Aura, Frenzy, Skills, Mad Slaughter. Ma Yu stood in front of everyone, glanced at the monsters, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. When we came here before, we didn't encounter these monsters. They were just ordinary level 20 mutant zombies. How did they turn into level 20 elite mutant demons? Elite monsters are a bit tricky. Do you think this place has become a dungeon too? Tangrong, who was still invisible, didn't rush forward and whispered at the side. Let me test these monsters first and see how much stronger they are as elite monsters compared to before. Holding up his Gauss sniper rifle, Wang Chi aimed at the monster closest to him and pulled the trigger. Pooh, with a soft sound, the Gauss sniper rifle had almost no recoil. A silver light shot out from the muzzle in a flash, leaving a dazzling silver trail on everyone's eyes that lingered for a long time. The bullet was aimed at the head of the nearest mutant demon, but the demon seemed to sense the threat just as Wang Chi pulled the trigger, trying to dodge it to the left. However, the bullet was too fast, like a beam of light piercing through the demon's right shoulder as it moved. A trace of black demonic energy flashed, causing the mutant demon's entire right arm to be broken and fly off, with thick black energy oozing out from half of its body. A heart-wrenching scream of pain echoed in everyone's ears, making them frown. Critical hit damage, 64.0 points. Wang Chi calmly reported the damage figure. Amazing. Tangrong couldn't help but exclaim. Wang Chi had never dealt such high damage before. Just like Tangrong's thief class, ranged physical classes, once they get a good weapon, their damage output could be like night and day compared to before. Pooh, with another soft sound, the Gauss sniper rifle's attack speed was not as fast as a submachine gun or a pistol, but it was still relatively quick among sniper rifles. Wang Chi didn't hesitate to pull the trigger again, shooting a pale blue light towards the mutant demon. Now realizing it couldn't dodge the attack, the demon roared loudly, causing the slowly encroaching mutant demons to suddenly charge towards the group like arrows off a bowstring. Bring it on. Ma Yu held a shield in one hand and a war hammer in the other. As he struck his shield with the hammer, he charged at the incoming monsters. Boom. Ma Yu collided heavily with the monsters, his sturdy body acting like a wall, preventing the mutant demons from moving forward. The demons were forced to step back helplessly. Ma Yu swung his war hammer, violently smashing a mutant demon. With each hit, a faint black energy welled up from inside of the demon's body, displaying damage figures of 50 or 60 points above its head. Haha, this is awesome. With a powerful stomp of his right leg, Ma Yu unleashed his battle roar skill, releasing an invisible wave of energy from his body. All monsters touched by this energy went berserk and rushed towards him. This was Ma Yu's only taunting skill, which he couldn't dare use in places swarming with monsters previously. However, now he no longer had any worries. He was confident he could withstand any number of monsters' charge. Tangrong's figure slowly emerged from behind a mutant demon, his dagger in hand. Like a wild beast's fang, he aimed it at the back of the monster's head. Song Jian swung his long sword as well, unleashing a light strike that instantly sent a mutant demon flying. A massive 1,100 points of damage floated above the demon's head, causing everyone to be stunned. Over 1,000, is he still human? Tangrong couldn't help but mutter softly. Sword Silk. Swish, 3 sharp silver lines appeared out of thin air, aiming at the mutant demons around Song Jian. Broken Wing Dance. Sweeping sword style. One sword technique after another was used, and the hatred of the mutant demons gradually shifted to Song Jian. Their deformed claws constantly swiped at him, but a faint gray energy surrounding Song Jian blocked the monster's attacks. They should have dealt over 100 points of damage, but on Song Jian, not a single one exceeded 30 points. This made the mutant demons even more agitated, their roars echoing through the underground and sending chills down people's spines. 20 minutes later, the dozen mutant demons were all killed. Ma Yu laughed, sat down without minding the bloody mess, and panted heavily. Although Song Jian had drawn the attention of half of the monsters, Ma Yu still had to withstand the assault of 6 or 7 of them. Fortunately, Zhu King gave him most of the healing, or else he might not have been able to last that long. Phew, that was refreshing. The experience these monsters give is really high. Zhu King couldn't help but exclaim. His level was already at 15 and 97%, about to reach the next level. Haha, I am about to be level 16 too. So M1. These are level 20 elite monsters after all, and we have jumped 5 levels. Song Jian glanced at his own experience points, also almost ready to level up, and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 413, Dark Gold Treasure Chest. After a brief rest, everyone started picking up the war loot. These mutant demons had actually dropped quite a few Doomsday coins, which surprised everyone. When picking up Doomsday coins, they would automatically be divided into 5 portions, distributed among everyone. After a complete round of gathering, each person ended up with over 1,000 Doomsday coins. Does anyone want this level 15 green gear? Wang Qi showcased the attributes of a piece of green equipment. Seeing that nobody responded, Wang Qi kept the equipment with the intention to sell it later. Now, should the team loot gear that someone could use, it would be purchased at an internal price. If not, Wang Qi would sell it and then the money would be split among everyone. To obtain the yellow key here. Tang Rong suddenly held up a key radiating yellow light and announced loudly. I have one as well, but it's blue. Zhu King also held up a key radiating blue light and said, within a short period of time, Song Jian had also found a key giving off a green glow beneath the corpse of a mutant demon. He held it up to show everyone. 3 keys, do you think these could be the keys to the vault door? Wang Qi asked in excitement. The 4 of them had come here before, but they were pushed back by the monsters. They couldn't even get close to the vault door, let alone find any information about these keys. However, inside this underground vault, the only use for keys was likely to open the vault's main door. Do we need 3 keys? Ma Yu asked, furrowing his brows. Perhaps it's not enough. Judging by what we see, we will need to kill all the monsters we encounter. They might drop keys. Wang Qi shook his head. Let's continue. Song Jian advanced forward. After walking another 30 or 40 meters forward, Song Jian suddenly stopped in his tracks. The others behind him also adopted vigilant expressions. As Wang Qi was about to speak, Song Jian pointed to a corner ahead and asked, what is that? Using the light from the orbs above their heads, they realized they were walking within a metal corridor, with the walls on both sides, the ground beneath their feet and the ceiling above their heads, all being made of metal. In the lower left corner of the metal corridor in front of them, a chest twinkling with dark gold light rested quietly there. This is a treasure chest from the game. Ma Yu couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, hey, this game really has treasure chests. This is the first time I have ever encountered it. Interesting. Tang Rong also showed an excited expression, even rushing forward to continuously touch the surface of the dark gold treasure chest. This is a dark gold treasure chest. Does it mean that a dark gold quality piece of equipment can be obtained from it? Zhu King asked in a low voice. Probably. That's usually how games are designed. In some games, dark gold treasure chests can even yield epic-tiered equipment. Ma Yu chuckled. He held the chest with both hands, appearing as if he were about to open it. Damn it, this chest is locked. Ma Yu's expression changed as he exclaimed in surprise. Locked? Are you kidding me? Tang Rong was also startled, hurriedly stretching his hand to press on the chest. His face showed an expression of despair. It really is locked. Oh well. So near yet so far. That's what you get for showing off. Wang Qi said snidely, looking at the chest with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Lang Rong, aren't you a rogue? How come you don't know how to pick locks? Zhu King complained. Aren't you a priest? Have you learned the resurrection skill? Tang Rong glared at Zhu King and retorted irritably. Zhu King. Leave it to me. Song Jian stepped forward. Pulling out a key shimmering with a silver glow from his bag, he inserted it into the keyhole of the chest. The moment the key touched the chest, it began to melt slowly like liquid metal and continually change its form. When the key was fully inserted into the lock, Song Jian twisted lightly, and with a click, the chest was opened, revealing a dazzling golden light from the gap. A golden quality item. Ma Yu's eyes widened in envy. As the golden light disappeared, Song Jian reached into the chest and found that there were very few items inside. There were only 2 items in the chest, a golden quality breastplate, demon armor, and an alchemy prescription. Demon armor, plate armor, chest, golden quality, equipment level 20, equipment requirements, strength 20, agility 15, equipment effects, strength +8, agility +7, constitution +5, defense +60, resistance +4.0, vitality points +500, special effect, demon strength, passive, Each instance of damage received increases overall defense by 5%, can stack up to 5 times, lasts 15 seconds. Looking at this equipment, Ma Yu's eyes bulged. If I wear this armor, I could withstand even a level 20 elite boss without problems. Ma Yu thought loudly to himself, even though shields take up the most prominent role in the defense gear of a warrior, followed by weapons, the price of armor still remained high. The main reason was that the defense added by the armor was the highest among all types of gear. This level 20 golden quality armor perfectly exemplified this. It boasted high attribute bonuses, high defense and resistance, but most importantly, it added 500 vitality points. The vitality points it added were even greater than some frail vocations' total vitality points. Even more crucially, its special effect increased overall defense by 25% after tossing 5 hits. This was almost equivalent to wearing another piece of defense gear. This point was especially significant for Ma Yu. The armor costs 100,000, are you interested? Song Jian waved the armor in his hand at Ma Yu and smiled. 100,000, it was almost like Song Jian was giving the armor as half a gift and half a sale. He now considered Wang Shi, and the others as part of his team, so giving an internal price wasn't a problem. Remember, this wasn't gear obtained by the 5 of them killing monsters, it was from the locked chest Song Jian had opened. Even if he didn't share a single piece of equipment, the others wouldn't have any objections. Hearing Song Jian's words, a joyful expression appeared on Ma Yu's face as he nodded repeatedly. Bye. Song Jian smiled faintly, then tossed the armor to Ma Yu. Ma Yu caressed the golden quality armor as if he were stroking his lover's cheek. This is a level 20 piece of equipment. Tang Rong said enviously from the side, as no one from their group had ever gotten a piece of golden quality gear. This was the first piece for Ma Yu. Level up, level up. Starting from today, I will grind and level up non-stop, no sleep. Ma Yu roared loudly. By the way, do you have 100,000 doomsday coins? Wang Qi suddenly asked. Ma Yu's movement suddenly came to a halt, and his face froze. At that moment, he only just realized that he might not even be able to produce the 100,000 doomsday coins. Chapter 414, The Insurance Vault for Ordinary Players. Daily supplies and equipment repairs cost a large amount of doomsday coins, and monsters that directly drop doomsday coins are scarce. Almost every player is in a state of spending more than they can afford, although the situation eases as the level increases. In the case of a level 15 player like Ma Yu, having a few thousand doomsday coins in their pockets is considered amazing. Bro, can you guys lend me some coins? I promise to pay back. Ma Yu looked gloomy and spoke to Wang Qi and the others. Wang Qi and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud at Ma Yu's almost tearful appearance, as they loved to see him boast like this. Alright, we have already listed several pieces of equipment in the auction house since we followed Brother Song, so I estimate each of us will get at least 30,000 doomsday coins. We can help you out then. Wang Qi looked at the others around him and saw them nod slightly. He laughed heartily and spoke to Ma Yu. Thanks, brothers. Ma Yu gratefully said, then turned to Song Jian and said, Thank you, Brother Song. Song Jian just smiled without saying anything. Such a level 20 golden equipment wouldn't sell for much in the auction house, mainly because the players' levels are not high and there are few who have reached level 20, meaning there won't be a bidding war. But if Song Jian shouted on the radio or directly sold it at the Starfire store in the City of Hymns, it would definitely sell for a sky-high price, starting at least at 300,000 doomsday coins. As for the final transaction price, Song Jian couldn't predict it. I will take this recipe. Song Jian waved the alchemy and pharmacology recipe in his hand and smiled at the crowd. Of course, of course. The others said hurriedly. Seeing the recipe in his hand, Song Jian couldn't help but smile on his face. Alchemy and pharmacology recipe. Advanced Recovery Elixir. Effect. Used to comprehend the production of Advanced Recovery Elixir. Usage requirements. Alchemy and Pharmacology Level 5. Advanced Recovery Elixir. Consumable. Usage effect. Instantly restores 800 vitality points to the user. Each use must have an interval of no less than 10 seconds. Finally obtained the method to make healing potions. Song Jian yelled in his heart. It's really upsetting for Song Jian to have learned alchemy but still not be able to make recovery potions. Although he didn't say it out loud, it was like a thorn in his heart. Ordinary effect potions are not very valuable. Having them in battle is good, but not having them doesn't affect much. However, healing potions can save lives, and their role in the game is particularly significant. But now, the system store only sells low-level healing potions, which instantly recover 100 vitality points when used, with a 15-second interval. For players just entering the game, recovering 2 vitality points at once is enough. But for Song Jian, who already has over 1,700 points of vitality, recovering 100 vitality points is just a drop in the bucket. After looking at the materials needed to make the advanced recovery elixir, there were only some second-tier and third-tier herbs, and none of them were particularly valuable. Song Jian could even plant them directly on his territory. Now Song Jian has 2 production recipes that can be used to upgrade his alchemy and pharmacology level. After getting back, I can upgrade alchemy and pharmacology again, Song Jian secretly thought. After a brief rest, Song Jian and the others continued forward. In just over half an hour, they encountered 2 more groups of mutant demons. After killing them, Wang Qi and the others leveled up to 16. As expected, they also dropped 2 more keys, 1 gold and 1 black. Now, Song Jian and his team had collected 5 different colored keys. With these 2 groups of monsters, Song Jian was now only a few combat experience points away from leveling up again. A few more groups of monsters and he could level up. Soon, the 5 of them arrived in front of the underground vault door. It was a large hall of over 100 square meters, with a vault door occupying an entire wall on the opposite side. I heard that vault doors are several meters thick, made of the hardest alloys, and can't even be blown up with explosives. Ma Yu looked up at the metal wall in front of them and couldn't help but exclaim, with such tight security, there must be a lot of gold in there, haha, we're rich, we're rich. Tang Rong's eyes almost turned into gold coins, showing a greedy expression. What if it's just hiding a warehouse full of banknotes? Zhu Qing cooled to stand Tang Rong's greedy appearance and couldn't help but splash cold water on the situation. Impossible, this is the central bank of the whole city, not a branch. How could it not store some gold? There might even be other treasures. Tang Rong shook his head and said, let's open it quickly, lest there be more complications. How do we open this? With Brother Song's master key or our 5 keys? Wang Qi hesitated, holding out the 5 keys and asking. The attribute descriptions of these 5 keys were very vague. They only mentioned that they could open the doors to mysterious places, but did not explicitly say that they could open the vault doors. Isn't there a keyhole here? Let me go check it out first. Song Jian walked up, inserted the master key, and gently twisted it. Click click click. There was a sound of gears turning inside the vault door, and a small wheel next to it began to rotate automatically. After half a rotation, it would pause for a while, and there would be a click sound inside the door. Then it would reverse for a few more turns, stopping at a certain number, as if an invisible giant hand was pulling it. It took a full 5 minutes before the sound of the gears meshing inside the door finally stopped. With a click, the vault door that was nearly half a wall in size finally opened, springing outward by 3 fingers long. It's open. Wang Qi and the others shouted in surprise, and everyone stepped forward, grabbing the handle of the vault door and pulling it outward with all their might. When the vault door was opened, a colorful light burst out from the vault, and the dazzling light made everyone close their eyes involuntarily. After a while, everyone looked into the vault, and Tang Rong exclaimed in disappointment, how could this be? Wang Qi and the others rushed into the vault, looking around, only to be disappointed to find that there was nothing valuable in the entire vault. There wasn't even a single banknote, let alone gold. It was completely empty, like a looted warehouse. The stuff in here must have been looted a long time ago, right? Wang Qi said in disappointment, it seems that way. Zhu Qing also nodded in frustration, what is this thing under our feet, and why is it still emitting light? Ma Yu couldn't help but ask, pointing to a huge pattern under their feet that was glowing with colorful light. Song Jian looked down and saw a huge pentagram array diagram engraved on the ground, with 5 colors of divine light blooming from it, illuminating the entire vault brightly. Is this a magic array? Song Jian frowned and observed it carefully. Chapter 415, Transmission Array. In everyone's eyes, the ground was etched with a gigantic magic array. Its complex patterns left Song Jian dizzy after a mere 2 seconds of observation. The magic array radiated a surge of magic power akin to a tidal wave. If a mage were to cultivate in such an environment, their speed would likely double. At the 5 corners of the magic array, there were 5 inconspicuous keyholes. Song Jian stared at them for a moment before saying to Wang Qi, align the colors and insert the 5 keys you have obtained into the keyholes at each corner. Keyholes? Oh, there really is a keyhole. It's so small and yet, Brother Song could still spot it. Impressive indeed. After a careful look, Tang Rong indeed spotted a keyhole on the ground about the size of a finger. Compared to the magic array, the keyhole's size was akin to that of an ant beside an elephant, insignificant. Wang Qi distributed the keys among the 5 members in Song Jian's team. Each key corresponded to a different colored corner on the magic array. Soon, all 5 of them positioned themselves at the corners of the magic array, and inserted their respective keys. As the keys were inserted, a sudden suction effect firmly held the keys in place. No matter how they tried to twist or pull, the keys wouldn't budge, as if they were originally part of the magic array. Brother Song, Wang Qi began, but before he could finish, the magic array suddenly radiated a stronger force of magic power. This power, tangible as a substance, enveloped all 5 of them, making them as immobile as bugs trapped in amber, incapable of even moving a finger. Whoosh! A stronger light suddenly bloomed from the magic ray. It was so bright that the team was forced to shut their eyes. When Song Jian opened his eyes again, all 5 of them found themselves teleported to a cave. Damn, that magic array was a transmission array. Song Jian had a sudden realization only now. System, you discovered a hidden area, the Lost Land. You gained 10,000 experience points. The Lost Land, so this is where the realms indicated by those 5 keys were. Song Jian thought to himself, how are we supposed to get out of here? As Song Jian looked around, he noticed that Wang Qi and the others seemed to have blacked out from the teleportation. They were lying motionless on the ground. The cave was only about 20 to 30 square meters in space, quite narrow, and to Song Jian's left was a hallway emitting a faint light. After a glance at Wang Qi and the others, Song Jian deduced that they were just temporarily unconscious and would wake up soon. The cave, although constrictive, was safe as there were no creatures lurking. So, temporarily, it was safe to stay here a while longer. Song Jian got up to his feet and walked over to the faintly illuminated corridor. Piercing into the hallway, Song Jian found himself spellbound by the sight that lay before him. The walls were studded with gems of ores radiating a rainbow of light. These are all rich ores. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaim, his face a picture of delight. He rapidly took out his miner's gloves from his bag and, using the mining skill, started excavating. Song Jian's mining skill had reached level 4. In regular mines, he usually needed 3 to 5 minutes to excavate usable ores. But now, in this near-raw mineral corridor, he had netted a piece of red blood ore in less than a minute's work. After a frenzied digging for about 10 minutes, Song Jian's bag was filled with 7 to 8 slots of various ores. Upon looking at the never-ending corridor, he finally calmed down, sighing with relief. He knew he had no way to mine all the ores in the corridor in a short span of time. I will mark this place and come back when I get a chance. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian's position was untraceable on the novice map, but on his mission map, his current location and mission target could be clearly seen. Upon opening his mission tab, on the mini-map for missions, Song Jian's current coordinates surprisingly overlapped with the target area for the search for the Book of the Abyss mission. What? Could this be the place where those trolls dwell? Song Jian was struck by surprise. He quickly put away his mining gloves and cautiously proceeded down the corridor. Song Jian walked along the winding corridor for more than 500 meters before he finally reached its end, which appeared to connect to the cellar of an underground winery. Barrels of wine, each as wide as 3 men, were horizontally arranged on the wine racks. Even from a dozen meters away from the corridor's end, Song Jian could already smell the pungent aroma of wine wafting towards him. Soft chants emanated from the winery, as if someone was reciting conjurations or hymns. Their strange language pulsated into his ears, producing a headache and feelings of distress. Soon, his mind went blank, and he found himself involuntarily wanting to join in the chanting. However, a refreshing sensation quickly took over Song Jian's mind, extinguishing the ill effects. Suddenly, the voices in his ears no longer held the same magical power as before. Abyssal language. Song Jian exclaimed. It seemed only the abyssal language had the power to cause a person to unconsciously spiral into degeneration simply by listening to it. It really made Song Jian grateful that Wang Qi and the others were still unconscious. Had they been awake and accompanied him here, they could have easily been bewildered by the abyssal language. Song Jian sprang forward into the winery cellar, and to his surprise, in the center of the large open space were 5 trolls who had constructed a small altar. At the altar, they worshipped the Book of the Abyss. The Book of the Abyss was slightly open, with tendrils of black flame intermittently rising from it. However, the black flame was too weak to coalesce and form into the abyssal demon flame that could open the abyssal gate. The 5 trolls knelt devoutly beneath the altar, continually reciting the abyssal spell. Their power of faith materialized into a sustenance, constantly feeding into the Book of the Abyss, bolstering the fragile abyssal flames. Song Jian raised his right hand and executed the blood pool summoning skill. In an instant, a pack of robust red wolves appeared beside him. After summoning 30 blood wolves, he also summoned a black dragon hatchling. Kill them. Song Jian pointed at the 5 trolls and commanded. With the sound of the roar, the 30 blood wolves charged towards the trolls like arrows in flight. Intruder. Duosa tossed his head back, 2 crimson eyes blazing brilliantly. With a ferocious expression, he stood up, snatched a bone wolf fang staff, leaped into the air, and smashed downward at the incoming wolves. Chapter 416. Abyssal power blood wolves were creatures of level 20, like the 5 trolls, with the exception of Duosa, whose power had reached elite boss status. Yet, by worshipping the Book of the Abyss day and night, the trolls had unintentionally absorbed some abyssal power. This power, visible as a gray aura constantly swirling around them, formed a layer of tough armor. The wolves biting and clawing could not break it. Simultaneously, the trolls' attacks were laced with the same grey energy. Once unleashed, this abyssal power could deal significant damage to the blood wolves. It granted the 4 trolls each of equivalent strength to a level 20 creature the power to crushing blood wolves of equal level. Duosa, who already possessed the prowess of a level 20 boss, had grown even stronger, almost reaching the threshold of a level 20 lord. If allowed to continue worshipping, he would inevitably break through to become a level 20 lord. It was just a matter of time. Not having a large space to fight in the underground cellar, the attack of the blood wolves was quickly blocked by the trolls. Wine casks were shattered, filling the tavern with a heady aroma. Traces of evaporating blood on the floor marked the spots where blood wolves had been slain and returned to the blood pool. Though the 5 trolls had managed to kill 30 blood wolves, they were not unscathed. The wolves' persistent attacks may not have dealt much damage but slowly whittled down the trolls' abyssal power. Despite maintaining a fierce demeanor, their wounds and harsh breathing told a different story. "Human, your defenses are down. Leave now, and we will spare your life," Duosa suggested, his crimson eyes streaked with traces of black energy that spiderwebbed out of his sockets. Although eager to tear Song Jian apart, Duosa couldn't ignore the intimidating aura that the human released. Without the abyssal flame, the Book of the Abyss, although still a treasure to the abyssal clan, was incapable of reopening the abyssal gate, a passage between this world and the abyss. Duosa and his companions had to rekindle the abyssal flame using the power of faith. Picking a fight with a human as powerful as Song Jian was out of the question. Once the abyssal flame is revived and the abyssal gate opens, this world will grovel at the feet of the abyssal clan. This human, too, will become a slave to our clan. We must not rush, Duosa thought to himself. Song Jian chuckled. The Blood Wolves battle had shown him the true power of the 5 trolls. With the exception of Duosa, if it hadn't been for the abyssal power, they would have been devoured by the wolves. Abyssal power, huh? I have that, too, Song Jian said, grinning. With a thought, black, flame-emitting armor appeared on his body. This was a special ability of the Abyssal Raging Flame, a 4th-tier demonic flame. It could generate abyssal flame armor to enhance the user's abilities. Such a strong abyssal aura. Could you be? Duosa stammered, his face one of surprise. Seeing Song Jian's strong abyssal aura, he became disorientated. Just then, Song Jian's crimson fire heart-ape sword radiated an intense golden light. The overwhelming divine power sent Duosa recoiling and retreating in shock. Divine power. Impossible. Duosa bellowed, unable to believe that both divine power and abyssal power, usually diametrically opposed, could coexist harmoniously within a single being. Impossible. Duosa roared, absorbing the dark gray ore seeping from the Book of the Abyss. His body began to swell and grow, skin torn apart by rapid muscular growth, revealing bloody gashes. This torturous pain made Duosa howl in agony, but these wounds were healing at visible speed. The newly grown skin had a metallic shine, covered in small scales. Duosa's stature grew to almost 3 meters. Song Jian looked like a child next to him. As soon as his growth came to a halt, Duosa seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He felt an endless power coursing within him, bringing him closer to the abyssal clan. Duosa roared, flashing his sharp teeth at Song Jian, and released a monstrous aura. Even his companions couldn't help but step back in fear. Light strike. Song Jian, initially planning to eliminate one of the regular trolls first, swiftly changed his mind and targeted Duosa instead. A brilliant golden sword chi slashed toward Duosa. Abyssal breath. Duosa opened his mouth and exhaled a gray storm of breath, directly colliding with the golden sword chi. With a loud boom, the golden sword chi, like a sharp hatchet, cleaved through the abyssal breath and struck Duosa's forehead. Bang! A damage of over 14.00 points floated above Duosa's head. His massive body was flung back and crashed into a wine rack a few meters away. All 3 casks on the rack shattered, burying Duosa in a pile of wood chips and wine. Impossible! Duosa gasped, his roar echoing from beneath the pile of debris. He couldn't believe that he was no match for the seemingly insignificant human in front of him. Staggering to his feet, Duosa seized the bone wolf fang staff and bellowed at Song Jian, "Kill him!" The 4 other trolls exchanged glances before their gray abyssal power erupted, and they launched themselves at Song Jian. Abyssal power? But mine seems to be stronger. Song Jian raised his left hand, creating a black flame in his palm. A cunning, cold grin spread across his face. Chapter 417, Stealing Monsters Again? An armor of black demonic flame made Song Jian appear as a devil, and though he had the defense of the innate skill thick-faced, a wave of murderous intent still surged uncontrollably in his heart. At this time, the hexagram array diagram on his chest was emitting a faint glow, as if influencing something. Seeing the 4 trolls rushing towards him, Song Jian revealed a wicked smile. He turned his wrist, swung the crimson fire heart-shaped sword forward, and charged at the four trolls, broken wing dance. A brilliant sword G made the four trolls stop in their tracks and hurriedly lift their weapons to defend. The collision of weapons sparked a glittering burst. The trolls felt the strength of Song Jian and, despite competing with him, felt suppressed. They shuddered in their hearts, and a sense of fear surged within them. Before they could react, the second attack of the broken wing dance was already near. It was a sword chi lashing from the lower left to the upper right, tearing apart the abyssal power from their bodies and leaving a bone-deep wound on them, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, Song Jian had leaped up high, swinging the crimson fire heart-shaped sword, and slammed it down onto the four trolls. Bang! The bodies of the four trolls shivered, and damage points of over 300 floated above their heads. Their bodies involuntarily glided through the air, entering a state of suspension. Song Jian flickered, activated the rapid sword skill, his long sword leaving behind a series of afterimages as it slashed at the four trolls. Sword silk sweeping sword style spiritual sword control technique. All the sword moves poured out. The four trolls screamed continuously, and their vitality points decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, Duosa was continuously extracting energy from the Book of the Abyss to recover his injuries. But seeing that his four companions were about to perish under Song Jian's sword, he immediately disconnected from the Book of the Abyss, grabbed the bone wolf fang staff, and rushed towards Song Jian with a roar. Song Jian took 2 steps back, included the rushing Duosa into his attack range. For a moment, the 5 trolls and Song Jian were fighting ferociously, with sounds of roars echoing constantly. With the addition of Duosa, the 4 trolls regained their vitality. Even though their vitality points are already less than a third, their mad and tyrannical aura did not weaken at all. They attacked crazily, with the intention to fulfill a mutual destruction with Song Jian. Song Jian was facing 5 enemies alone, but he hadn't fallen into a disadvantage at all. The attacks of the 5 trolls landed on Song Jian's armor, which was burning with black flames, causing almost negligible damage. He was already on the undefeated ground from the start. As for the abyssal power protection on the trolls' bodies, in Song Jian's eyes, it was like a piece of thin paper. He easily broke through their defense, causing massive damage to them. After 10 minutes, 2 of the 5 trolls had been killed by Song Jian. The other 2 trolls, having strength equivalent to ordinary monsters, had their vitality points reduced to the lowest. The red light was flickering on their health bar, and clear fatigue was reflected on their faces. At this time, Song Jian still had over 60% of his vitality points. The balance of victory had begun to tilt heavily in his favor. Light strike. Song Jian sent Duosa flying with a single sword strike. Then raising his left hand, a silver sword chi, 3 meters long, emanated from his left index finger, easily penetrating the skull of the nearest troll. Seeing this troll collapse limply, Song Jian made a backhand swing and continued the endless succession of sword attacks, taking the life of another troll. Now, out of the 5 trolls, only Duosa with dwindling health was left. Seeing his companion's body surface beginning to ignite with transparent flames, despair flashed in Duosa's eyes. This human was too powerful. Even with the help of the Book of the Abyss, Duosa was still no match for him. Seeing Song Jian clad in armor burning with black demonic flames, Duosa's face suddenly revealed a faint smile. He muttered softly, "When you stare into the abyss also gazes back at you." Song Jian slowly walked towards Duosa, eyeing Duosa who was gradually slipping into madness, gripping his long sword tightly. "When you harness the power of the abyss also alters you. Human, there will come a day when you will become just like me." At the end of his sentence, Duosa let out an animalistic roar and, adopting a do-or-die posture, rushed at Song Jian, gripping his bone wolf fang staff firmly. Beep 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 boom, a dazzling red beam shot from behind Song Jian. The distance between the beam and his cheek was no more than 3 inches, close enough for Song Jian to smell his hair scorching. The red beam penetrated Duosa's chest, draining him of his last vitality points. "Brother Song, are you okay?" Wang Chi's anxious voice came from behind. As Song Jian turned around, he saw the 4 teammates who had lost consciousness during the teleportation had now rushed over. Seeing Wang Chi's anxious look, Song Jian was momentarily at a loss for words and in the end, could only offer a slight smile, choosing to ignore Wang Chi's creature-stealing habits. "Boss, it seems you have snatched Brother Song's creature again," said Tang Rong quietly, whispering into Wang Chi's ear. Wang Chi's body stiffened. He turned his head doubtfully to ask, "Really? Is it really the case?" "It is." Ma Yu and the others all nodded their heads in agreement. "Song, Brother Song, I am sorry." Wang Chi immediately looked downcast as he apologized to Song Jian. Song Jian waved his hand dismissively and acted as though he didn't care. Upon a slight thought, the fiery demonic armor on his body immediately dispersed, leaving behind a feeling of weakness. Song Jian stood still for a long while before the unpleasant feeling gradually faded away. Song Jian ignored the 5 giant devils, including Duo's his dropped items, and walked straight towards the altar where the Book of the Abyss was trembling and burning with black flames. It appeared the book was fearful of Song Jian. The moment Song Jian approached the Book of the Abyss, the 4th-tier demonic flame, the abyssal raging flame within his body, burned all at once without Song Jian's summoning. From afar, Song Jian resembled a towering figure of black flames. The appearance of the abyssal raging flame caused the Book of the Abyss to tremble even more, seemingly more fearful of the abyssal raging flame. Song Jian took one step after another towards the altar, reaching out to grab the Book of the Abyss. This was his first time touching the Book of the Abyss. The last time, when he had defeated the guardian of the Blood Demon Cave, Cecilia had been the one to take the book. As soon as Song Jian gripped the Book of the Abyss, he felt a strong suction force emitting from the book. The abyssal raging flame inside him started to flow unceasingly towards the Book of the Abyss. This feeling of passive siphoning was unsettling, and as Song Jian's body had lost control, he could only stand still, letting the abyssal magic flame in his body drain entirely. In no time at all, the abyssal raging flames on Song Jian's body disappeared, leaving only the Book of the Abyss in his hand, a book blazing with black flames. Chapter 418. 418. Unexpected fusion. What just happened? Song Jian looked at the Book of the Abyss in his hand with a sense of bewilderment. A brief blankness appeared in his mind, as if he had forgotten the abyssal raging flame being drawn out of his body just moments ago. His right hand lifted unconsciously, revealing that the Book of the Abyss was now emitting a dark gold light. Wasn't this a quest item? How did it turn into an equipment item? After casting another glance at the Book of the Abyss, Song Jian's face was filled with astonishment. The Book of the Abyss had turned into a dark gold quality special equipment. Quickly, clarity returned to Song Jian's eyes, and the events that just transpired replayed in his mind. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to throw the Book of the Abyss far away. But the system notification that appeared captivated him. System, you have obtained a special item, the Book of the Abyss. This item requires a blood oath to bind. Please drop a droplet of your blood on the artifact. System, this artifact is an abyssal object. After binding, an unknown mutation may occur, which may cause great harm to the binder. Make your choice cautiously. Reading these 2 pieces of information, Song Jian briefly fell silent. Yet soon enough, he had made his decision. The abyssal raging flame was too important to him. If he did not bind the Book of the Abyss, the abyssal raging flame would also leave him. He cut open his finger with his crimson fire heart-shaped sword. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the Book of the Abyss. At the moment the blood made contact with the Book of the Abyss, a heavy sigh seemed to emit from the book. The blood was instantly absorbed by it. A red light, akin to a streak of lightning, flashed across the entire book. System, you have begun the fusion process with the special item, the Book of the Abyss. Please refrain from interrupting the fusion process. Any interruption may result in permanent damage to the Book of the Abyss. The process of merging with the Book of the Abyss was astoundingly simple. Aside from enticing whispers echoing in his ears, Song Jian felt nothing unusual. In fact, it felt more comfortable than when he merged with the abyssal flame. Merging with the abyssal flame? Is it because I have already merged with the abyssal flame, that merging with the Book of the Abyss seems so easy? Song Jian speculated. The progress bar for merging with the Book of the Abyss proceeded rapidly. In under 10 seconds, the system notified Song Jian that the process was completed. Once merged, the Book of the Abyss vanished. Nonetheless, Song Jian could feel it lying dormant within his body, ready to be summoned at any moment. Brother Song, come quickly and look, these monsters drop tons of equipment. Wang Qi called out cheerfully to Song Jian, gesturing him over as soon as he saw that Song Jian had returned to his normal state. Since Song Jian was the sole person responsible for killing these creatures, neither Wang Qi nor the rest of the 3 members in the group had taken the initiative to pick the loot up. But this obviously did not prevent them from checking out the stats of these items in advance. 12 level 20 white quality, 5 green quality, 3 blue quality, and 1 level 20 silver quality equipment pieces. This kind of drop rate not only stunned Wang Qi and the others but also ignited envy within their hearts. Brother Song, do you perhaps have any items that boost your luck? Wang Qi could not resist asking. 5 monsters, among which only 1 was a boss, the remaining 4 were ordinary monsters. Such an extravagant loot drop rate simply made other gamers disheartened. It's not equipment, it's a title. Song Jian answered with a laugh. Equipment could be looted, but titles could not. Even if Song Jian were to be slain, this title couldn't be taken from him. Song Jian glanced at a silver quality equipment piece, the abyssal leg guards, a look of joy spread across his face. He was still using the tree spirit leg guards he would equip from the beginning, a mere level 5 equipment. The equipment he would just gained could replace it at last. Abyssal leg guards, silver, leather leg guards, required equipment level 20, equipment effect, Defense plus 11, Resistance plus 9, Vitality points plus 100, Vitality point recovery speed plus 20%, Special effect, Abyssal Demon Breath, passive, grants the user the Abyssal Demon Breath which reduces all damage by 20%, and decreases the probability of receiving critical hits by 30%. Equipment requirements, level 18, ability to take out of the game, no. This was another equipment piece possessing the Abyssal Demon Breath. Everything, from the name to its special effect, resembled the Abyssal Demon helmet Song Jian was currently wearing. They might appear to be a set, but unfortunately, the two pieces did not constitute a set, and thus didn't possess set attributes. At this moment, the equipment Song Jian wore far exceeded that of other players. Most of his equipment was of silver and gold quality. If he were to show off the special effects of his equipment, it would undoubtedly leave many blinded in astonishment. Having given a cursory glance at the remaining dozen or so items, Song Jian couldn't find any substitutes. Pick whatever's useful for you guys, and let Wang Chi sell off the rest. Then we'll split the money equally. Song Jian said with a grin. Thanks, brother Song. The faces of the four individuals lit up with joy. They were only 4 levels away from level 20, it was about time they gathered a set of level 20 equipment. They bought the equipment they took a fancy to at an internal discounted price. Song Jian collected over 1,000 Doomsday coins, but more equipment was left with Wang Chi. They decided to let Wang Chi sell the items and then divide the money. The original plan was to unlock the underground bank vault to acquire gold bars that could bring out of the game. They didn't expect to encounter their mission target, and thereby complete the task assigned by Cecilia. Gosh, what a pity. It looks like everything valuable inside the bank was cleaned out long ago. Tang Rong was still somewhat concerned about the gold that may not have existed at all. There might not be anything in the bank, but there's bound to be plenty of valuable goods and jewelry stores which can also be brought out of the game. If we get a chance, we should search around those places. Song Jian suggested casually. Alright, let's leave this place. Song Jian found the exit of the underground wine cellar. Exiting the cellar, the 5 of them found themselves in the courtyard of a villa. Roars of mutated zombies were audible from outside the courtyard. This turned out to be a 25-level monster zone. After bidding farewell to Wang Chi and the others, the 4 swiftly took their leave. Opening the map, Song Jian placed a marker at this location. After all, this was the entrance to the mineral-rich tunnel. If given the chance, Song Jian would undoubtedly return to mine the entire tunnel. After Song Jian and the others departed, silence descended upon the wine cellar once more. Before long though, the silence was shattered by the sound of crisp shattering. Suddenly, the altar that had been holding the Book of the Abyss formed a crack. Following that, the echoes of shattering sounds were heard, countless cracks appeared all over the altar. As time passed, the altar disintegrated, turning into fine grains of sand before being blown away by an invisible force. At the place where the altar had disappeared, a black fissure, the width of a finger, materialized in midair. It appeared as though an eye had opened in the sky. From this black fissure, black flames occasionally spewed out. Waves of black smoke permeated from the fissure, low, monstrous roars eerily echoed from the rift. Chapter 419, Chapter 419, Formation of the War Alliance. Back at the Manor Castle, Song Jian glanced at his taskbar. The task of finding the Book of the Abyss showed as completed, but Song Jian had no way of returning to the library to submit it to Cecilia. The Book of the Abyss had changed from a mission item to a dark gold quality item that had already merged with Song Jian. He definitely wouldn't want to submit it as a mission item again. What to do now? Should I submit this task or not? Song Jian was a bit vexed. The reward for this task surely wouldn't be a dark gold quality item, it was highly likely to be a sword technique of the Night of Dawn. Although Song Jian yearned for the sword technique, he couldn't bear to hand over the dark gold quality Book of the Abyss that he already had. You should know that the 4th tier demonic flame alone from the Book of the Abyss, condensed into abyssal demon armor, was already on par with a sword technique, let alone the other abyssal abilities within the book. He opened the Book of the Abyss and found a skill tree. At that moment, all the skills were grayed out, except for the abyssal demon armor at the bottom, which was lit up, indicating it could be used. There were 6 other abyss magics on the same level as the abyssal demon armor, such as Abyssal Breath, Abyss Wall, Abyss Spike, and more powerful spells like Abyss Shock, Abyss Blast on a higher level. With the Book of the Abyss, Song Jian could become an abyssal mage. It was just a pity that he could only use one spell, Abyssal Demon Armor. To activate other spells, he had to use battle experience points. To activate a spell like Abyssal Breath, he needed 100,000 battle experience points, and a higher level spell like Abyss Shock required 800,000 battle experience points. While Song Jian was exploring the Book of the Abyss, he suddenly received a message from Luo Tenyu. When are you going to form an alliance? If you're not going to, I will join someone else's. Luotaniu's impatient voice rang in Song Jian's ear. "Oh, has an alliance invited you to join?" Song Jian laughed. "Has an alliance invited me to join? Can you drop the has part? There are too many alliances inviting me to join, all ranked in the top 10. Luotaniu shouted. "Okay, I will form the alliance now and invite you then," Song Jian said with a laugh. He opened the Manor Castle property system and chose Form Alliance. System, please enter the name of the alliance you want to form. After thinking for a bit, Song Jian directly entered the 4 characters City of Hope. System, checking system, the alliance name does not conflict, you can use this name to form an alliance. System, to form an alliance, you need to pay 100,000 Doomsday coins. Do you want to pay 100,000 Doomsday coins? Song Jian was taken aback. Many players weren't even able to fork out 10,000 Doomsday coins. 100,000 Doomsday coins would deter over 80% of players who wanted to form an alliance. Pay. To others, 100,000 Doomsday coins may be an obstruction, but to Song Jian, 100,000 Doomsday coins was no big deal. After paying the 100,000 Doomsday coins, the system sent out one final piece of information. System, please select 3 players with safe houses to respond to your alliance formation. Once they respond, the City of Hope Alliance will be successfully formed. If the required 5 players do not respond within 24 hours, the formation will fail. I need 3 players to respond? Song Jian was taken aback, his brow furrowed. He usually mostly played alone and seldom interacted with other players. Moreover, the 3 responding players couldn't be picked haphazardly. Once chosen, they couldn't be changed and had considerable authority in the alliance, second only to the alliance leader. If these 3 responding players conspired together, they could even reduce the alliance leader to a figurehead, hence the choice had to be made carefully. After pondering for a while, Song Jian finally sent a response request to Li Ke, Wang Qi, and Luotaniu. Luotaniu and Li Ke responded quite quickly, but Wang Qi did not respond for a while. Evidently, he was discussing the matter with his companions. If Wang Qi became part of the alliance, the group they had just formed would surely have to join as well. Brother Song, are you forming an alliance? Wang Qi connected with Song Jian's communications, asking, can the rest of my squad join too? Of course, everyone's welcome. Song Jian laughed, that's great. Soon, Wang Qi also responded to the formation of the alliance. System, you have successfully established the City of Hope Alliance. We hope that you can achieve the redemption of all mankind on this deserted piece of land. System, will you use your territory as the alliance territory? After setting up an alliance, you can set your safe house as the alliance territory, or choose any unoccupied area as the alliance territory. However, using your own territory as the territory of the alliance not only enhances the defense of the territory but also saves a lot of money for constructing initial buildings. Obviously, Song Jian set his own territory as the alliance's, and soon, the original manor castle began to change rapidly. The surrounding walls slowly began to glow brilliantly, the castle steadily expanded outward, the walls grew taller, and the spirit field inside the walls also expanded outward with the expansion of the castle. The bloody ghoul poison tree, Alex, was even scared and jumped out from the spirit field, panickedly running outwards. In no time at all, a medieval European castle appeared in front of Song Jian. System, the safe house has been successfully transformed into an alliance castle. It has both the properties of a safe house and an alliance castle, and will gain stronger properties after further upgrades. He opened the safe house property interface, and there were plenty of buildings that only an alliance possesses, such as the alliance shop, Parliament Hall, and other special buildings. In the alliance shop, there were many siege engines that regular shops didn't have, like ladders, rams, battering rams, catapults, etc. With these war weapons, future territorial expansion campaigns would be much easier, but these siege instruments were by no means cheap, and their quality was only the lowest, white grade. They weren't durable and would be damaged after not very long. Moreover, these siege weapons were exclusive to the members of the City of Hope Alliance and, most importantly, these siege weapons were limited supplies. Despite so many drawbacks, these siege instruments were still the best tools for attacking city defenses. It was simply impossible to break through a safe house upgraded to a manor level without siege engines. After forming the alliance, Song Jian was surprised to find that his territory had doubled in size, not only encompassing Luotaniu's barracks but also several nearby players' safe houses. However, at that moment, these players' safe houses were showing glaring red on the alliance territory map. Chapter 420, Chapter 420 Recruitment. Seeing those irritating red areas on the territory map, Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed, and he contacted Luotaniu directly. Luotaniu, have you seen those players' safe houses in the alliance's territory? Go ask if they're willing to join the alliance, and if not, advise them to move away from this area. Song Jian said. What if they don't want to leave? Luo Taniu asked after a moment's hesitation. Then tear them down. Song Jian replied, before tearing them down, purchase some siege equipment in the Alliance's store. Just tell me how much it costs. Understood. Luo Taniu finished speaking, ordering the newly recruited soldiers to head towards those players' safe houses. Song Jian threw all the level 20 equipment in the package into the bar, set up the exchange contribution, and went to Dr. Abziding's sub-castle. Doctor, I have formed an alliance. Song Jian told the experimenting doctor. An alliance? Dr. Abziding shuddered, and a test tube filled with liquid suddenly burst into blue flames and a puff of black smoke came out. Throwing the scrap test tube material into the garbage bin, Dr. Abziding gazed at Song Jian with a complex expression. I hope you can shelter more humans in this city in the future, becoming a refuge for humanity. Of course, there's no problem. Song Jian was surprised at Dr. Abziding's attitude but still agreed to his request. Doctor, I hope you can produce more engineering products in the future to serve as the Alliance's reserves. Song Jian said. If it were just Song Jian alone, he would not make such a request because his own engineering skills were enough. However, having only mastered level 5 engineering, Song Jian was clearly insufficient for an alliance. Yes. Dr. Abziding agreed without hesitation. The stark change from his previously unpleasant attitude was surprising to Song Jian, but he didn't say anything. With an engineering master in the alliance, Song Jian felt more confident, so he left satisfied. After Song Jian left, Dr. Abziding turned around and gazed at Song Jian's retreating figure, as if recalling something. After a long time, a heavy sigh came from Dr. Abziding's laboratory. Leaving the sub-castle where the doctor was located, Song Jian opened the map and saw that those red dots on the territory map had disappeared. There were no new players in the Alliance interface. Song Jian was surprised. It hasn't even been 10 minutes, and Luo Taniu has already conquered all their safe houses? Standing in the castle and looking into the distance, 7 or 8 catapults were slowly approaching from afar. Clearly, Luo Taniu had purchased all the limited stock of catapults from the Alliance store and used their powerful firepower to level the safe houses of several players. This is too brutal. Song Jian couldn't help but shake his head. Soon, the bill for these 7 or 8 catapults appeared before Song Jian, costing more than 60,000 doomsday coins. It was too expensive. However, with so many catapults in the front yard, not to mention the players whose manners had not yet been upgraded, even Song Jian's current manor walls would not withstand several rounds of catapulting. It made sense to level those safe houses within such a short time. Luo Taniu, how did you deal with those players? Song Jian couldn't help but ask. Riding on an abyssal nightmare and wielding a square sky halberd, Luo Taniu was clad in crimson armor that seemed like flames. He glanced at Song Jian and proudly said, I drove them all away, of course. What, are we supposed to have them stay for dinner? Song Jian nodded. After all, they were just a few level 10+ players who could live well in Doomsday City even without safe houses. His own territory and Alliance territory merged, expanding several hundred meters outward. The territory was now nearly 1 kilometer in size. There weren't enough NPCs in the territory, so they needed to recruit more helpers. Song Jian left it all to Steward George. However, there was a monthly recruitment limit for NPCs in the territory, and it couldn't be unlimited. My lord, we should recruit wandering NPCs from the city to build our territory faster and more effectively, Steward George respectfully suggested. George, what do you recommend? Song Jian asked. Usually, when NPCs reported to Song Jian, his first response was this. After asking, NPCs would always provide great solutions, so Song Jian didn't have to worry. Song Jian just needed to choose the best solution from among them. My lord, I suggest building a tavern in the territory. With a tavern, there will be a steady flow of wandering NPCs visiting every day, and our recruitment opportunities will be much greater. George replied. That's a good idea, George. Arrange for someone to build it. If there's no alcohol available, you can contact the Sunflower Bar and get a batch from them. Also, ask if they can help us train some bartenders. Song Jian nodded and said. Very well, my lord. I will carry out your orders and send someone to negotiate with the Sunflower Bar. Steward George nodded and said, additionally, there's a recruiting hall in the city where you can recruit suitable talents. Recruiting hall? Song Jian was taken aback, as he had never heard this information before, not even mentioned in the game update content. Where's the recruiting hall? Song Jian asked curiously. It's at the highest building in the city. George pointed at the television tower in the city center. From where Song Jian stood, he could only see the tip of the tower. It was indeed the tallest building in the city, but it was so close to the city center that Song Jian even suspected it was in an area populated by level 30 monsters. I will check it out when I have the chance, Song Jian nodded. Level 30 monsters were still a challenge for Song Jian. He could handle 1 or 2, but more than 5 would make him consider retreating. If he encountered a level 30 elite level boss, Song Jian would likely turn tail and run immediately. Are there any other methods? Song Jian glanced at the distant television tower and casually asked. There's another one, my lord. George nodded. Every month, several prisons will randomly appear in the city, holding some very powerful NPCs. If you can rescue them, you have a great chance of recruiting them. Very powerful NPCs? Song Jian was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, how did they get imprisoned, and why are they appearing in this city? Chapter 421, Scare Away. Song Jian's words left George a little helpless. He glanced at Song Jian and said, actually, these powerful NPCs are criminals who have committed crimes. They have wandered into this city. If you can liberate them and give them another chance to regain their freedom, they would definitely be grateful to you. Of course, there's a small chance you might encounter some prisoners with quirky personalities who might attack you directly. Therefore, this is a very dangerous method and I don't recommend you to do it. George added. What are their levels then? Song Jian hesitated for a while before asking. The lowest is level 10, and it does not exceed first-order combat power. Because those prisoners with more than first-order combat power will not be exiled to our abandoned city, but will be sent to more dangerous places. George explained. Good, do you happen to know where the nearest prisoner is? Song Jian asked. He had already discovered that in this game, players could recruit many followers. The more followers a player had, the stronger the player would become indirectly, whether it was for territorial expansion campaigns or defending their own castle. A large number of people were needed. Some players rely on gathering more players, but Song Jian wanted to recruit more followers, because compared to players, followers are easier to control. My lord, there is a prison in this level 25 monster area. If no one attempts to rescue the prisoner within a month, the prison will automatically open, and the criminal inside will mutate into a monster boss. George waved his hand and a semi-transparent map immediately appeared in front of Song Jian. Pointing lightly at the map, George said, in fact, the reason why there are so many bosses in this city is mostly because every month there are prisoners breaking out of their cages, turning into monsters. Very well then, I will go and see if I can rescue him. Song Jian nodded and memorized the location. Be careful, my lord. No one can guarantee how much strength that prisoner still possesses, nor can they promise that he will become your follower after you rescue him. George wore a worried expression on his face. Song Jian waved his hand to assure George and headed towards the manor. He had only taken 2 steps when he remembered something and quickly turned to George. Oh right, George, help me recruit or train some miners, the more the better. I have found a rich vein, but I can't mine it alone. I need to form a mining team. Yes, my lord, I will recruit miners right away. George said, bowing. The recruitment interface has various NPC skills available. Players can recruit according to their needs. Song Jian handed the recruitment authority over to George and many matters were taken care of by him. After he finished giving instructions, Song Jian headed towards the location George marked. There should not be many players hunting monsters in the level 25 monster area. The imprisoned NPCs should also still be quietly waiting in the prison. At this point, there were almost no more monsters in the level 5 monster area. All around were players and players' safe houses. Most of the players would only upgrade their safe houses, without launching a territorial expansion campaign. Once they launch an expansion campaign, they might end up in a war against a dozen other players, considered a suicidal act. Therefore, most players grouped with their neighbors to form a war pact, which then integrates horizontally and vertically, convincing more players to join their pact. As the number of players and safe houses increased, the surrounding environment got badly destroyed, leaving no full path. As Song Jian passed along the road, he even met 2 groups of robbers. To avoid these disturbances, Song Jian directly displayed his level. As expected, no player dared to block his way afterward. Arriving at the level 25 monster area, the mutated zombies here were noticeably stronger. Their originally shriveled flesh was now filled up again. However, they no longer looked fresh like the living, instead, they emitted a purple-black glow. These mutated zombies had sharp fangs in their mouths, their fingernails shimmered with a dark metallic gloss, and even their bodies showed scale-like patterns, giving the impression of being covered in scales. These mutated zombies possessed immense power. A single punch could easily shatter a wall. As a result, this district was far less preserved than those occupied by lower-level monsters. Most of the shops and even the buildings had been turned into rubble. Under such conditions, the supplies that players were looking for were greatly reduced, and the terrain would not provide any advantages during fights, forcing them to fight head-on. Players with weak abilities would probably prefer to continue hunting lower-level monsters instead of coming here to level up. Perhaps because no players had come to level up, as soon as Song Jian entered the area, he saw a robust zombie over 2 meters tall. This zombie's cheeks were covered with an exoskeleton layer, looking like it was wearing a giant helmet, and its upper body was bare. It held a huge double-sided battle axe in its right hand, dragging on the ground, and in its left hand, it held an oil lamp, which looked quite bizarre. This monster was wandering aimlessly on the deserted street. Whenever it encountered a zombie blocking its way, its right hand would violently swing forward. The huge double-sided battle axe would utter a heavy, beast-like roar, chopping the zombie that blocked the way into 2 halves. Even a casual glance at this level 25 elite boss robust mutated zombie would give one a tremendously heavy pressure. Seeing this boss approaching him, the oppressive feeling made Song Jian couldn't resist summoning the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. His left hand was also gripping a bottle of weakness potion. All caution was displayed. The enormous pressure the boss exerted on Song Jian made him, originally confident of effortlessly crushing a level 25 elite boss, instantly doubted himself. Just as the boss was getting closer and closer, and Song Jian could not help but think of launching an attack, a rebellious roar suddenly echoed from afar. The roar scared the robust boss in front of Song Jian, making it turn and run away instantly. It even knocked down dozens of mutated zombies along the way. In no time, the silhouette of this boss disappeared into the ruins in the distance. Song Jian, puzzled, looked toward the direction of the roar. That was precisely his destination, the place where the NPC criminal was being held captive. There certainly won't be any other players here. Could it be that roar was emitted by the captive criminal? Song Jian speculated in his mind. Merely with roar, it was able to scare away a level 25 elite boss. How high is this criminal's strength? Does it really not exceed first-order combat power? Chapter 422, Beastman Warrior. Song Jian walked in the direction of the sound, turned the street corner, and saw a low, squat building built of bricks and stone in the ruins of a residential building not far away. This low building looked quite crude. The stones were all hewed from large blocks, contrasting with the surrounding modern architecture. The door to this house was no more than an iron gate. The thicknesses of the iron bars were the size of an arm, deeply embedded into the stone. To get out would require breaking the surrounding walls, or somehow passing through the gate. In this cage, a beastman with green skin was imprisoned. This beastman had lost an ear. Trailing down its cheek was a hideous scar. Had this wound been a mere 2 millimeters away, it would have cost the beastman an eye. Scars covered his body, appearing like a weathered soldier. Upon seeing Song Jian, the beastman appeared to grow even more ferocious, his thick arms grabbing hold of the iron railing, shaking it constantly, looking like it wanted to attack Song Jian. Yet no matter how much force it used, the iron bars did not budge. Not even a speck of dust fell. Clearly, a special force was maintaining the prison, and the beastman could not break it. A beastman? Song Jian, watching this muscular beastman, couldn't help feel a touch of disappointment in his eyes. He who is not of my kind has a heart of a different kind. Towards any other race, even in games, Song Jian always held a guarded stance. Can you understand me? Song Jian, unwilling to waste his trip, hesitated briefly but posed his question to the imprisoned beastman. Human. I enjoy chewing your hearts. The beastman's large mouth split into a ferocious smile, his red, violent eyes emitting a strong murderous intent. Song Jian's face darkened. Without another word, he drew his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and thrust it forcefully through the bars of the cage. Thud! A faint sound rang out as a magical barrier blocked the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. Circles of ripples spread from the point of contact before slowly disappearing. The imprisoned beastman watched as Song Jian failed and immediately burst into laughter. Song Jian's brows furrowed. He could sense that the enchantment blocking his strength wasn't very strong. If he were willing to put in the effort, he could still destroy this prison. The enchantment not only stopped the beastman from coming out, but it also protected him. Watching the beastman laughing heartily, Song Jian lifted the comer of his mouth slightly, sheathed his sword, and prepared to turn and leave after one last glance at the beastman. Seeing Song Jian turn to leave, the beastman warrior's eyes filled with contempt and he broke into another round of raucous laughter. This beastman was powerful, equivalent to a level 30 elite boss. Song Jian didn't have the absolute confidence of defeating him. However, the beastman warrior had to stay in this prison for a whole month. Once the energy of the prison dissipated, it would be able to break out and transform into a boss. With a month's time, Song Jian could easily level up to 30 and then return to take him down. Prisoners like this would randomly appear in Doomsday City every month. When the time came, George would naturally notify him of their locations. If he encountered subduable ones, he would subdue them. If he encountered ones like this beastman warrior, he would give up. There wouldn't be much loss for Song Jian either way. Just as Song Jian was about to turn and leave, he suddenly remembered a skill from the Book of the Abyss, Abyss Temptation. It only required 100,000 combat experience to unlock. With a thought, the Black Book of the Abyss appeared in Song Jian's hands. He turned to the section about the Abyss Temptation skill and began to read carefully. Abyss Temptation, active, max. Skill effect, after locking the target, chant the language of Abyss Temptation at them, causing them to gradually lose their sanity. The stronger the target's willpower attribute, the greater the resistance against the language of Abyss Temptation, causing the success rate of this skill to decrease. This skill lasts for 30 seconds and can be interrupted. The target might attack the caster during the charm. If the target meets the charm requirement after 30 seconds, they will receive the Abyss Slave mark and the skill succeeds. If they do not meet the charm requirement after 30 seconds, the skill fails and they will take a soul shock for 500 spirit points of damage. Skill cost, 30% spirit points. This skill seems a bit situational, Song Jian contemplated while scratching his chin. In terms of casting time, applying the skill to the target required having the ability to trap them for 30 seconds. Otherwise, the results would merely be driving the target into a more feral state and there was a high chance it would attract the target's attacks. But for the beastman warrior confined in the cage, this skill seemed tailor-made. What Song Jian was considering now was whether it would be worth it to spend 100,000 combat experience to make the beastman warrior in front of him a slave. Song Jian was only 3% short of reaching the next level, so deducting 100,000 combat experience points was equivalent to losing 10% of his total experience. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian decided to unlock this skill. After all, prisoners like this only randomly appeared a few times a month. What's more, even fewer were discovered by others. Most transformed into city monster bosses once their time was up. With a thought, Song Jian's experience far immediately decreased. On the Book of the Abyss, the dim skill icon for Abyss Temptation lit up, emitting a glow. A series of abyssal phrases suddenly appeared in Song Jian's mind, as if an invisible hand had physically shoved knowledge into his brain without consideration for his capacity for such information. After a moment of dizziness, Song Jian mastered the Abyss Temptation language. The language of the Abyss had an extremely strong charm function. Ordinary people hearing it would quickly fall and become abyssal monsters if they did not have strong willpower. The charm spell formed by the language of the Abyss was even more potent, rendering normal monsters unable to withstand it. With the Book of the Abyss in hand, Song Jian turned to the Abyss Temptation section, fixed his gaze on the beastman in the cage, and began to softly chant. The beastman warrior, seeing that Song Jian had stopped and pulled out a book, instinctively felt something was amiss but could not identify the problem. Before long, the beastman warrior suddenly felt as if it was being watched by a savage beast. A pair of eyes filled with ferocity were fixed on its chest, sharp fangs seemed ready to pierce it at any moment. Whispered words of charm reached its ears, the sound was infuriating yet sparked an irresistible urge to continue listening. This sensation made the beastman warrior extremely uncomfortable, prompting an uncontrollable wild roar. Chapter 423, Slaves. The beastman warrior, who had let out a roar, suddenly felt a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. But following that venting roar, the uncomfortable feeling rushed back into his heart. The sound in his ears grew louder, making the beastman warrior feel even more uncomfortable. In Song Jian's eyes, the beastman warrior at this moment seemed like a furious beast, instinctively releasing its ferocity. Time passed by second, and the beastman warrior roared and growled non-stop. Blood was slowly flowing from the corner of his mouth, and the two blood-red eyes showed no sign of rationality, like a wild beast driven by instinct to go berserk. It used its head to ram repeatedly against the cage, its forehead covered in fresh blood. Much of the blood had even flowed down its cheeks, and the strong smell of blood filled the beastman warrior's nostrils. It felt as if it was back on the battlefield of the past, facing hordes of encroaching enemies. Despite being alone, it had no fear, charging towards thousands of soldiers and horses, and beginning a bloody carnage. 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds. As Song Jian finished the last syllable of Abyss Temptation, a sudden wave of weakness came over him, and 30% spirit points almost made him faint and fall to the ground. However, Song Jian quickly recovered. This kind of feeling only occurred after releasing the I-Kill technique. It was the after effect of a large amount of spirit points loss, and all he needed was a little rest. At this moment, the beastman warrior had completely degenerated into a wild beast, constantly ramming its body against the bars. Even though its body was covered in wounds from the impact, it didn't feel any pain at all. The beastman warrior now stood on all fours and began gnawing at the iron bars with its tusks after it had grown tired of ramming. It seemed to have completely lost its sanity. Just then, a black rune emerged from the Book of the Abyss, and with a whoosh, it shot toward the beastman warrior's forehead. A burning sensation was felt as the beastman warrior let out a heart-wrenching roar. The black rune had branded itself onto the warrior's forehead, and black energy emanated from it, spreading like a large net and wrapping around the beastman's entire body. In a short amount of time, numerous black lines, resembling a web, appeared on the beastman's skin. The black energy became increasingly denser, gradually covering the warrior and eventually transforming it into a cocoon over 6 feet tall, standing still in its place. This should be successful, right? Song Jian put away the Book of the Abyss, staring at the black cocoon in the cage and guessing to himself. It wasn't long before the beastman warrior burst out of the black cocoon, tearing it apart from the inside. Upon seeing Song Jian, it showed an obedient expression, kneeling on one knee and touching its forehead to the ground, saying in a deep voice, "Master." At this point, the beastman warrior had completely transformed. On its once green skin, it was now covered with fine black scales, looking as if it were wearing black fish scale armor. Its scarlet eyes had turned silver-white, and a glowing black rune adorned its forehead. Its cheeks became thinner, and the tusks had shrunk slightly. Its muscular body seemed even more robust than before, filled with explosive power. Looking at the kneeling beastman warrior, a rune was also flashing in Song Jian's mind. With just a thought, the rune would shatter, and once that happened, this powerful beastman warrior would lose its life in an instant. The skill has succeeded, and it has now become my slave. Song Jian's face revealed a joyful smile, feeling very satisfied with the Abyss Temptation skill. The only drawback was that if a slave died, it would genuinely die, unable to be resurrected like the Black Dragon Cub. "Get up," Song Jian said, drawing his crimson fire heart-ape sword and beginning to chop the prison bars. It took over half an hour for him to break the prison and free the beastman warrior with his attack power. Once the beastman warrior stood behind him, Song Jian realized that the warrior's height had now exceeded 2 meters. Even without any weapons, the aura radiating from its body gave off an intense oppressive feeling. "Why were you imprisoned in the first place?" Song Jian asked, looking the beastman warrior up and down. "I apologize, master. I can't remember anything. I only recognize you as my master," the beastman warrior said respectfully. Song Jian. Returning to his territory with the beastman warrior, Song Jian was about to summon George and have him assign some work for the beastman warrior. After all, he couldn't let such a powerful combatant follow him around as a bodyguard every day. Before he could summon George, the floor beneath Song Jian suddenly began to tremble. Looking out the window, the entire territory seemed to be shaking as well. "What's going on?" "An earthquake." Song Jian's face changed, and at that moment, he suddenly heard a loud system voice in his ear. "System, the War Alliance Hand of God has declared war on the War Alliance City of Hope. The war lasts 2 hours. If the City of Hope Alliance core is destroyed or 2 hours pass, the War Alliance conflict will end." "What? An alliance dared to attack me?" Raising an eyebrow, Song Jian's eyes filled with surprise, followed by a wave of anger emanating from his heart. The trembling subsided, as this was simply a setup by the system. In actuality, it caused no damage to Song Jian's territory but merely served as a reminder. However, what caught Song Jian off guard was that these tremors happened one after another. "System, the War Alliance Survive has declared war on the War Alliance City of Hope. The war lasts 2 hours. If the City of Hope Alliance core is destroyed or 2 hours pass, the War Alliance conflict will end. System, the War Alliance Little Bird Movement Team has declared war on the War Alliance City of Hope. The war lasts 2 hours. If the City of Hope Alliance core is destroyed or 2 hours pass, the War Alliance conflict will end." In an instant, 6 war alliances declared war on Song Jian simultaneously. A virtual map appeared before Song Jian, which clearly marked his territory's position alongside the 6 war alliances. These 6 alliance territories were practically distributed all around Song Jian's territory. Their combined area was at least twice that of Song Jian's. Moreover, any further expansion would result in a border with Song Jian's territory, leading to a territorial expansion battle. Thus, the 6 groups joined forces to strike first, intending to eliminate Song Jian and divide his territory among them. Chapter 424, Catapult Little Brother Jian, "Someone's attacking us, I am coming over right away." Li Ke was the first to contact Song Jian and said directly. Soon, Wang Qi and his team also said they would be there shortly. Song Jian turned his head to look at Luo Taniu's camp, and it didn't take long for Luo Taniu to lead her troops out of the camp, standing on an empty space. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly noticed that on a vacant space in the southwest direction of his territory, a milky white light suddenly burst forth. The light grew more and more intense, and in no time, a 3-story bar appeared on the empty space. Li Ke walked out of the bar's entrance, followed by a group of thugs dressed in bar attire. "Brother Song, I have moved the bar to the War Alliance's territory." Li Ke waved at Song Jian, her face full of smiles. Players who join the War Alliance have one chance to move their safe house to the War Alliance's territory, but few people do so, because once their safe house is moved to the War Alliance's territory, if the territory is breached, their hard-earned safe house will be destroyed, returning to square one. Safe houses that are not inside the War Alliance's territory will not be affected even if the alliance is captured. Most players join a War Alliance just to find a backer, so they rarely move their safe houses to the War Alliance's territory and share life and death with them. They will be attacking in a while. Come and get some high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots first. Song Jian shouted to the two. There were many good things in the War Alliance's warehouse, but they could only be taken with contribution points, and high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots were even more useful in wars. To defend his territory, Song Jian spared no expense and provided them all for free. Li Ke and Luo Tanyu each took 10 high-explosive grenades and 10 self-destructing robots, then Li Ke began setting traps around the territory. Song Jian ordered the Blood Crow to fly in all directions to investigate the movements of these 6 war alliances. Song Jian estimated that these 6 alliances should attack together rather than in separate attacks. After all, each of them was weaker than Song Jian, and if they attacked separately, they would likely be defeated one by Song Jian. Soon, Wang Qi and his teammates all arrived at Song Jian's territory, ready for battle. Brother Song, just tell us how to fight, we will listen to you. Wang Qi said, with a serious face. Song Jian looked at the War Alliance's store and directly bought all the defensive equipment in it. This time, more than 200,000 Doomsday coins were invested, making him feel a tinge of pain. However, these defensive devices were all worth the investment. Row upon row of call drops were placed on the streets along the 6 attackers' approach routes, with shops and buildings everywhere. To attack, they had to clear these call drops first. Next, 6 mobile arrow towers were placed by Song Jian at the sides behind the call drops. Once the enemy approached, these mobile arrow towers would attack mercilessly. Then, Song Jian placed the bloody corpses around the arrow towers to protect them. These bloody corpses could act as cannon fodder, and even if they were all killed, Song Jian wouldn't care. The blood wolves, on the other hand, were scattered around the shops and buildings as ambushers. Once the enemy came, they could launch surprise attacks in the chaos. Since the war was about to begin, all the employees in the territory had already entered the manor castle, protected by tall walls, so the enemies wouldn't attack them for a while. If the manor castle couldn't protect them, it would mean that Song Jian had lost the war, and these NPCs would be taken away as resources. Luo Tanyu led 50 soldiers, guarding behind the defensive measures. In front of her was a more than 100-meter wide open space. Once the enemy attacked here, Luo Tanyu would lead her soldiers to form a battle formation and launch an attack. Although the number of soldiers that could be led increased with level growth, Luo Tanyu was somewhat disappointed that she could only recruit the cheapest spearmen. If she could recruit cavalry, even if there were only a dozen or 20 of them, Luo Tanyu was confident that she could completely wipe out the attacking enemies. Everyone was on high alert, and half an hour later, a large group of people appeared at the edge of the War Alliance's territory. Zhang Shan stood among the crowd, looking at the dense call drops ahead and the arrow towers behind them. His face suddenly became grim. Boss, they're really well prepared. How are we going to get through this? How about we change directions of attack? A scout class player, who returned from the front, couldn't help but say after reporting the situation. Change direction? Can you be sure that there are no traps in the other directions? Zhang Shan said coldly, and how much trouble it is to move all our siege equipment back and forth. Time is against us. Once we change directions, they can't adjust their defenses according to our movements at any time, and we can only waste time in vain. Frustrated, Zhang Shan turned to the other War Alliance leaders and asked, "What do you guys think?" A chubby player hesitated for a while as he looked at the territory Song Jian had built, and finally said with a flattering smile, "Zhang Shan is the leader this time around. We, of course, listen to Zhang Shan." The other people nearby also expressed their support. Yes, we listen to Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan revealed a smile and nodded. Well then, let's bring the catapults over, demolish those call drops first, and then we will talk. HMPH, thinking these things will wear down our combat power is just daydreaming. Yeah, Zhang Shan has a good idea. Let's use the catapults to destroy all the call drops. Haha, that way, these things will be useless, and they will have wasted a large sum of money. Indeed, these call drops are not cheap. I have seen them in the War Alliance store. This Densari must have taken at least tens of thousands of Doomsday coins. Blow them up. We can't risk our brothers' lives for this. For a moment, everyone chimed in, and soon, several catapults were pushed over by a group of players. The catapults made a creaking noise as the long launch arms bent over, and large stone bullets appeared in their baskets. Little brother Jian, They're going to use the catapults to destroy the call drops. Quickly, teleport me over. I can add defenses to the call drops. Lee Care looked anxious as she jumped and shouted. The territory was an extension of Songjian's manor castle, where he could teleport freely and even assign any NPC to any corner within the territory. If the player agreed, Songjian naturally could also move them to any corner within the territory. Upon hearing Lee Care's shout, Songjian's mind moved, and her figure flashed, appearing tens of meters away from the call drops. Chapter 425, Clash. Lee Care chant a spell, raising her right hand, a white light fly from her hand towards the thickly scattered call drops. Suddenly, a semi-transparent light shield envelops each of the call drops. Seeing Lee Care has finished releasing her skill, Songjian mentally beckons her back. That place is far too dangerous. The catapults have already begun to hurl stones at the call drops. 7 or 8 basketball-sized stones whistled towards call drops. The moment they struck the light shield, the stones shattered into countless fragments that sprayed in all directions, causing secondary damage. Songjian's eyes twitch. These catapults look a lot more powerful than he had imagined. Brother Song, I don't think we can just sit and watch. Why don't I take some fellows and flank them for a sneak attack? Wang Chi, looking at the distant group of around 40 or 50 players, suggested with a stroke of his chin. The 4 of you, not enough for their full barrage. Songjian glanced at Wang Chi and said, and how do you know they aren't prepared? Do you see how many thieves there are in their team? Most of the players have chosen their professions by now, and their equipment corresponds with their professions, so it's easy to tell them apart. Wang Chi looked up. Out of 40 or 50 people, there were only 1 or 2 thieves at the front of the team. This revelation sent shivers down his spine. It must be noted that the 4 main professions of warrior, thief, mage, and priest are the easiest to pick, and their skills are quite potent, hence why most players choose these professions. Moreover, these professions can later be transferred to other more powerful professions. Out of 40 or 50 people, according to probabilities, there should be at least a dozen or so thieves, but right now there are only 1 or 2. It's apparent that other thief profession players are hiding around, waiting for Songjian to send people for the ambush. So we can only watch as they break in? This is just too suffocating. Wang Chi said, upset. Songjian calmly stared at the 6 player guilds in front of him. These players aren't of low level, the highest being level 18, the lowest being 16. Including the siege weapons of the 6 guilds, their combined force would make it fairly easy to destroy a guild. Songjian's guild was newly founded and hadn't had a chance to recruit many players, so they were at a numerical disadvantage. You guys hold your position here for now, let's see what happens when they attack. Songjian instructed, then turned and dashed towards another direction of his territory. The players from the opposing 6 guilds were looking at the catapults continually bombarding the call drops. Their faces were flushed with excitement. Brother Shan, why don't we take this opportunity to bulldoze their constructions? A player excitedly roared, are you a fool, huh? Are you a fool? Zhang Shan stared at that player and yelled, it would waste so much time demolishing these constructions. We only have a little over an hour at most, breaking into their manor castle is most important. And once we seize their manor castle, these shops and constructions will become our war spoils. The player who had advocated for demolishing Songjian's territory was at a loss for words. He humbly scratched his head and burst out in sheepish laughter. Lee Care's defense spell could only mitigate damage, not entirely neutralize it. After a few rounds of bombardments, the rows of call drops began to fall apart. Zhang Shan glanced at the time. Because of the slow movement speed of the siege weapons, they had spent over 20 minutes to get to the edge of Songjian's territory. Then they spent another 10 or so minutes bombarding the call drops. Nearly 40 minutes have passed and they had not spotted the opponent's manor castle. Speed it up. Zhang Shan ordered, narrowing his brows. In no time, more than a dozen heavily armored defense warriors, holding large shields, formed a row and positioned themselves at the front of the crowd. Behind them were the mages, archers, and other ranged attack professions. The warriors began to slowly advance holding up their shields. As for the mages and archers, they followed behind. Once the call drops came into their attack range, they would initiate the assault. Clang, clang, clang. The defensive warriors were now close to the call drops, entering within the attack range of the mobile arrow towers. The towers automatically locked onto the targets and shot arrows at them. However, the defense of the arrow towers was not high. Against defensive warriors, they could only deal about a dozen points of damage. When spread out among so many defense warriors, it was relatively easy to withstand. Some warriors even managed to defend and attack the call drops simultaneously. The mages and archer profession players behind then entered attack range. One after another they attacked the call drops. With their participation, the call drops' defense value dropped rapidly, swiftly. In less than 3 minutes, rows of call drops were all destroyed. Then they rushed towards the mobile arrow towers, starting to take down these towers. Prepare yourselves, we are going to storm through. Zhang Shan noted that the opposing guild had not many players, which was within his expectation. A newly established guild would certainly not have had the chance to recruit players yet. But the quantity of NPC warriors that the opponent had surprised Zhang Shan, and the 50 spear soldiers behind Luo Taniu made his brow furrow. However, if he didn't eliminate all the opponent's troops, there would no way he could rest assured and attack the manor castle. General guardians would rely on castle walls for defense. These people actually gave up on the defense of the wall, opting for field battle. Actually, for Zhang Shan and the 6 guilds, this could work to their advantage. After another 5 minutes, all of the mobile arrow towers had been destroyed. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Shan made most of the players charge towards the center of Song Jian's territory, the manor castle. They would only be victorious in this guild war if they secure the place. 40 or 50 players swarmed forward, leaving behind only half a dozen people to guard the siege weapons. Without the aid of the players, the movement speed of the siege weapons dropped significantly, only managing to inch forward. Once we beat these players, the siege weapons should have almost made it within attack range. Then we will take the manor castle down in one go. Zhang Shan thought to himself, as he ran while drawing his weapon. Sharp edge formation. Luo Taniu lifted his square sky halberd, shouting fiercely. Charge. 50 spear soldiers quickly moved about and swiftly formed the sharp edge formation. They roared while charging towards the players. Let's go too. Wang Qi shouted, leading the way. He took aim at the player in the lead, pulled the trigger, and a flash of red light appeared as quick as a spark, instantly hitting the player 300 meters away. The bullet pierced right through his chest before he could react. His vitality points dropped by a third. Startled, he yelled holy smokes, and quickly dodged to the side. Suddenly, the two parties collided. Cries for battle filled Song Jian's territory. At this moment, Song Jian had rounded from one side of his territory to their rear. His vertical pupils in his forehead opened, a silver light radiated, revealing around 10 invisible thieves distributed around the siege engines, like a big net waiting for ambushers to fall into. Chapter 426, Retreat. Song Jian hid on the rooftop of a shop, watching siege machines slowly moving into the territory, and the players guarding them also entered the territory. Targeting a stealthy thief on the outermost side, Song Jian had a thought, and his figure disappeared, appearing directly behind the thief. At the moment Song Jian appeared, the crimson fire heart-ape sword mercilessly chopped towards the opponent's head. Light strike. A dazzling golden sword chi traversed the sky, and the stealthy thief didn't even have time to react before he was toppled to the ground. A damage of more than 500 points floated above his head, instantly killing him. By the time everyone reacted, Song Jian's figure had already disappeared, only leaving behind a thief's corpse and a piece of leather arm or leggings that he had dropped. What happened? A stealthy thief asked nervously. It seems like someone attacked. He can teleport. He's a mage. No, I saw his weapon was a one-handed sword. It should be a warrior-type profession. How could a warrior profession teleport? Damn, this guy set the war league on his own territory. We have entered their territory. What should we do? There's no way to fight. Why don't we just go and join the main force? What about these siege machines? Without them, how can we break their walls? Gather up, everyone defend together, keep an eye on every direction. I don't believe he can kill us all at once. Soon, the thieves guarding the siege machines began to gather, cautiously watching their surroundings with their backs to each other. Players can teleport within their own safe house, a setting that many players don't care about. It just saves some walking time, and it's nothing amazing. But as the safety level of the player's house increased, and the surrounding territory could be developed, this setting became a bit of a bug. Now, Song Jian's attacks seemed to come out of nowhere, which made more than a dozen players fearful, and Song Jian was now invincible. As more than 10 thieves gathered together, Song Jian felt a bit tricky, but seeing them so close to each other out of fear, a smile appeared on his face again. Soon, these stealthy thieves followed the siege machines for dozens of meters, and Song Jian did not appear, so they relaxed a bit. He seems not to dare to come out. Yes, even if he can teleport, there are a few seconds of cooldown between each teleport. It's enough for us to focus fire and kill him. How dare he come out now? Just as these thief players relaxed, several humanoid robots, half a person tall, suddenly appeared from the road ahead and swayed towards them. What the hell is that? A thief looked at the robots with a puzzled face. Don't let them get close, I feel something is wrong. You too, go and get rid of those things. Two stealthy thieves charged at the 5 or 6 self-destructing robots. Clang clang clang, daggers scraped against the robots, bursting out a series of sparks. The defense of self-destructing robots was 1,000 points, and the attacks of these thieves couldn't empty their defense at all. With the attack of the thieves, The speed of these self-destructing robots suddenly increased and rushed into the group of thieves. Boom! The explosion sounded, and more than a dozen thieves felt a wave of air rushing towards them. They were suddenly blown away, and their vitality points dropped sharply. Fog grass, what the hell is this? The damage is so high. Boom, boom, boom. 5 or 6 self-destructing robots each targeted a thief, exploding near them, causing damage to all the thieves within a 6-meter radius. The self-destructing robots achieved a great success with just one move, taking down nearly all the thieves. The combined damage of the 6 robots was close to 2,000 points, which was too much for the thieves, who only had 300 to 400 vitality points. A dying thief, with only a little vitality left, watched as a figure slowly walked towards him. Regret filled his heart, and he muttered to himself, how is this possible? He's so strong. A long sword took away his last bit of vitality, and his consciousness instantly plunged into darkness. Having killed all the thieves in the surrounding area and picked up all the spoils, Song Jian began to destroy the slow-moving siege equipment. At this moment, Zhang Shan was entangled in battle with Luo Tanyu's warriors. The player's strength was much greater than Luo Tanyu's spear warriors. Although the sharp edge formation had caused some damage to Zhang Shan and his team, the spear warriors were gradually falling, and Wang Qi's party were steadily retreating. One after another, roaring blood corpses rushed into the enemy's camp, but these ordinary monsters were quickly killed, merely consuming some of the enemy's spirit points. The high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots had already been used up. At the beginning, they managed to kill 7 or 8 players while their opponents hadn't yet encountered them. However, once everyone started fighting, it was difficult to use these items without harming their own side. The beastman slave that Song Jian had just recruited seemed to enjoy the killing. He grabbed 2 corpses on the ground as weapons and charged into the crowd, killing everyone in his way. However, he soon paid the price for his reckless behavior. Dozens of players focused their fire on him, and the beastman warrior only held on for a few seconds before he was heavily injured and began fleeing towards the manor castle. Sister Rain, should we retreat to the manor? Wang Qi shouted loudly. Retreat. Luo Taniu glanced at the surrounding players, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, and her face showed a reluctant expression. If only my military rank had been higher, allowing me to recruit stronger soldiers, I could have easily wiped the floor with you all on my own. Luo Taniu thought bitterly in her heart. Wielding the square sky halberd, Luo Taniu fended off several players surrounding her. She pulled on the Abyssal Nightmare's reins and ran towards the manor, with more than a dozen remaining spear warriors covering their retreat. Seeing the enemy charge again, Luo Taniu pulled out 2 high-explosive grenades and threw them toward the enemy. However, the opposing players simply activated their acceleration skills and dodged the grenades. Haha, Brother Shan, they're running. Let's go. We won, haha, they must be dreaming if they think they can beat our 6 war alliances with just a few people. A few war alliance leaders laughed heartily. Bring the catapults, a few of you go and push them over here, speed it up. With the catapults, we will break their walls and turn their manor castle into a flat ground. Zhang Shan said passionately. At this moment, a player's face changed greatly as he shouted, someone is destroying our siege equipment. Everyone turned to look, and all that remained of their once abundant siege equipment were a few battering rams that were still being chopped by other players. The rest of the catapults and other siege equipment had already become a pile of wood chips. Zhang Shan felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Without the siege equipment, the idea of breaking the enemy's manor with their 30-odd players in an hour was pure fantasy. Seeing the defensive structures of the enemy's manor, Zhang Shan felt a chill in his heart. They were already within the attack range of the enemy's manor castle catapults. Did they really have to use their own flesh and blood to fight against a heavily armed enemy manor? Chapter 427, Better Off Dead. Damn it, how did this happen? What the hell were those rogue professionals doing? How did they let one person launch a successful sneak attack? Zhang Shan cursed, his face beat red with rage. Brother Shan, what do we do now? The clan leader of the war guild asked, his face pale. Should we give it one more try? They only have a few people. We can surely win if we just break into the castle. A war guild leader gazed unwillingly at the not-so-distant castle and softly suggested. And how are we going to do that? With such high walls and so many defensive arrow towers, you will be turned into a pincushion before you even get close. Someone retorted discontentedly. Zhang Shan gritted his teeth fiercely. He originally thought he had victory in the bag, all according to plan. But unexpectedly, the tide of battle had turned dramatically. Just a moment ago, their path was clear and straight, and now, they were poised on the edge of a steep precipice. Brother Shan, how about we take out that guy first? Someone pointed at Song Jian, who was cutting down the last battering ram, and shouted. Yes, kill him first. Killing him would be worth it, and worst-case scenario, we can try again once we have regrouped. We have the numbers, what's there to be afraid of? Let's go, brothers. We take that guy down first. Zhongshan raised his arm in a battle cry, shouting loudly. This war-guild war could be considered a thorough failure. More than 20 of his side had died, whereas not a single player from the other side was dead, only a bunch of NPC spear soldiers. All the siege equipment had been destroyed, leaving them powerless to attack the manor. Their morale had sunk to the lowest point. Now they could only try to regain some confidence by dealing with the person who had launched the surprise attack. As around 30 players charged towards Songjian, he had already destroyed the last siege equipment. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him, a cruel smirk appeared at the corner of Songjian's mouth. With a thought, 30 blood wolves squeezed out from various buildings. Each wolf was as big as a small calf, with sharp fangs glittering metallically, and their eyes shone with a bloody glow as they growled and closed in on Songjian. Kill them. Songjian commanded. Howl! A wolf howled, and the 30 blood wolves leaped towards the crowd. Then, Songjian summoned a black dragon cub. A nearly 2-meter black dragon flew up into the sky, roaring as it sprayed a hot dragon breath over the more than 30 players. Songjian's figure flickered, appearing behind a cleric. His dark red longsword easily pierced through the cleric's defense, going right through his chest. The cleric's vitality points suddenly plunged. Then, Songjian pointed his left index finger at his forehead, a silver sword chi pierced through his forehead. Before the cleric could even scream, Songjian had instantly killed him. A nearby warrior, consumed by rage upon seeing his companion attacked, instinctively used his charge skill to hurtle towards Songjian. Sacred parry. A golden light flashed on Songjian's body, and he positioned his long sword in front of his chest. Defense. The charging warrior felt as if he had slammed into a wall. The counterattack force made his skeleton issue a crunch sound, and the damage dealt to him was over 60 points. More importantly, the stun status, which should have been inflicted on his target, appeared on this warrior's status bar instead. Stunned. How could I be the one stunned? The dazed warrior was greatly frightened. At that moment, a golden sword chi descended from above. Light strike. Although this player wasn't a dark creature, nearly 600 damage points were more than he could bear. His vitality points immediately plunged to the lowest, leaving him with less than 100 residual health points. Songjian easily swept his right hand and dwindled down this armored warrior's entire vitality points with a mere chopping slice. Bump bump bump. Several spells struck Songjian's body, causing a gray aura to circulate around him, reducing nearly 60% of the damage, which made Songjian even more resistant than the defensive warrior. -11, -15, -17. A series of damage points floated up from Songjian's head, causing the surrounding players to twitch in surprise. How could a swordsman in leather armor have such formidable defense and resistance? At this moment, the Blood Wolves also charged into the group of players. These Blood Wolves were as tough as elite monsters, not mere cannon fodder like blood zombies. Their formidable attack power instantly turned the scene into chaos, with players scattered and disoriented. Kill this player first. Zhongshan shouted angrily, pointing at Songjian after slashing a leaping Blood Wolf away. Songjian glanced at Zhongshan, smiled faintly, and then his figure suddenly vanished into thin air. Damn, he's the lord of this territory. Zhongshan cursed quietly, glancing at the other players before pulling out a dark gray stone from his bag and crushing it in his hand. The crushed stone emitted a faint gray glow that disappeared quickly. At the same time, Zhongshan's figure also vanished. He wants to trap us all here. In his invisible state, Zhongshan looked back at Manor Castle with a face full of hatred and thought bitterly. Everyone for themselves at this point, he thought. With other players still attracting aggro, escaping was the wisest move. From within Manor Castle, Luotaniu, watching Songjian reappear and wreak havoc among the players, mounted his abyssal nightmare and charged towards the enemy with excitement. Let's join the fight and kick them while they're down. Tang Rong roared, activating his acceleration skill and charging forward. Wang Chi stood on the ramparts, observing the battlefield through a magnifying scope. Bang! Simultaneously with the sound of a gunshot, a priest on his last legs only felt a pain in his forehead before losing consciousness. That single shot instantly killed him. After taking down one player, Wang Chi didn't even spare him a glance, and instead quickly shifted his target, aiming at another injured player and pulling the trigger. The battle ended quickly, with over 30 bodies of players lying on the ground and their gears scattered all around. Songjian, frowning slightly, glanced at the system. All the enemies had been defeated and this alliance battle should be over, but the system still showed that there was more than 40 minutes left. What's going on? Could there be someone left? Songjian's eyes widened, and as he looked around, his suspicions were confirmed. About 100 meters away, a faintly transparent figure was slowly retreating towards the border of the territory. Zhongshan, now in a state of invisibility which had reduced his movement speed by 40%, moved as slow as a tortoise. He had reached the edge of the territory and was just a few meters away from seeking shelter in the buildings. Song Jian sneered, and his figure flickered, disappearing on the spot. Zhang Shan suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from behind his head and swiftly swung his sword to deflect it. Block. With a sharp noise, Zhang Shan's figure gradually became visible. Seeing Song Jian's shining silver vertical pupil, he immediately understood the situation. "Spare me, and I will join your alliance," Zhang Shan pleaded, a look of terror on his face. "No need, I think it's better when you're dead." As Song Jian said this, he swung his crimson fire heart-ape sword, slashing at Zhang Shan. Chapter 428, Airdrop. System, congratulations, you have achieved a glorious victory. A war that was still almost 40 minutes away from ending was abruptly concluded when Song Jian killed Zhang Shan, ending the ordeal with a 1-on-6 skirmish that saw the City of Hope Alliance withstand the trial of battle. "We have emerged victorious." Everyone began to cheer. "Captain, I believe we should relocate our safe houses here. The defensive measures are excellent and quite sturdy." Zhu King looked around and suggested quietly. "Yes, it is safer for us to be grouped together." Ma Yu nodded in agreement. The levels of their safe houses were fairly low. They would certainly struggle to fend off any attempted territory expansion attacks against them. "All right, I will ask Brother Song. If he agrees, we should all move over here. Living in a larger group will also be more lively." Wang Qi nodded. Song Jian was pleased to hear that Wang Qi and the others were willing to move into the territory. The more players, the stronger the alliance. Some alliances would even force joining members to relocate to alliance territory, but Song Jian didn't resonate with that, opting for freedom. In this alliance war, Song Jian earned a large number of war merits while every participant also received plenty. Although Tamiu saw the war merits she received, she was so ecstatic that she couldn't close her mouth. For her, desperately in need of an upgrade in troop types, war merits were even more precious than doomsday coins. As for the 6 alliances that lost the war, all their territories became ownerless. The NPCs they hired in their territories began to scatter everywhere. At this moment, these 6 territories were like 6 delicious cakes. All it would take was for Song Jian to initiate the next territory expansion campaign to swallow them all up. By annexing these 6 territories, I can save a lot of development time. I will just need to replan everything afterwards. Song Jian gazed into the distance, a smirk played upon his lips. Upon checking the remaining time for the territory expansion campaign, there were just a few days left. By then, Song Jian's territorial expanse would at least double. Song Jian's victory was an earth-shattering event for the other players. In fact, many of them had witnessed the whole process of this war firsthand. They could not believe that Song Jian, with just a few people, had defeated an alliance army 10 times their size. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would consider it as unbelievable as a fairy tale. Perhaps I should join this alliance. Many players began to entertain the thought of joining the alliance, and subsequently, a dozen or so players showed up in Song Jian's alliance application list. The upper limit for a level 1 alliance is 100 members, but very few alliances manage to reach that number. An alliance with 30 to 40 members is already considered a large alliance. Many alliances, like the City of Hope, only have a handful of members, possess weak combat power and are usually made up of like-minded small teams themselves. After all, this game cannot be treated like a game. Nobody would willingly entrust their safety to others. In an alliance, the alliance leader has substantial power over alliance members. Once you join an alliance, you would be subject to many constraints. As such, many players would rather go solo than join an alliance. Song Jian did not just accept the players who applied to join the alliance. They had to undergo a strict vetting process before they could be integrated into the alliance, otherwise, it would be easy for someone from another alliance to infiltrate and cause damage. With the war over and each member of Wang Qi's 4-man team having moved their safe houses into Song Jian's territory, they went back to farming and grinding levels. Given their low levels, they were only considered as a second-tier team, hence they had to work harder. Although Tamiu started working on how to upgrade her troops. With an excessive amount of war merits, it was crucial she converted them into fighting power. Li Ke wasn't too interested in farming and leveling up. She spent most of her time joking around in the bar. Surprisingly, her level hadn't lagged behind. She was already at level 18, even higher than Wang Qi and his team. Song Jian returned to the manor castle and began researching how to make the advanced healing potion. With it, future battles for Song Jian would become much easier. By the time Song Jian had made about a dozen advanced healing potions, it was gradually getting dark. After replenishing his high-explosive grenades and self-destructing robots, Song Jian stepped outside the manor castle. The NPCs who have been hired completed their day's work and returned to their huts. The scattered lights inside the territory made it seem like a warm star-studded night sky. In the distance, The growl of a mutated zombie added a layer of blood red rays to this swarm ambience. Song Jian looked up at the sky, anticipating the moonrise. He had only 15 minutes each night to absorb moon essence and enhance his physical quality because of his Night Slayer ability. Just like other boss monsters, he never missed out on this 15-minute daily exercise. However, the moon never appeared. The dark cloud seemed like a thick blanket, completely engulfing the sky. Could it be that the moon isn't going to appear today? Song Jian frowned. Such instances had occurred before, where the moon wouldn't appear for a day or two in a month. However, Song Jian felt that this situation seemed to be happening rather frequently of late. Just as Song Jian was about to leave in disappointment, he suddenly felt something was amiss. There seemed to be something in the sky, but it was so dark that he couldn't make out what it was. Just then, a silver light emerged from Song Jian's forehead and his vertical pupil slowly opened. His surroundings became clear, and he found a ship several hundred feet long hovering in the sky. It moved silently like a huge whale. This massive ship had 3 tall masts with black sails hanging from them. There was a large propeller at the stern of the ship silently rotating. The entire ship was moving slowly like a lazy beast. Is this a ship? A flying ship? Song Jian was taken aback. The pitch-black ship above his head was enormous and seemed to be moving at a slow pace. The ship had no lights on it, and it looked like a ghost ship. Just then, Song Jian saw numerous large boxes being dropped from the ship. Those boxes were attached to big parachutes and were slowly descending towards Doomsday City. Watching these boxes gently swaying in the air, Song Jian was struck by the absurd notion that supplies were being dropped for people trapped in a crisis. Let's go see what's in these boxes, a thought crossed Song Jian's mind and he started running towards the nearest wooden box. Chapter 429, Cemetery. Hundreds of wooden boxes flew overhead, fluttering in all directions. Song Jian found it strange, however, that these boxes seemed to methodically avoid zones populated by monsters under level 30, particularly player gathering areas. Not a single box drifted there. This could not help but arouse suspicion. It was as if someone deliberately arranged for this to happen to prevent players from getting those boxes. More boxes drifted towards the murky city edges and vanished completely once they entered the dark fog. Surrounded by frenzied, aggressive monsters, Song Jian set his sights on the nearest box. By nightfall, even lower-level monsters, undeterred by the aura of power emanating from Song Jian, recklessly charged at him whenever they detected his presence. In such an environment, Song Jian dared not emit even the slightest bit of noise, let alone summon his motorcycle. He could only rely on his 2 legs to run. However, considering his current physical condition, his running speed was not much slower than if he had been on a motorcycle. Using his sword Shadow Step and morphing into a dark cloud, he managed to evade wave after wave of monster attacks. After more than an hour, Song Jian finally reached the area populated by level 30 monsters. On his way there, he did not encounter a single box, suggesting that they would not fall into zones easily accessible to players, just as he had suspected. Standing on top of a tall building, Song Jian looked ahead. The box was descending very slowly and was still floating in the sky, but on the ground below, Song Jian could already see several figures racing towards the box. Are those NPCs? NPC professionals. Song Jian frowned slightly and watched the figures below, musing to himself. No wonder so many NPC professionals venture into this dangerous city ruins full of monsters. It seems that these mysterious boxes are also one of their targets. Song Jian thought to himself. Once again, he glanced at the box floating in the sky. It appeared suspended in the air, motionless, descending at an extremely slow speed. After a moment's hesitation, Song Jian leaped from the building, following the NPC professionals. Soon, Song Jian followed the NPC professionals to a graveyard built within the city. Shouldn't burial sites like this be on the outskirts or in the mountains? Using such a large piece of land as a graveyard, what were the people at the time thinking? Song Jian, looking at the densely packed tombstones in front of him, couldn't help but comment. The lamb that believes in God will return to God's embrace. Inscribed on the arch of the gateway guarded by 2 stone angel statues were 2 sentences. A tarnished metal cross stood on top of the semi-arched entrance. Song Jian looked up into the sky. The floating box was slowly descending into the depths of the graveyard. Several NPC professionals were standing in front of a statue of the Virgin Mary in the cemetery, eyeing the box in the sky intently. The graveyard gates were wide open, and much of the surrounding fence had collapsed. Even most of the marble tombstones inside were broken, and some areas even bore signs of having been dug up. Song Jian didn't move forward. Instead, he stood around 300 to 400 meters away from those NPC professionals and quietly watched them. It's a little bit too quiet here. Song Jian frowned slightly and scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a semi-transparent figure radiating a white light emerged from a tombstone. From a distance, it looked like a ball of white ghostly fire. Mutated Soul, Level 30, Vitality Points, 2,800 out of 2,800, Characteristics, Soul Body, Null, Skills, Soul Spikes. A Level 30 ordinary monster with these attributes is almost on par with a Level 20 boss. Songjian couldn't help but exclaim, holding his breath, fearing that the monster would detect him and start a fight, alerting the NPC professionals in the distance. This mutated soul resembled a 17 or 18-year-old girl. For a moment after emerging from the graveyard, it seemed somewhat confused, its eyes lifeless as it looked around. Then, it seemed attracted by the NPC professional's aura and slowly drifted toward them. In a short while, dozens of mutated souls emerged from the graveyard. Most of them drifted toward the NPC professionals, but a few were attracted by Songjian's living aura, due to their proximity to him and came his way. Songjian, staring at the two mutated souls drifting towards him, began to feel nervous. In the game, the ghosts' names and attributes were highlighted in yellow, indicating they were not monsters that attack proactively. However, as they got closer and closer to Songjian, their names turned light red. The originally white soul light also started to acquire a blood color, and their calm, blank faces began to twist grotesquely. Initially, they were instinctively attracted by Songjian's living aura, but once they got closer, the souls became violent and evolved into monsters that launched the first attack. Songjian gasped and looked toward the NPC professionals in the distance. They seemed to understand the traits of these mutated souls. They readied their weapons in prepared positions in anticipation of the monsters closing in on them. At the moment, Songjian didn't want them to notice his presence. With a thought, his whole body transformed into a shadow, and he ran into the distance. In no time, he left the range where the two mutated souls could track him. The mutated souls, which had taken on a blood-red glow, slowly faded back in color and regained their initial ignorant state once they lost their target. After staying still for a while, they instinctively set off towards the NPC professionals once more. Lute looked up anxiously at the box that hovered motionlessly in midair, growling under his breath, "Damn it, why isn't it falling down?" Sophie looked at Lute, the half-beastman covered in fur, a disdainful look in her eyes, and replied coldly, "It's a gift from the gods. You should be grateful, not whining like you are now. I only care about the proof of job advancement inside. All other items can be yours." A humanoid creature covered in wooden texture glanced coldly at the others. "Humphrey, you would better hope you're blessed by the gods then. Out of hundreds of boxes, only a few contain proofs of job advancement. How can you be so sure this box contains what you want?" A nearby NPC professional laughed with an evil grin. "If there's none, then all the items will belong to you." The creature, who looked like a treant, declared. The remaining NPC professionals exchanged a look, appearing relieved. From all of them, only this treant-like creature was of level 30. The rest were only level 27 or 8, hence their demand for proof of job advancement was less urgent. Chapter 430, Tree Fortress. "Hey, can you guys stop staring up there all the time? Look around, we're already surrounded by monsters." An NPC professional frowned, clenching his weapon and yelled. "They're just ordinary ghosts, not malicious spirits, what's there to be afraid of?" Another NPC professional said disdainfully, but there was a cautious look in his eyes as he drew the long sword hanging from his back and held it in his hands. The melee professionals took 2 steps forward, guarding the mage and ranged professionals behind them. Soon, this group of NPC professionals tacitly formed a temporary small team. The surrounding mutated ghosts slowly drifted towards them, and within a 5-meter range, the ghosts suddenly bloomed with a bloody glow, their eyes turned blood red, revealing a crazed and irritable expression. With a sharp scream, these mutated ghosts suddenly accelerated, pouncing on the NPC professionals. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Songjian, at this moment, was standing at the edge of the graveyard, watching mutated ghosts slowly drift out one after another from the graves. It seemed endless, as they instinctively drifted towards the NPC professionals. Although they were slow, they would go crazy as soon as they got within 5 meters of a living person. Watching countless white dots floating up, Songjian couldn't help but shudder. Fortunately, he had decisively left. Otherwise, being surrounded by a group of level 30 monsters, he might truly die here. After all, these mutated ghosts could launch spiritual attacks, and even if Songjian could morph into a dark cloud, he couldn't dodge so many ghosts' soul spikes skill. Seeing the countless white ghosts around them, the pressure on the group of NPC professionals doubled. "Damn it, how long do we have to hold on?" An NPC musketeer muttered, filling the gun chamber with silver bullets emitting silver light. These were silver bullets specifically designed to kill soul-type monsters, with tremendous power, but the cost was high. After this battle, if they don't get a rich harvest, this musketeer might go bankrupt instantly. At most half an hour, this damn wooden box will fall down. Mage professional Sophie looked up at the floating wooden box and gritted her teeth. Half an hour? I think I can last at most for 10 minutes. An NPC warrior with a shield shouted and swung a long sword towards a mutated ghost. The mutated ghost's claws scratched the shield, making a sharp friction sound that was annoying to hear. The nearly physically immune mutated ghost rendered most of the warrior's attacks ineffective. Sorry, everyone, I have to leave. If I keep holding on, I am afraid I might stay here forever. A short-statured halfling NPC said apologetically. Then, his body gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared. The halfling thief directly cast an invisibility spell and began to accelerate towards the graveyard's exit. Once past the surrounding red-crazed ghosts, the ghosts in the distance were still in a confused state, unable to see through his invisibility. As a result, the halfling quickly left the area. Leaving this graveyard meant giving up all the items in the wooden box above, but precious items could be abandoned compared to one's life. The departure of the halfling seemed to shake the entire temporary team, with several NPC professionals flickering their eyes, seemingly hesitating whether to leave as well. Hold on. The wooden box will only stay for 10 minutes after it falls. Once we leave, we will miss this opportunity. Sophie seemed to notice people's wavering and immediately shouted. Just then, the wood-textured guy suddenly roared, and his body quickly swelled up, his two legs transforming into roots that plunged into the depths of the earth. Suti, you should have done this earlier. Sophie's eyes lit up with surprise, shouting towards the treant. Hold on. Treant Suti roared with a deep voice, transforming into a towering tree with a height of 7 or 8 meters. Numerous branches drooped from the sky, piercing into the soil, eventually forming a hemispherical tree fortress protecting everyone. The tree fortress only left an opening wide enough for one person, acting as a wall blocking the mutated ghosts from the outside. The pressure on the group was greatly relieved. Well done, Suti. Thanks to you, Suti. We won't fight with you for the promotion certificate if there really is one in the wooden box. Transformed into an ancient tree, Suti withstood the attacks of more than a dozen mutated ghosts. His vitality points were decreasing at a visible rate, but hearing the shouts of the others, he still revealed a gratified smile. Suti had been stuck at level 30 for too long. Without a professional certificate, he could only stay at this level and would not be able to advance in strength. That's why this item was a must for him. Every time the wooden box dropped, his figure wouldn't be missing. However, he hadn't encountered a single box containing a promotion certificate for so long. It could only be attributed to bad luck. With Suti's help, the NPC professionals were reassured. 2 healing professionals even kept casting healing spells on Suti. As long as his vitality points were full, Suti could continuously drop branches to form a solid tree wall protecting everyone. Songjian looked at the fighting NPC professionals in the distance, frowning. With this situation, they could definitely hold on until the wooden box fell. Could it be that I have come here in vain? Songjian's face turned gloomy. However, he soon had a sudden thought, since the wooden box is still floating in the air, why don't I directly go up there? With a thought, Songjian's figure disappeared instantly, replaced by a large black fog that appeared on the spot. This fog enveloped an area of more than 10 meters in diameter, but the fog began to roll towards the center as soon as it appeared. In no time, it formed a dense fog only 3 meters wide. This is the limit I can compress now. Songjian sighed in his heart. Although morphing into black fog also had attack effects, the most significant effect was still escaping, so Songjian spent much effort on it. If he wanted, he could scatter as a fog and cover an area of almost 30 meters. If compressed inward, it could also become what it is now, a 3-meter-wide dense fog. After turning into this 3-meter-wide black fog, Songjian slowly drifted towards the wooden box in the air. Chapter 431, Empty Box? A cloud of black fog drifted into the sky. From a third-person perspective, Songjian thought the compressed fog was too thick. Even in the darkness of night, anyone who looked up could notice something was amiss. So, Songjian quickly dispersed the dense fog. The larger the area it covered, the lighter its color became. The fog, roughly 20 square meters, floated midair, disguising itself as a giant dark cloud under the cover of night, drifting towards the wooden box. Upon reaching the wooden box, Songjian immediately cancelled the black fog state. He lay atop the box, a large parachute drifting above him, gently guiding the box towards the ground. At this rate, it would take at least half an hour before the box reached the ground. On the ground, a group of NPC professionals were surrounded by a swarm of ghosts, patiently waiting for the wooden box to fall from above. They didn't know that someone was already on top of the box, ready to take whatever was inside. The moment Songjian touched the box, a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. System, you obtained the supply box. Do you want to open it? With a hint of a smirk, Songjian thought, this worked out too easily. Open. Soon after, A progress bar appeared before Song Jian. The bar moved rather slowly, and as it did, the wooden box started to fall faster. Song Jian was taken aback. "This is getting out of hand!" ! One Suti, who had transformed into a tree fortress, accidentally looked up. The supply box was falling much faster. The news delighted him. Dozens of mutated spirits continually assaulted the tree fortress. Despite the efforts of two healers constantly replenishing its vitality, Suti was almost running out of energy. Seeing the supply box descending rapidly, a smile spread across Suti's face. He called out to the NPCs he was protecting, "Hang in there for 5 more minutes. The supply box is about to descend." Since they were in the tree fortress, they couldn't see the sky. So, when they heard Suti's yell, they were shocked. How is that possible? Shouldn't it still take 30 minutes for the box to fall? Maybe the wind is blowing it down. The wind would blow it away, not accelerate its descent. Whatever, let's charge out and see what's going on. Hearing about the imminent delivery of the supply box made the NPC professionals hiding in the tree fortress restless. Every box contained valuable items which they could use to greatly enhance their abilities. That was one of the main reasons why they would come to this city filled with monsters. "Hey, guys, let's charge out and see what's going on!" exclaimed a half-beast man brandishing an axe, charging out of the tree fortress. Once they emerged, they noticed the wooden box descending at a much faster speed. Their faces automatically lit up with joy. Song Jian, who was still clinging on to the box, dared not move, for fear of interrupting the box's opening progress and having to start over. As the box descended faster, the opening progress bar finally reached the last mark. Upon hearing a faint click sound, a translucent screen appeared before Song Jian, displaying a dozen items. Without even reading the descriptions, he instantly swept all the items from the screen into his inventory. Then, with a leap, he transformed into a cloud of black fog and drifted away. Boom! Only a dozen seconds after Song Jian left, the box plummeted from the sky. With a loud thud, it landed in a graveyard several tens of meters away from the group of NPC professionals. Upon landing, it instantly shattered into wooden scraps. It's landed. It's landed. The NPCs, forgetting they were in the midst of a spiritual monster hunt, charged to the place where the box had fallen. Suti, who had transformed into a tree fortress, let out a roar. Drawing back his branches and roots, he transformed into a 7 or 8 meter tall treant. He charged towards the fallen box by taking long strides. Suti was slow, but with every step, he covered 4 or 5 meters. The other NPC professionals were held back by the wave of spirits and could only watch Suti rush towards the box. "Ha ha ha, everything in the box is mine." Suti laughed heartily. Soon, Suti arrived at the place where the box had fallen. He swiftly reverted to human size, brushed away the wooden scraps, and started looking for items. What, nothing? How is that possible? Suti had scattered the wooden scraps everywhere but could not find anything from the box. Suti looked lifeless, as if he had been hit hard. He was ignoring the spirits that were gradually closing in. How can this not? Why is this possible? Suti seemed deeply affected. At that moment, a group of NPC professionals struggled to catch up to him. "Hey, Suti, any proof for profession change?" Sophie shouted loudly. She remembered Suti had said that he wouldn't take anything except the profession change certification. "I bet there is none. If there was any, he would be jumping for joy by now." An NPC professional murmured. "Phew. At least the trip wasn't wasted. Let's quickly share the items. Maybe we might have another chance to get a box. Dream on." Most of the boxes have flown to the edge of the city and into the mist. The remaining ones are in the area occupied by high-level monsters. And these boxes only exist for 10 minutes after landing. It's a miracle if we can get even one. I hope there is a weapon for me. Hee hee. I have long wanted to switch my weapon. Seeing the group gather around him, Suti, with a mournful face, shook his head and said, "There was nothing in the box. It was empty." "What, empty? How is that possible? I have never heard of cases of empty supply boxes." "Suti, did you take all the items? That's not honorable of you." "Yeah, didn't you say that you won't take anything other than a profession change certification?" When the group heard Suti say the box was empty, they were initially stunned but then became furious. They all accused Suti. Sophie also looked suspiciously at him. It was indeed an empty box. Banging his fist on the ground, Suti created a large hole. Countless green cracks spread out from the hole in all directions, and Suti himself began to expand uncontrollably. Hey, calm down, Suti. Okay, it was an empty box. Yes, I believe you. It was an empty box, right, everyone? Sophie gestured with her hand as if to stop Suti, but her other hand was gripping the magic staff tightly behind her. She yelled this out and turned to look at the other NPCs. The other NPC professionals glanced at the mutated spirits swarming around them and the now shattered box with annoyance. But after looking at the most powerful Suti, they nodded reluctantly, acknowledging Sophie's statement. Chapter 432, Golden Demon Slaying Sword. Damn it, an empty box. I have participated in at least 6 supply box searches and I have never encountered an empty box before. An NPC profession cursed under his breath, venting all his anger on the surrounding mutated phantoms. Enough, are you planning to argue with the big guy? It's already at level 30, and supposedly almost at the threshold of first order combat power. Why is it so hell-bent on getting a job change certificate, if not for upgrading to first order combat power? Yeah, are you planning to fight it here? Just so you know, I definitely won't help you when the time comes. Suti can morph into an ancient war tree, after all. The NPC profession muttered as he rushed towards the exit of the cemetery. If he didn't leave now, they would be surrounded by the mutated phantoms again. This time, Suti was probably not going to morph into a tree fortress to shield them from the elements. Alright, Suti, I hope your job change is successful. Sophie looked at Suti with mixed feelings, patted its arm, held the magic staff, and also rushed towards the cemetery exit. Damn it, why don't any of you believe me? Suti felt extremely aggrieved, his chest feeling as though it was about to explode. Just then, a mutated phantom roared at him and pounced, only to run straight into the muzzle of his gun and be torn to pieces by Suti's 2 hands. After venting his anger, Suti, covered in wounds, cursed loudly and, like a bulldozer, broke a path and rushed towards the exit of the cemetery. The mutated phantoms, having lost their target, transformed back into white. Now aimless, they began to drift around. The entire cemetery seemed to be burning with tufts of white flames, creating an eerie scene. At this moment, Songjian, morphed into dark cloud, was roaming above the cemetery. Seeing that all the NPCs had left, Songjian immediately descended to the edge of the cemetery and began checking his inventory to see what he had obtained from the supply box. Wow, look at this, it's a design drawing for an intelligent rocket car. Does such a thing even exist? God, with this thing, who would dare to fight me? Songjian's gaze first landed on a booklet emitting golden light. The cover of the booklet read Intelligent Rocket Car Design Drawing. However, judging by the thickness of the book, it would likely take a significant amount of effort to completely build this self-propelled car. Even if constructing this self-propelled car is challenging, Songjian would spare no effort to make it. You need to be level 8 in engineering craftsmanship skill to learn it. Okay, I will save it for later. I am only 3 levels away. I will meet the learning requirements soon. Songjian glanced at the conditions for learning from the design drawing, shrugged, and shifted his gaze to the other items. Ugh, clean water, compressed food, and first aid supplies. It's true that these are the most urgently needed supplies in an apocalypse, but they're of no use to me. Songjian pulled a face. The supply box was filled with food, water, and medicine, but these basic living supplies were no longer a concern for someone who owned an estate. Besides these supplies, the rest were weapons, 2 handguns, 3 MP5 submachine guns, and universal bullets for the handgun and submachine guns. Alright, I shouldn't have expected too much. With that design drawing, I have already made a profit this time. Can't be too greedy, greed is the original sin. Although Songjian was slightly dissatisfied, he comforted himself. Just as Songjian was about to close the inventory, he was suddenly attracted by a golden glow. Upon a closer look, there was a long sword entirely made of dark gold in the last row of the inventory. Golden Demon Slaying Sword, Gold, One-Handed Sword, Equipment Effect, Attack 8796, Critical Hit +5, Knockback +3, Demon Slayer +1, Attack Speed +7, Gold Damage +35, Outstanding Strike Rate +10%, Special Effect 1, Master, Passive. The item absorbs the user's essence blood for recognition. After master recognition the item cannot be destroyed, dropped or worn out. Special Effect 2, Growth, Passive. This item of equipment grows. Initial level 1, the higher the level achieved by gaining battle experience, the stronger the item attributes, but the item level cannot exceed the user level. Wearing requirement, level 1, suit, 1 out of 5. Can it be taken out of the game? No hiss, this is another piece of the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword set. Songjian was taken aback, but then he was covered with immense joy, and he couldn't wait to jump up and celebrate right then. You need to know that the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword in his hand is not only a growing weapon, but also part of the gold suit. Songjian had always thought that the remaining parts of this suit would be armors or something similar. He never imagined that the other parts of the suit turned out to be long swords. Songjian took the golden demon slaying sword out of the inventory and held it in his hand. The sword was dark gold all over, extremely gorgeous. On the ridge of the sword, a golden line extended like a long dragon from the hilt to the tip, making it look like a king's sword. As Songjian held the golden demon-slaying sword in his hand, the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his heart seemed to sense its existence and started to tremble slightly. Patches of aura emerged from his heart and traveled along his meridians to his right hand. Soon, the golden demon-slaying sword also began to shudder slightly with the exact same frequency as the other sword. Looks like I am going to be fighting with dual swords from now on. Songjian glanced at the dark gold long sword in his hand and thought to himself. After dripping a drop of blood onto the golden demon-slaying sword, an intense golden light burst out from the sword, shooting straight into the sky. But the light only appeared for an instant before disappearing, making Songjian think that it may have been an illusion. After recognizing the master with blood, Songjian felt a slight connection with the long sword in his hand. He could control it as easily as if it were an extension of his arm, just as flexible and natural as the crimson fire heart-ape sword. Just then, the crimson fire heart-ape sword suddenly shot out from his heart. Even without Songjian summoning, it hovered closely in midair. The golden demon-slaying sword in his hand also began to shake violently, as though it was trying to break free from Songjian's control. Songjian had a hunch and immediately opened his hand. Sure enough, the golden demon-slaying sword flew towards the crimson fire heart-ape sword, and the blades of the two long swords began to stick to each other, slowly starting their fusion process. Songjian watched all this in amazement. To Songjian, all this was simply too miraculous. If this were the real world, there's no way this could happen. In no time, the two long swords merged into one and turned into a long sword that fell towards Songjian. Grasping the fused long sword, Songjian felt as though he was holding two long swords at the same time. With a thought, the long sword in his hand turned into the crimson fire heart-ape sword, while the golden demon-slaying sword became a phantom shadow and attached itself to the side of the crimson fire heart-ape sword. With another thought, the long sword immediately transformed back into the golden demon-slaying sword, and the crimson fire heart-ape sword became a phantom shadow on the golden demon-slaying sword. Looking at the long sword that could change at will, Songjian couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 433, Master of Evil Spirits. The mutant phantoms were like lanterns emitting white light, illuminating the graveyard as if it were daylight. As Songjian was inspecting the attributes of his fused long sword, a special phantom slowly emerged from the center of the graveyard. Before ordinary phantoms encounter a living creature, they emit a milky white glow, within which was a semi-transparent human figure, faint but discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could even make out the features and body shape of this figure, the phantom's appearance in life. However, this special phantom radiated a blood-red glow like a burning flame. The figure within was a woman wearing a crown with a magnificent dress. This woman must have been beautiful when alive, but as a phantom, her face had twisted into an image of savagery and bloodlust. Upon the appearance of this unique phantom, the ordinary mutant phantom seemed terrified, hastily drifting away. As soon as this special phantom appeared, it furiously hunted down ordinary mutant phantoms, tearing each one into pieces and devouring them. With each phantom she tore apart, a chilling scream would resonate around her, as if she was entrapping their souls. Each phantom she absorbed made her grow larger and her savage aura stronger. By the time Songjian noticed her, she had already devoured over a dozen mutant phantoms and grown over 2 meters tall. From a distance, she seemed like a massive moving torch chasing little white lanterns. Master of Evil Spirits. A level 30 elite boss? Songjian squinted and analyzed the attributes of this enormous creature. As it turned out, this suddenly appearing Master of Evil Spirits was the boss of the cemetery. It seems to gain strength by absorbing ordinary mutant phantoms. If it's allowed to consume all the phantoms in the graveyard, won't it easily break the elite level limitation and evolve into a lord-ranked monster? No current player could defeat a lord-level monster of level 30. Songjian pondered, unsure if, having gained the golden demon-slaying sword and significantly increased his strength, he could handle a level 30 elite boss. When she had grown almost 3 meters, she abruptly stopped chasing and devouring phantoms, appearing satiated and lackadaisical, losing interest in the mutant phantoms around her. Even when an ordinary mutant phantom accidentally touched her, she simply scared it away, without tearing it apart. It seems that there's a limit to how many mutant phantoms she can absorb in a day. Any more, and she could be harmed instead of strengthened. Like a king surveying his territory, the satiated Master of Evil Spirits began to patrol around the cemetery. Ordinary mutant phantoms hurriedly kept their distance. Some even dared to stand afar and roar angrily at her, but she seemed to pay no heed to these provocations. It seemed that Songjian was directly in the path of her patrol. As the Master of Evil Spirits drifted slowly toward him, he couldn't help but grip his long sword tighter. This graveyard is quite conducive to leveling up. She can't be allowed to keep absorbing. If she's allowed to truly grow, I am afraid no one in the city could suppress her. Song Jian held his sword, itching for action. Just as she was about 10 meters away, the Master of Evil Spirits seemed to sense something and turned her head towards Song Jian, who was standing at the edge of the graveyard. Her blood-red eyes were filled with greed. With a shriek, the Master of Evil Spirits suddenly increased her speed. A chilling wind stirred around her, and the heartbreaking screams of countless spirits grew louder as she approached Song Jian. Song Jian stomped his right foot, and a tusk-shaped energy cluster roared toward the Master of Evil Spirits, Earth Teeth Assault. Facing the attacking Master of Evil Spirits, Song Jian showed no fear. He cast his skill first to test her strength. The tusk-shaped energy cluster collided with the Master of Evil Spirits, creating countless sparks, yet her body only trembled slightly before continuing to move toward Song Jian. The level 2 Earth Teeth Assault only dealt about 30 points of damage to the Master of Evil Spirits. Considering she had over 5,000 vitality points, this attack was as insignificant as a tickle. She seems to be an ethereal entity, but her defense is formidable. The attack of Earth Teeth Assault has been reduced by at least half. A wave of realization crashed over Song Jian, as he understood the strength of the Master of Evil Spirits. Light Strike. Song Jian swung his sword, casting his most damaging skill at the Master of Evil Spirits, who was only 3 to 4 meters away. A dazzling sword she shot towards the Master of Evil Spirits. She let out a surprised shriek, as if extremely frightened of the holy power of the strike. Her hands frantically moved in front of her chest, conjuring a furious wind around her. Icy mists began to condense, forming a gigantic half-arc shield in front of her. Wall of Shadows. The sound made by the Master of Evil Spirits was like a claw scratching on a glass. Boom. The golden sword she struck the half-arc shield, causing a violent explosion. The shield shattered instantly, and the golden sword she was countered and disappeared. A sense of relief flashed across the face of the Master of Evil Spirits. However, just as she pulled back her arms, a golden sword she as thick as an arm fiercely slashed through her body. -980. A damage figure close to 1,000 floated above the head of the Master of Evil Spirits, causing her to freeze midair and let out a heart-wrenching scream. This is secondary damage? Song Jian was somewhat surprised, but his sword quickly transmitted an intel. After fusing with the golden demon-slaying sword, every attack of Song Jian could cause secondary damage. Even a regular strike was equivalent to the attack of 2 swords. For Song Jian, this almost doubled his damage dealt. Regardless of the skill used, it would cause secondary skill damage to the target, and the second attack was more subtle than the first. This was why the Master of Evil Spirits was caught off guard and hit by the second wave. This is incredibly powerful. Song Jian's confidence increased. He brandished his sword and lunged at the Master of Evil Spirits. Chapter 434, Soul-Shattering Sting Boom. A surge of black flame rose from the surface of Song Jian's body. With the appearance of the flame, it seemed like someone was softly chanting an unknown language around him, compelling people to completely relax, not wanting to think or do anything, then continuously sink deeper. The black flame converged into a black armor appearing on the surface of Song Jian's body. This armor had no weight, but its properties were far stronger than typical equipment. At this moment, the Master of Evil Spirits stood 3 meters away from Song Jian, its hands swinging incessantly. Each swing drew forth a gray current that, like a sharp blade, flew towards Song Jian. Song Jian attempted to strike a current with his long sword. The moment the sword collided with a current, his entire body trembled. The impact of the current was just like a full-force strike from him. For Song Jian, he wouldn't be able to withstand it after a few times. When the second current rushed towards him, Song Jian could only dodge to the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The attack speed of the Master of Evil Spirits was getting faster with the passage of time. The currents it released were like artillery shells, shattering surrounding rocks into pieces and causing utter chaos. I can't let it continue attacking like this, Song Jian thought darkly. Grinding his teeth, he displays the sword shadow step, his body forms into a shadow and charges towards the Master of Evil Spirits. Broken Wing Dance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of damage numbers floated above the head of the Master of Evil Spirits. Each attack caused it twice the damage. When the skill, Broken Wing Dance, ended, the vitality points of the Master of Evil Spirits decreased by nearly 1,000. But the third move of the Broken Wing Dance, the airborne state, did not come out. It only made the Master of Evil Spirits move back a little. The airborne state is affected by the strengths of both sides, and also has a significant relation to the target's size. Although the Master of Evil Spirits was a soul body, its size was already close to 3 meters. The airborne state effect of the Broken Wing Dance was too poor. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Song Jian raised his long sword high, slashing it vigorously forward. 2 transparent long swords condensed above his head, one normal size and the other half as small, looking like a small version of the Spirit Sword. The Master of Evil Spirits is a soul body, its resistance to spiritual damage should be low, Song Jian thought to himself. Bang, bang. The two spirit swords nearly simultaneously stabbed into the Master of Evil Spirits. The giant body of the boss trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface like a damaged glass cup. Even the red light on the surface of its body also trembled violently as if it were to extinguish at any moment. But this situation only lasted for less than a second, and the Master of Evil Spirits then quickly recovered. Ah! With a mad roar, the Master of Evil Spirits became even more ferocious. The spiritual sword control technique seemed to have enraged it. Gusts of yin wind kept blowing up around it, causing Song Jian to lose his balance and retreat backwards. Gulu, giant rocks over 1 person tall were whipped up by the strong wind and scattered all over the place. The Master of Evil Spirits directly grabbed a rock with a diameter of more than 5 meters and smashed it towards Song Jian. Seeing the massive rock like a small mountain smashing down and himself being completely engulfed in the shadow of the rock, Song Jian was scared and immediately dodged aside. Boom. The rock smashed heavily onto where Song Jian had just been standing, shattering like a bomb. Numerous fragments flew towards Song Jian like a rainstorm. This time, Song Jian could no longer dodge, he could only cover his head with his hands, and crawl on the ground. The power of these debris was not weak, damage points of 50 or 60 floated above Song Jian's head. Once the debris finished spraying, Song Jian's vitality points had lost over 300 points. After unleashing this move, the Master of Evil Spirits seemed to have expended a lot, standing still at the original place. A trace of fatigue began to show on his twisted face. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he directly activated the immortal sword body. A dazzling golden light burst forth from his body, and 8 long sword phantoms slowly circled around his body. Song Jian felt a powerful force surging within him, sweeping sword style. Sword silk. Broken wing dance. For a moment, Song Jian went all out, displaying all his sword techniques, and a series of damage numbers floated above the boss's head. Each move was able to inflict double damage, as if there were 2 Song Jian's full force attacking it. The Master of Evil Spirits' vitality points rapidly decreased, and half an hour later, the vitality points of the Master of Evil Spirits dropped to below 30%. The Master of Evil Spirits, who was already enraged, his pair of blood-red eyes emitted a malicious glow, staring at Song Jian unblinkingly. I curse you, I curse you, I curse you. The Master of Evil Spirits gnashed his teeth, throwing the most vicious curses. Its body also began to slowly shrink. After a short while, it transformed into the size of a normal human. Meanwhile, the original blood-red glow around it turned into a deep black color as if ink was splashed on it, with the curses one after another. Soul-shattering sting. The Master of Evil Spirits suddenly let out a sharp roar, the black lights all over his body all concentrated on one point between his eyebrows, looking like a third black eye had grown on him. An instant later, Song Jian's body was covered with goosebumps, feeling as if he was naked standing in the cold Siberian snowstorm. The threat of death, like a giant beast, was already opening its mouth to pounce on him. I am going to die. A lightning bolt seemed to flash through Song Jian's mind. He cried out unconsciously and instinctively posed the sacred parry stance. A dark black light as dense as ink shot out from the Master of Evil Spirits' eyebrows, forming a cone in midair, shooting towards Song Jian. After releasing this attack, the Master of Evil Spirits let out a scream. Its body collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Obviously, this move was its last resort, and it absolutely would not use it under normal circumstances. The ink-like arrow shot towards Song Jian. He only felt a numbness in his arms, almost couldn't hold his long sword. His body involuntarily retreated several steps backwards, stumbled against a stone steel, and finally came to a stop. Thump! Song Jian felt a sharp pain at his back, as if his chest was severely shocked. His throat was itchy, and he couldn't help but coughed out a mouthful of blood. Only then he felt slightly better. The right arm holding the long sword was involuntarily twitching slightly. Song Jian felt he couldn't even muster the strength to lift his little finger. On the dark red long sword, a streak of black fluid, like a small snake, twisted its way into the sword blade, only to be blocked by a flame. At the same time, streaks of golden light shot out from the long sword into the black snake. Each time it was stabbed, the black liquid snake would thrash its body violently and let out a piercing shriek. Several dozen seconds later, when Song Jian's right arm regained sensation, the black liquid snake on the sword blade also gradually turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Chapter 435, Evil Spirit Shoulder Guard. The black liquid snake attached to the long sword was actually a part of the previously mentioned black spike, and was entirely brought into existence by a malicious curse. Once contaminated, one would suffer from endless torment of the curse, eventually leading to a tragic death with no spiritual release. If Song Jian had not acquired the golden demon-slaying sword, trying to dispel the curse using solely the Crimson Fire Heart Ape sword would have been impossible. The consequence could have been substantial damage to the ape sword, requiring a long time for restoration. The golden demon-slaying sword possesses properties to destroy evil which counteracts such attacks. Coupled with Song Jian's execution of the technique of the sacred parry, the majority of the curse was deflected. This made the curse easily dispelled. At that very moment, Song Jian heard a piercing scream of fear coming from the boss's location. He turned to see that the master of evil spirits seemed to have fallen into a large vat of black ink. The inky substance covered its entire body like a huge net. Black streaks like tentacles climbed towards its head. No, no, why is this happening? Why is the curse rebounding? The master of evil spirits, terrified, tried to swipe off the black liquid from his body but to no avail, only making the black area larger. Very soon, its whole body was covered in black. The original 30% of the Master of Evil Spirits' vitality points reduced to 5% after being affected by the rebound of soul-breaking sting. Following the spread of the curse over its entire body, damages in hundreds floated over its head. It was on its last legs and lost all energy to resist. I wonder if I can enchant him to be my slave now. Looking at the Master of Evil Spirits hanging by a thread, a glint appeared in Song Jian's eyes. He struggled to stand, summoned the Book of the Abyss, and turned to the chapter of the Abyss Temptation to begin casting the spell. Strange syllables came out from Song Jian's mouth, creating an unsettling feeling in the Master of Evil Spirits, as if 1,000 insects were crawling into his brain through its ears. Song Jian's voice grew louder and louder, eventually sounding divine. Every syllable made the Master of Evil Spirits tremble. Its mind went blank, and he felt torn apart. This, coupled with the eruptive curse of soul-breaking sting, made the Master of Evil Spirits long to die at once. Song Jian repeatedly chanted the words of Abyss Temptation. The more he read, the more pressure he felt. Every syllable drained a massive amount of spirit points. The rapid consumption of his spirit points rendered him powerless to continue. Chanting the enchantment was abruptly interrupted. Song Jian collapsed with weakened knees, dropped the Book of the Abyss, and was covered in sweat, looking as if he had just been dragged out of a pool. His face was pale, and his head felt like it was being stirred by a red-hot iron needle. The next moment after Song Jian stopped casting the spell, the Master of Evil Spirits' head exploded with a pop, and its entire body's curse fluid transformed into a fiery flame that burned intensely. Within moments, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. A golden light burst out from Song Jian, forming a dragon shape and disappeared into the sky after a sharp dragon chant. Song Jian finally broke through to level 21. If it wasn't for comprehending the Abyss Temptation skill, Song Jian would have reached level 21 a while ago. Using his newly gained skill point on the spiritual sword control technique, and since it was already at a 100% proficiency level, it instantly upgraded to level 2. The skill's damage increased from 150 points to 180 points, with no other changes. Song Jian did not want to waste skill points, thus he took the opportunity to upgrade skills already at maximum proficiency. The Master of Evil Spirits dropped a silver quality shoulder guard of level 25. Song Jian had yet to fill the shoulder armor slot in his equipment slot, and now he finally got one. The loot was quite satisfactory. Evil Spirit Shoulder Guard, Silver, Equipment Level 30, Equipment Effects, Strength +3, Agility +2, Constitution +2, Defense +35, Spell Resistance +23, Full Property Resistance +10%, Vitality Recovery Speed +15%, Special Effect 1, Ghost Step, Passive, 15% increase in movement speed. Special Effect 2, Evil Spirit Protection, Passive. When under attack, there is a certain chance to trigger this effect, reducing the damage of that attack by 40%. This effect can occur once every 10 minutes. Equipment requirement, level 25. Can it be taken out of the game? No. The equipment attribute was good, and it was a level 30 silver shoulder guard. Unfortunately, it required a level 25 to equip, and Song Jian had only just reached level 21. He was still quite far from being able to wear it, so he could only drool over it. Placing the shoulder guard into the bag slot and collected the remaining boss drop materials, Song Jian glanced at the graveyard and began to head towards Manor Castle. Upon returning to Manor Castle, Song Jian began to inspect today's loot: the design of the intelligent rocket self-propelled car and evil spirit shoulder guard. They were not immediately usable and were stored in Manor Castle for now. In addition, he had a bunch of supplies and weapons obtained from supply boxes in his package slot. Song Jian directly threw them into the grocery store in his territory. The most significant gain this time was acquiring the golden demon-slaying sword. Song Jian's attack power almost doubled. Every move was equivalent to being attacked by 2 swords at once, which was simply too overpowered. Furthermore, this belonged to a set, and there were obviously 3 other long swords waiting for Song Jian to fuse. Who knew how the properties of the long sword would turn out after collecting all 5 swords for fusion? But just thinking about it made Song Jian extremely excited. At this moment, Song Jian received a delightful system message. System, your friend, Wang Qi, has sent you a new message. Startled, Song Jian then remembered the equipment that was previously dropped during their team mission. Looks like all the equipment has been sold. I wonder how much money I will get. Song Jian was quite looking forward to it. Good quality equipment that could be used were internalized by their team. The items sold were mostly equipment that conflicted with their job classes. Upon opening the email, Song Jian did not expect nearly 90,000 doomsday coins in the attachments. Considering the loot was split among 5 people, Song Jian was satisfied with the amount he received. I will take a short break, and then set up leveling in the cemetery. Song Jian thought to himself. That was a leveling treasure trove. For Song Jian right now, who had jumped 9 levels, he could gain a significant amount of overleveled experience. Most importantly, the damage of the mutant ghost, as far as Song Jian was concerned, was entirely bearable. Furthermore, he stored the advanced healing potion as a trump card. He can definitely farm in there all night long. Chapter 436, Monk Nightfall descended, and Song Jian, who had slept all day, was spirited and full. After a meal, he checked his supplies and headed toward the cemetery he had visited the day before. The cemetery still bore the signs of yesterday's battle, with many tombs shattered. Song Jian could see bones overturned, glowing with a phosphorescent green light under the cover of night. Sword in hand, he cautiously made his way deeper into the cemetery. As he passed each tomb, he prepared for the possibility of spectral ghosts lunging at him. He walked more than 10 meters without encountering any spectral ghosts. A furrow settled on Song Jian's brow. What's going on? Could it be that after yesterday's battle the spectral ghosts got scared and dare not come out? That's impossible. Just then, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. A skeletal hand emerged from the dirt and clutched Song Jian's ankle. The night was still. Surrounded by the silence of the cemetery, anyone else might have been so scared their soul would fly off in terror, but Song Jian kicked forward and freed himself from the skeletal hand's grasp, stepping back 2 paces and preparing for anything. Song Jian's strength was now at 37 points, on par with the previous level 30 boss, the master of evil spirits. There was no way the hand, possessing only the strength of an average adult, could hold him down. Splash! A white skeletal monster emerged from the ground where the hand had surfaced, with green ghost fires burning fiercely in its hollow eye sockets. Crack, 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 crack. This was a standard level 30 skeletal monster, and it tottered towards Song Jian. He heaved his sword and struck at it. It took just over a minute to reduce his adversary into a pile of bone dust. Glancing at the skeletal monster at his feet that hadn't dropped any loot, Song Jian couldn't help thinking, this must be the weakest ordinary monster at level 30. To Song Jian, this skill-less skeletal monster was just a beefy, high-defense meat bag, or perhaps an experience points gift box. His experience points had gone up a bit, and he was pleased with the increase. Even if it didn't drop a single piece of loot, the battle experience awarded by a level 30 monster was unmatched anywhere else. Song Jian began stepping over each tomb, trying to draw out more skeletal monsters. After battling in the cemetery for over 4 hours, Song Jian's level rose from level 21 with 1% progress to level 21 with 73% progress. If he fought until dawn, he could certainly level up again. Leveling up in one night was an achievement enjoyed only by players under level 10. Players over level 10 who grind monsters the same level as themselves need at least 3 to 4 days to level up. It would take at least 20 days, or even a month, grinding same level monsters to level up past level 20. Despite this, Song Jian's strategy of leveling up by fighting monsters 9 levels higher allowed him to level from 21 to 22 in a single night. His progress would surely turn many players green with envy. As the night deepened, white spectral ghosts began to drift out of the tombs. Spectral ghosts were standard level 30 monsters too, but they were clearly much more formidable than the previous skeletal monsters. The void characteristic itself reduced the damage Song Jian could inflict on them by a third. In addition, the spectral ghosts could use a move called Soul Spikes. Although the move wasn't up to par compared to the Master of Evil Spirits' soul-shattering sting and had no curse effect, the move would induce shock and fear if it hit. Even though Song Jian's thick-skinned talent could perfectly counteract this shock effect, each triggering of the skill still came with a brief reactivity window of less than a second. If tens of spectral ghosts were to relentlessly fling soul spikes at him, in theory, they could keep Song Jian trapped until his death. However, spectral ghosts weren't that smart. As soon as Song Jian entered their range, they would pounce at him like a shoelace, with reckless abandon. The experience points awarded from killing spectral ghosts was 1/3 more than those from killing skeletal monsters, and they dropped loot. Although they were tougher to defeat, Song Jian still preferred hunting spectral ghosts. As long as he paid attention during the fight and didn't stay in one place for too long or get surrounded by spectral ghosts, Song Jian found leveling up here quite easy. After another hour, Song Jian's level went up to 21 with 97% progress. In less than half an hour, he would reach level 22. At that moment, Song Jian realized that the number of spectral ghosts in front seemed to be decreasing. And they didn't disappear because he had hunted them. They just vanished inexplicably. He wondered, what's happening? Could it be that another master of evil spirits has shown up? Song Jian suddenly became alert and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. In no time, he noticed several spectral ghosts, apparently drawn by something, that were slowly gathering toward him, only to suddenly turn around and float towards a small forest beyond the cemetery. Intrigued, Song Jian quietly followed. The spectral ghosts were slow drifters. Song Jian just needed to avoid getting too close to the other spectral ghosts, so they wouldn't notice and become agitated, attacking him. The spectral ghosts effortlessly passed through the cemetery fence, disappearing into a nearby small forest. Looking at the pitch-black forest, Song Jian furrowed his brows. He felt as if the forest was concealing something, perhaps a monster too powerful for him to handle. After all, this was a region of level 30 monsters. After some hesitation, Song Jian decided to venture inside and see what was hidden. Morphing into dark cloud, Song Jian transformed into a black cloud and slowly floated up, moving towards the little forest. Very quickly, he noticed the spectral ghosts that had entered the forest earlier. They were continuously passing through the large trees, going straight towards the heart of the forest, as if something there was strongly enticing them. Song Jian followed these spectral ghosts, quickly arriving at an open space in the center of the forest. A bald monk, around 20 years old with 3 scars on top of his head, was sitting cross-legged on a tree stump. He emanated a faint golden glow and incessantly recited sutras, sounding like he was chanting a melody. Around the monk were between 30 and 40 spectral ghosts. They stood quietly, seemingly listening intently to the recitation of the sutras. The golden glow radiating from the monk's body transformed into tiny sparks and constantly drifted into the bodies of the spectral ghosts. Each time they absorbed some of the sparks, they seemed to respond with satisfaction, and their hazy faces started to become clearer. Chapter 437, 437, The Hippogriff Beast. Is that a player? Song Jian looked at the monk with a surprised expression on his face. Zhang Hong, level 19, occupation, martial monk, vitality points, 800 out of 800. This player didn't hide his name and attributes, which were boldly displayed above his head. As Zhang Hong intoned scriptures, each mutated ghost, covered in golden light, eventually awakened its self-awareness. With tears streaming down their faces, they bowed gratefully to Zhang Hong before gradually disappearing. As each mutated ghost was reincarnated, sweat began to bead on Zhang Hong's forehead. The strains of chanting took their toll, his voice growing lower and lower. Half an hour later, the surrounding mutated ghosts were all reincarnated and vanished, with no new ghosts arriving. Zhang Hong sighed softly, then took out a bottle of mineral water and a compressed ration from his bag and started to eat. After eating, Zhang Hong brushed the crumbs off himself and called out in the direction of Song Jian, "Dear donor, you have been watching for so long, why not come down and chat?" Song Jian was taken aback. He was currently in a state of black mist. How did he get detected? However, there were countless scouting skills in the game. For a martial monk capable of reincarnating level 30 ghosts, it was possible that he had some special scouting skill. Song Jian floated down slowly. After canceling his black mist state and returning to human form, he made a gesture of salute to Zhang Hong, smiling. "I am sorry, I came to grind levels in the graveyard up ahead. I noticed some unusual activity from several mutated ghosts, so I followed them here. It was not intentional, my apologies." Zhang Hong slowly stood up, shaking his head with a smile. "Am I Tabha? You are too polite. As I chant the scriptures and promote the Dharma, naturally the more listeners the better." Song Jian looked puzzled. He had a gut feeling that the man before him was acting quite oddly. It seemed as if he was a monk in the real world too. He couldn't help but probe, "Are you a monk in the real world too?" Zhang Hong pressed his palms together and bowed to Song Jian. "I am a monk at Qingquan Temple in the real world. My Dharma name is Hongyai. Qingquan Temple is a temple on Wanyu Mountain in the outskirts of coastal city. There is a tens of meters tall seated Buddha statue there, said to be constructed during the Southern Song dynasty. It is considered a local attraction, and Song Jian had visited it with friends before. Song Jian knew that there were only 2 or 3 real monks in Qingquan Temple. The majority of the staff were local villagers who also ran small businesses selling incense and souvenirs. It was said that the real monks in Qingquan Temple seldom showed themselves. He never thought he would meet one in a game. "Are you leveling up here too?" Song Jian asked curiously. To level up, This humble monk not only needs battle experience, but also merits. Helping these lost souls can earn merits, but their levels are too high. I can only help a few at a time. Zhang Hong said with a furrowed brow. The occupation of martial monk needs merits to level up? How peculiar is that? Song Jian thought to himself. After some casual conversation and adding each other as friends, Song Jian turned to return to the graveyard. Watching Song Jian disappear, the smile on Zhang Hong's face faded and he stared expressionless towards denser part of the forest. Several semi-transparent souls emerged from the surrounding trees, surrounding Zhang Hong. These souls emitted a faint golden glow, their bodies robust and possessing meter-long wooden sticks in their hands. One of the souls drifted over and whispered something in Zhang Hong's ear. Zhang Hong slowly shook his head. This man is capable of hunting in an area with level 30 monsters. He is probably one of the top 3 players on the level honor board. Attacking him rashly, the odds of success are low, and it may just alert him to our presence. That soul whispered a few more sentences, making Zhang Hong smile and nod. Indeed, he is indeed the ideal candidate for the Dharma Protector Vedra. We can observe slowly, there is no need to rush. He will likely be leveling up in this graveyard in the coming days, we still have a lot of time. Song Jian was on his way back to the graveyard, he looked serious. All the way back, he held his sword tightly in his hand. The monk gave him a feeling of extreme peace, and if he hadn't felt that something was spying on him, Song Jian would not have suspected him. From the looks of it, that monk was affecting me somehow all this while, trying to get me to like him. There is no harm in this influence, hence my innate ability couldn't detect it. Song Jian thought to himself. This man is too dangerous. Even though his level is lower than mine, I don't know why I feel a sort of apprehension towards him. Song Jian shook his head, looking back at the forest. He suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Just as Song Jian was about to continue leveling up in the graveyard, he suddenly felt something rapidly falling from above. The whipping wind made him look up, and what he saw made him jump. There was an enormous shadow overhead, like a giant bird, swooping down rapidly. Crash! Like a falling meteor, this monstrous bird landed in the graveyard. The aura that it emitted made Song Jian shiver. This creature had a head that resembled an owl, but its body and limbs were like those of a lion. It had a pair of large wings on its back and a tail that looked like a snake. As soon as this creature, which seemed to belong to a mythical story, appeared, Song Jian immediately hid behind a tombstone, cautiously peeking out. Hippogriff, Elite Boss, Level 30, First Order Combat Power, Vitality, 8,000 out of 8,000, Characteristics? Skills? An Elite Boss with First Order Combat Power? Song Jian jumped with surprise. This was his first encounter with a First Order monster. As soon as the hippogriff landed in the graveyard, it started gobbling up the mutated ghosts like a baby chick pecking at grains. The level 30 mutated ghosts stood no chance against the hippogriff, they were like insects being swallowed one by one. Song Jian dared not make a sound. If it was just a level 30 elite, he might have taken a risk. However, he knew that once a monster possessed First Order combat power, even if it was the same level, the power it had would be drastic. He was no match for this hippogriff. I am definitely not its match. Looks like I can't level up to level 22 today. Song Jian regretfully glanced at his experience bar, which was already at 97%, and slowly began to retreat. Just then, Zhang Hong appeared at the edge of the forest. He was also attracted by the commotion made by the monster. Upon seeing the hippogriff, which was taller than 3 meters, a look of joy appeared on Zhang Hong's face. Chapter 438, 438, Flash Thunder Strike a Battle Beast. This is a perfect battle beast. My luck is just too good, haha. Zhang Hong's face showed a crazy expression, completely different from his previous peaceful demeanor. The Hoplora Lion Hawk Beast, once it reaches adulthood, it can rival the existence of a giant dragon. As long as I sign a contract with it. Zhang Hong muttered to himself, as his body emitted a dazzling golden light, like he was wearing a golden armor. Come on, Hoplora Lion Hawk Beast, let me, Master Hong Yai, become your master, and you will become the first battle beast under the future Buddha Hong Yai. Zhang Hong's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he charged towards the Lion Hawk Beast. Bang! The 6-ring tin staff, glowing with a golden light, fiercely struck the Lion Hawk Beast's body, causing a large bruise. The Lion Hawk Beast cried out in pain, unable to stop itself from letting out a sharp howl. Seeing the damage numbers floating above the Lion Hawk Beast's head, Zhang Hong laughed out loud. Great, I can break its defense. You're mine now, this Hoplora Lion Hawk Beast definitely belongs to me. The tail behind the Lion Hawk Beast suddenly lifted up, and a triangular snake head hissed angrily and bit towards Zhang Hong. Bang! Like a black lightning bolt, the snake-like long tail of the Lion Hawk Beast fiercely bit towards Zhang Hong, but it was blocked by a thick layer of golden light around his body. Although the snake tail's attack was blocked, its power still seeped through. Zhang Hong, who was only an 18th level player, was like a tiny bug to the lion hawk beast, which had a first-order combat power. It was an absolute crushing situation. The attack sent Zhang Hong flying like a cannonball. He crashed through 2 stone tablets before coming to a stop, blocked by a large tree. Zhang Hong held his 6-ring tin staff tightly, wearing the dazzling golden armor, as he struggled to stand up. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. With his current strength, even fighting with a level 30 ordinary monster was strenuous. If it weren't for his natural suppression of soul bodies, he wouldn't even be in this place. Not to mention an elite boss with first-order combat power like the lion hawk beast, even an ordinary level 30 elite boss would send Zhang Hong running. This Hoplora lion hawk beast was just too rare, which made Zhang Hong couldn't resist taking a risk. Esteemed friend, I wonder if you could help this poor monk hold off the monster. In doing so, you will not only gain my friendship but also a handsome reward afterwards. Zhang Hong looked at Song Jian with a smile on his face. Although Zhang Hong seemed a bit embarrassed at the moment, his golden aura was as peaceful and kind as Buddha while speaking to Song Jian, making it hard for anyone to refuse his request. Song Jian, his eyes filled with confusion, was about to agree when a cool stream suddenly flowed through his mind, instantly sobering him up. As he looked at Zhang Hong with a sharp gaze, a sense of danger emerged. Before, Zhang Hong had only used some methods to make Song Jian have a favorable impression of him, which did not have any adverse effects on Song Jian. As a result, Song Jian's natural talent didn't trigger. However, now, Zhang Hong had obviously used a skill similar to charm magic. This naturally touched the forbidden area of Song Jian's natural talent, activating it and eliminating Zhang Hong's influence. Buzz Zhang Hong's face suddenly turned pale, and he staggered back a couple of steps. It was a skill backlash. Zhang Hong looked at Song Jian in surprise, unable to believe that his skill had failed. Damn it, I was too reckless. What should I do now? Zhang Hong panicked and quickly spoke to Song Jian. I am sorry, esteemed friend, it was just that this poor monk was a bit too anxious earlier, and I lost my composure. Please forgive me, I am willing to pay you 10,000 doomsday coins as compensation. At this moment, a system notification suddenly appeared before Song Jian. System, player Zhang Hong has sent you a trade request. He will trade 10,000 doomsday coins to you. Do you accept the request? Song Jian sneered in his heart, but on his face, he pretended to be hesitant, wanting to take advantage of the situation, and directly chose to accept. Soon, 10,000 doomsday coins entered Song Jian's inventory. 10,000 doomsday coins, even players at this stage, could consider this a small fortune. Song Jian showed a relieved smile on his face, nodding at Zhang Hong to signify that their past quarrel was erased. Zhang Hong was overjoyed and hurriedly said, Esteemed friend, please lend me a hand and help me subdue this monster. I will definitely reward you greatly. As he spoke, Zhang Hong summoned several semi-transparent soul bodies and directed them towards the lion hawk beast. These soul bodies were battle spirits that Zhang Hong had secretly converted while liberating mutated souls. Each battle spirit required 100 mutated soul bodies to successfully convert. Once converted, these soul bodies would treat Zhang Hong as their master, obeying him without question, even if he ordered them to die without a moment's hesitation. The battle spirits fought with the lion hawk beast wielding their long staffs. However, it was clear that they were no match for the lion hawk beast. For now, Zhang Hong was only using them as cannon fodder to buy some time. Sir, have you reconsidered? As a monk, I do not lie, and I will not deceive you. As long as you help me catch this monster, I will definitely give you a great gift. Zhang Hong said with an anxious expression on his face, as he could feel that he was losing contact with his painstakingly converted battle spirits one after another. In reality, for the lion hawk beast, which fed on soul bodies, these few battle spirits were nothing more than slightly stronger ants when compared to the ordinary mutated souls around them. The lion hawk beast could still eat them up one by one, and they even tasted much better than regular mutated souls. You're only level 18. What good things can you have? If you want me to help you, you have to give me the items for the trade first, then I will help you. Song Jian disdainfully looked Zhang Hong up and down while revealing his level. Seeing that Song Jian was already level 21, Zhang Hong immediately felt surprised. At this point, he had also realized Song Jian's identity, the first person on the level honor rankings. Soon, Zhang Hong's face was full of smiles again as he said to Song Jian, So it's Sir Song. Seeing that you're holding a sword, you must be a swordsman class. I happen to have a suitable sword technique for you. With that, Zhang Hong took out a golden scroll and unfolded it to show its attributes to Song Jian. Skill scroll, Flash Thunder Strike, Usage Effect, Learn Sword Technique, Flash Thunder Strike. Usage requirements: weapon type, sword. Flash Thunder Strike. Active, skill effect: borrow the power of thunder to deal 3 instantaneous damage to the target. The first damage is 150% of physical attack, the second damage is 110% of physical attack, and the third damage is 70% of physical attack. The 3 damages are thunder attribute damages, with a very small probability of making the target stunned for 1 second, cooldown time, 10 seconds, skill consumption, 30 points of sword chi. A gold quality sword technique, and it's pretty powerful. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he was instantly tempted. Chapter 439, Besieged First. Give me this sword skill. Once I learn it and become stronger, it will benefit you too. Song Jian's eyes shone brightly as he shouted. This. Zhang Hong hesitated. We can sign a contract and have the system certify it. Song Jian yelled. It was obviously impossible for Zhang Hong to just hand over the sword skill, but Song Jian didn't trust Zhang Hong either. Just because he was a monk didn't mean he couldn't break his word. With the system certification and a signed contract, both of their interests would be guaranteed. Zhang Hong hesitated for a moment before eventually gritting his teeth, nodding his head, and turning a little pale. This was a golden quality sword skill, which could be sold for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of doomsday coins. It was impossible not to feel heartache giving it away so easily. Zhang Hong hadn't cultivated to the realm of detachment from material possessions. After signing the contract, Zhang Hong handed the sword skill to Song Jian and said urgently, "My battle spirits can't hold on any longer. You're responsible for holding back this monster. It's best if you can reduce its vitality points to less than a third. For the best chance to turn a monster into a pet, it's ideal to reduce its vitality to less than a third. This way, the success rate will be higher." Song Jian nodded, directly learned the Flash Thunder Strike, and waved his long sword as he charged towards the Lion Eagle Beast. Flash Thunder Strike was similar to sweeping sword style, but it was a continuous attack with one move following another, causing 3 instances of damage in an instant. When used with the Golden Demon Slaying Sword, the Flash Thunder Strike dealt damage equal to 6 instances in an instant, causing the damage to explode. Song Jian arrived next to the Lion Eagle Beast. Zhang Hong's battle spirits had already been completely devoured by the Lion Eagle Beast. The well-fed Lion Eagle Beast seemed quite pleased, raising its head and letting out a cheerful cry. It even burped and looked at the surrounding mutant ghosts without the previous excitement, appearing somewhat lazy and uninterested in eating. Flash Thunder Strike. Song Jian waved his long sword and slashed it on a Lion Eagle Beast. A series of damages floated above its head, causing the beast to lose more than 1,000 vitality points. The Lion Eagle Beast was enraged and flapped its wings violently. Even Song Jian struggled to stand, as if he was a bug struck by a powerful gust of wind. The Lion Eagle Beast turned its colossal body to stare at Song Jian. With a flap of its wings, its massive body came charging at him like a small mountain. Song Jian climbed up from the ground, spat out some sand, and looked up. The Lion Eagle Beast instantly reached Song Jian, and its 2 front claws fiercely stomped towards him. Boom! The ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck. The Lion Eagle Beast's footprints were 2 deep pits, and a crater over 3 meters in diameter appeared around it. If this strike had hit Song Jian, he would have nearly been killed. At this point, Song Jian didn't dare to resist head-on and could only desperately run away. The Lion Eagle Beast chased him like a madman, continually attacking him. With the Lion Eagle's first-tier combat power, even a casual hit was more than Song Jian could handle. "Are you just going to watch?" Song Jian couldn't help but yell at Zhang Hong, who stood motionlessly to the side. Zhang Hong's face turned slightly red. In fact, he was frightened by the Lion Eagle Beast's attack. Seeing a whole forest flattened by the beast, Zhang Hong felt a chill run down his spine. This was not something he could handle at this point. Avlia, Zidian Jushuo. Not daring to fight head-on, Zhang Hong could only stand at a distance and chant Buddhist scriptures, using the unique skills of martial monks to harm the Lion Eagle Beast by casting spells. As Zhang Hong chanted, one golden rune after another flew out of his mouth and formed a huge golden net in the air, which flew towards the Lion Eagle Beast. Whoosh! All of the Lion Eagle Beast's attention was on Song Jian, so it did not notice the large net descending in midair, which wrapped it up tightly. Once the golden net enveloped the Lion Eagle Beast, every strand of silk emitted a divine light, as if they were extremely hot branding irons. A burnt smell wafted in the air, and chains of tens of damage points floated above the Lion Eagle Beast's head, forming a dense patch. Seizing the opportunity, Song Jian turned around and unleashed a series of sword techniques, inflicting heavy damage on the Lion Eagle Beast. Seeing Song Jian's attack, a smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Hong's mouth. Truly worthy of being the first on the level honor list, his attack was strong. If it were just him alone, he would never reduce the Lion Eagle Beast's vitality points to below a third. However, the golden net only lasted for less than 5 seconds before the Lion Eagle Beast bit and tore it to shreds. Seeing the Lion Eagle Beast break free, Song Jian immediately stopped a half-released sword technique and turned to run. He wasn't capable of facing the Lion Eagle Beast head-on and could only rely on sneak attacks. Attacking the Lion Eagle Beast was just a transaction, and Song Jian wouldn't risk his life for it. In just 5 seconds, he had caused the Lion Eagle Beast to lose more than 1,500 points of damage, bringing its vitality points down by a quarter. Such a powerful attack made even Zhang Hong feel a little uneasy, looking at Song Jian with deep wariness in his eyes. "What are you waiting for? Use all your moves, or don't blame me for leaving by myself." Song Jian shouted at Zhang Hong. Even if the Lion Eagle Beast ran away, there would be no loss for Song Jian. The contract only stipulated that Song Jian had to assist Zhang Hong in capturing the beast. If Zhang Hong held back and failed the task, Song Jian would not take any responsibility. As for the traded items, Song Jian had already learned the skills, so they couldn't delete them. Therefore, Song Jian hadn't used the Immortal Sword Body skill and considered it as a trump card, unafraid of Zhang Hong turning against him. "Hold on." Zhang Hong threw Song Jian a skill similar to Light Body skill, increasing Song Jian's movement speed by 5%. Then, he began preparing another spell. Mountain Moving Spell, go. After chanting Buddhist scriptures, Zhang Hong shouted and pointed at the Lion Eagle Beast. A mountain suddenly appeared in the air and smashed towards the beast. Boom. The mountain slammed heavily on the Lion Eagle Beast's back, blood splattering everywhere. The beast's wings broke and hung limply on both sides of its body. The Lion Eagle Beast let out a sharp scream, struggling to get up. For a moment, its movement speed was significantly reduced. "Hurry up, the slow effect will only last for 3 seconds." Zhang Hong shouted, swinging the 6-ring tin staff in his hand and drawing a dizzying, complex pattern in front of him. Chapter 440, Pet Contract. Song Jian's lips curled into a slight smile. He had noticed that most of Zhang Hong's attack methods carried negative effects, but their actual damage wasn't high. For ordinary players, these constant negative effects were like a nightmare. With Song Jian's unique skill fake-faced, his immunity to negative effects had reached an unimaginable level. Once he pits against Zhang Hong, if Zhang Hong doesn't use his trump card escape skill, Song Jian is confident he can finish him in less than 5 minutes. Under Zhang Hong's skill restrictions, the Lion Eagle Beast seemed like a strong and bulky yet slow-moving giant, toyed around by the two players. After half an hour, the Lion Eagle Beast was bathed in blood, covered with wounds, and one of his front claws had even fractured. Its enormous body lost its balance and collapsed, stirring up countless pebbles and dust. The Lion Eagle Beast was on the brink of death, unable to stand up no matter how hard it tried. Its vitality points had already dropped below 10%. For Zhang Hong, this was an optimum opportunity to recruit. "Good job." Zhang Hong cheered with a full face of smiles, but a flash of fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. Song Jian's damage was incredibly high, volumes higher than any typical player of his level. Zhang Hong leaped forward, came before the Lion Eagle Beast, and bowed. He muttered, "In the past you have been trapped in bitterness, today, I will help you free yourself." With a hop, Zhang Hong climbed onto the Lion Eagle Beast, pressing his hand against its head. "Ha ha ha, my beast defender, you're mine now." Zhang Hong couldn't hold back his excitement, he was on the cusp of success. His laughter echoed under the sky, his face full of unrestrained joy. The Lion Eagle Beast grew furious, sensing Zhang Hong on its neck. It let out angry roars and attempted to shake Zhang Hong off. Unfortunately, its injuries were too severe, barely lifting its wings before they dropped down weakly. From his bag, Zhang Hong pulled out a scroll emitting a silver radiance, pressing it against the back of the Lion Eagle Beast's head. A pet contract scroll. Song Jian watched the energy-rich scroll with a slight smile at the corner of his lips. Ordinary shops only sell low-quality pet contract scrolls, and those can only be used on common beasts. Unique creatures like the Lion Eagle Beast, especially one that's an elite boss at level 30, couldn't be captured by a low-quality scroll. A higher quality scroll is required for that. The silver-level pet contract scroll that Zhang Hong held was worth at least 100,000 doomsday coins. This was a rare item and the price was beyond what many beasts were worth. It was something ordinary players had only heard about but never seen. Song Jian watched Zhang Hong use the scroll, and shook his head slightly. What a waste. If Zhang Hong was also level 30, then using this silver-level pet contract scroll could have had a capture success rate of over 80%. However, currently at level 18, the level gap with the Lion Eagle Beast is just too wide. Even with this high-quality scroll, the capture success rate won't be more than 30%. Such level disparity was something every player hoping to capture a beast needed to consider. Either Zhang Hong has forgotten it in his excitement, or he's taking his chances, ignoring the level gap. After all, Encountering a lion eagle beast opportunity is rare, and once lost, there may not be another chance to find such a unique creature. At this moment, a look of excitement crossed Zhang Hong's face. With trembling hands, he pressed the contract scroll closely against the lion eagle beast's head and began reciting the contract's chant. As he recited the chant, the scroll emitted a dazzling light and began to slowly disintegrate, transforming into countless silver runes that embraced both Zhang Hong and the lion eagle beast. If the contract fails, all the runes would vanish and the high-quality silver scroll would be wasted. Zhang Hong anxiously watched the silver runes around him, fearing they would disappear at the next moment. Bang! A blinding silver radiance burst from the runes, driving Zhang Hong into fits of laughter. This signified the first step was successful, which was the most important step. If the runes assembled into a contract formation next, he could force the lion eagle beast into signing the contract and becoming his beast. The silver light continued to circulate as the silver runes gradually coalesced, forming a strange contract array adorned with intricate patterns and mysterious symbols. Come now, become my beast defender. Under the Buddha in the future, you will enjoy endless glory. Zhang Hong murmured to himself. From the contract array, a milky white light emerged, heading straight into Zhang Hong's forehead. This light outlined all the clauses in the contract like a legal agreement in the real world, demanding strict adherence once signed. Another white light shot out towards the forehead of the lion eagle beast, leaving a faint black mark on it. This was the beast mark. Once the lion eagle beast submits, this mark would accompany it for life. The contract obligations were laid out in both Zhang Hong's and the lion eagle beast's minds. Zhang Hong was not unfamiliar with this, he chose to agree without hesitation. On the other hand, the contract's terms were displayed in a way that the lion eagle beast could understand. The stringent conditions instilled a profound sense of humiliation. It knew that agreeing to the contract would save its life, but its freedom would be lost forever. The lion eagle beast struggled, resisting the white light from entering its forehead and rejecting the black mark on its forehead. Hurry, hurry, submit to me. Cold sweat dripped from Zhang Hong's forehead as he watched the struggling lion eagle beast impatiently. After activating the pet contract scroll, he needed to maintain it using his mental strength. Given the vast power gap between him and the lion eagle beast, maintaining this contract was strenuous. Submit to me, and you will rank under one and above all, forever. Zhang Hong shouted ferociously. His face twisted, veins bulged on his forehead, his expression no longer calm and peaceful. The lion eagle beast let out a piercing shriek. The white light from the formed contract finally entered its forehead. Zhang Hong's face twisted into an ecstatic grin. I made it! Zhang Hong roared. Just then, something unexpected happened. The lion eagle beast seemingly regained its strength, abruptly standing up and throwing Zhang Hong off its back. Chapter 441, The Kill. How could this happen? Bloodline's eruption? The astonished Zhang Hong, who had been thrown back, struggled to stand amidst the debris and looked at the increasingly crazed lion eagle beast while mumbling to himself. The Hoplorch lion eagle beast is a magical creature. Adult Hoplorch lion eagle beasts can rival giant dragons. Their bloodline contains mysterious bloodline power, and once triggered, they can obtain even greater power. This is why Zhang Hong would rather waste a silver-quality pet contract scroll to capture it. However, the lion eagle beast's explosion of power did not originate from its bloodline, but from the level gap between them. The difference of 12 levels made it seem as if there was a chasm between Zhang Hong and the lion eagle beast. Without Song Jian's help, Zhang Hong wouldn't stand a chance against the beast, let alone break through its defense. Moreover, just as Zhang Hong was devoting himself to subduing the lion eagle beast, Song Jian slightly raised his right hand, using a surgical healing to heal the broken wing of the lion eagle beast, thus giving it the strength to hurl Zhang Hong away. Surgical healing can only restore a small amount of vitality points but can remove negative effects such as fracture, bleeding. Song Jian's movement was small, and Zhang Hong, who was focused on subduing the lion eagle beast at the time, did not notice his subtle action. As a martial monk, Zhang Hong could easily employ numerous spells. Although they didn't cause high damage, their endless negative effects were alarming for Song Jian. If Zhang Hong gained such a magical creature as a battle pet, his last weakness would be patched up, something Song Jian didn't want to see. Boom! A powerful mental strength burst forth, instantly repelling the white light enveloping his eyebrows and the black seal. A look of defeat appeared on Zhang Hong's face as he witnessed the contract array tremble violently before shattering with a bang. With the capture attempt failed, the lion eagle beast let out a relaxed and joyful cry, turned around, and stared at Zhang Hong with eyes full of anger, yet tinged with a touch of deep fear. The loss of a silver-quality pet contract scroll pained Zhang Hong. Although the capture attempt's failure didn't cause substantial damage to him, he felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, making him want to vomit blood. When a pet capture fails, there are certain after effects. At this point, The Lion Eagle Beast's entire hatred had been transferred to Zhang Hong, and this hatred would lock onto him for 3 minutes, launching relentless attacks. Seeing the Lion Eagle Beast charging towards him, Zhang Hong's face turned pale, and he hurriedly ran towards Song Jian. "Help, help me." Zhang Hong begged Song Jian with a pleading look on his face. The Lion Eagle Beast spread its wings and instantly closed the 7 or 8 meters distance. Its sharp beak aimed like a razor at his heart. Feeling the chill of the wind, Zhang Hong sensed the threat of death quickly approaching and threw a triangular amulet in a panic. The amulet flew into the air, bursting into dazzling light before turning into a light shield protecting Zhang Hong's back. In the center of the shield, a golden Buddha handprint slowly opened. One-time used defensive amulet. Song Jian's eyes lit up, recognizing the triangular amulet, and he looked envious. This single-use amulet had various effects. Even though they could only be used once, their power was significantly greater than ordinary equipment or even skills. Moreover, they were rare. Even Song Jian hadn't encountered one yet. The beak struck the center of the light shield, followed by a crack sound as the shield shattered into crystal fragments and disappeared in midair. However, the Lion Eagle Beast's attack was entirely blocked. Not only that, but part of the beast's beak cracked, making it cry out in pain. "Save me, save me. We had an agreement." Zhang Hong had lost his previous repentant composure, looking disheveled and scared as he grabbed Song Jian's hand and begged loudly. "Do you have any more high-quality pet contract scrolls?" Song Jian tightly held his sword and glanced at Zhang Hong, saying, "If not, we will have to kill it." Zhang Hong's face showed reluctance. He had suffered considerable losses this time, not only giving Song Jian a sword technique worth tens of thousands of doomsday coins but also wasting a silver-quality pet contract scroll and a precious defensive amulet. Even the soul bodies he had painstakingly recruited earlier were all consumed, making him feel like he had wasted 10 years of hard work. "I don't have any more." "Kill it," Zhang Hong said helplessly. Having a silver-quality pet contract scroll was already incredibly lucky for Zhang Hong, let alone having a second one. Song Jian nodded, guessing that the likelihood of Zhang Hong having a second one was low. "Keep using those techniques to trap it. We will split the loot from killing it," Song Jian said. Hearing Song Jian's words, Zhang Hong's face looked slightly better. After all, the level 30 elite boss with tier 1 combat power was bound to drop valuable items, at least slightly making up for his loss. Song Jian leaped forward and slashed at the Lion Eagle Beast with his sword. With his current strength, facing a level 30 elite boss with tier 1 combat power was still somewhat difficult. If it weren't for the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape Sword's ability to deal double damage with each strike, Song Jian wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. After the Lion Eagle Beast's vitality points dropped, it erupted with even fiercer fighting power, as if having a resurgence of energy before its death. Each strike would deal 300 to 400 points of damage. If it weren't for the advanced healing potion, Song Jian wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack for long. Zhang Hong watched as the Lion Eagle Beast's vitality points continued to decrease, his face full of unwillingness. In reality, he had several healing techniques but didn't use them on Song Jian. He couldn't help but have some unusual thoughts in his heart, wanting the Lion Eagle Beast and Song Jian to perish together. That way, he could recover his losses from Song Jian's corpse and the beast's drops. If things went as he planned, he would not only make up for his losses but might even profit from them. But to his disappointment, even when the Lion Eagle Beast cried its final painful cry and fell, Song Jian still stood firmly in place without showing any weakness. Chapter 442, half for each person. Finally, we killed it. Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at Zhang Hong from the corner of his eye, and saw a trace of disappointment on his face, which made him couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although his vitality points were now less than half, only about 500, in his inventory, he had 7 or 8 advanced healing potions. He also had many weakness potions, slow medicines, and brave potions. Even if Zhang Hong turned against him right now, Song Jian would not be afraid. Whoosh, 7 or 8 items burst out from the corpse of the Lion Hawk Beast, each shining with special glows of green, blue, silver, and even one emitting bright golden light. A golden quality item. Zhang Hong's gaze first fell on the golden quality item, revealing a pleased expression on his face. But quickly, as if he thought of something, he looked at Song Jian, and the unwilling expression on his face became stronger. He knew that even if this golden quality item was not useful to Song Jian, he would not let it go to him. Without any hesitation, Song Jian picked up the golden quality item. It was a scroll-like item with the 4 golden characters Sword Dart outline written on the side. Sword Dart outline, golden, one-time use item, usage effect, raise any sword skill not above level 5 by 3 levels, with a certain chance to produce a mutation effect on the skill. Requirement for use, this item must be used within 10 minutes, A surprised look appeared on Song Jian's face as he rapidly considered which of his skills to use it on. What is this? Zhang Hong couldn't help but ask as he approached. Seeing the eager look on Zhang Hong's face, Song Jian laughed and directly displayed the attributes of the sword dart outline. Even if he gave it to Zhang Hong probably wouldn't be able to use it. In fact, Zhang Hong actually had learned 2 sword arts. One was called Dharma Sword Art, and the other was called Vajra Subjugation Sword. Both were extremely powerful, but to raise the levels of these 2 sword arts, not only skill proficiency and skill points were required, but most importantly, there needed to be Buddha nature. Zhang Hong had already raised the proficiency of these 2 sword darts to the maximum, and he also had skill points, but had been unable to raise these 2 sword darts by 1 level, mainly because his Buddha nature was not yet full. This was why he came to this tomb area, constantly reciting Buddhist scriptures and releasing the souls of the dead. Doing so did not yield any combat experience points, but he gained 1 point of Buddha nature for each soul released. In fact, for Zhang Hong, Buddha nature was far more important than any experience points, skill proficiency, or even skill points. Even the spells he learned required Buddha nature to be upgraded. If he were to obtain the sword dart outline, it would not make a drastic difference to his strength, but it would still serve as a compensation for the shortcomings of one of his sword darts being raised by 3 levels. Therefore, when Zhang Hong saw the sword dart outline, he couldn't help but feel envious. Just as he hesitated whether to ask if he could exchange something for the sword dart outline, Song Jian directly clicked on use. The sword dart outline immediately turned into a golden light enveloping Song Jian, gradually fading away after a short while. After hesitating for a long time, Song Jian had too many sword darts and techniques to choose from, all of which were essential to him. In the end, he decided to use the sword dart outline on the primordial chaos indestructible sword body. He now had mastered 3 skills of the swordsman immortal profession: sword finger, invisible sword chi, and immortal sword body. In use, he found that the power of the sword finger was average, probably just an ordinary skill of the swordsman immortal profession, while the invisible sword chi, since possessing the sword control skill of luck, had increased the upper limit value to more than 200, and even if it was upgraded, the effect would not be obvious. On the other hand, the power of immortal sword body terrified him. Although it had a cool-down time of 1 hour, once activated, it definitely had the ability to reverse the situation. Furthermore, Song Jian estimated that even among the swordsman immortal profession, the immortal sword body was probably one of the core skills. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use this sword dart outline on the immortal sword body, primordial chaos indestructible sword body, active, level 6, 38%, skill effect. After activating this skill, players' all attributes plus 10, physical defense increased by 60%, magic resistance increased by 50%, negative effects immunity judgment plus 8, damage increased by 110% when using sword weapons, power of sword skills increased by 80%, this effect lasts 120 seconds, dispel and purify skills have no effect on this effect, skill consumption, use consumes 25 invisible sword chi, additionally, 1 invisible sword chi is consumed every second during the duration. Skill cooldown time, 60 minutes, skill description. This skill is one of the swordsman immortal profession's inherited skills. The power of the level 6 immortal sword body increased significantly, the duration also increased to 2 minutes, and although the consumption was higher, the increased upper limit of invisible sword chi allowed Song Jian to bear the consumption. If I could always use the immortal sword body, I might be able to defeat even a level 30 elite boss with first-order combat power. Song Jian clenched his long sword, thinking to himself. With his mouth open, Zhang Hong was about to speak when he saw Song Jian directly using the sword dart outline. He immediately froze, sighed after a while, and shook his head slightly. There was 1 silver quality item in the spoils from the lion hawk beast, along with 5 or 6 blue and green items. The silver quality item was a piece of equipment. Feather of the lion hawk beast, silver, belt, equipment level 30, equipment effect, strength plus 4, agility plus 2, defense plus 28, resistance plus 20, vitality recovery speed increased by 20%, special effect 1, add 16 instant use inventory slots. Special effect 2, automatically recovers 1 spirit point every 10 seconds, usage requirement, 15 points of mental strength, can it be taken out of the game? No. Is this a belt for magic-based professions? Seeing the requirement of 15 mental strength points, Song Jian frowned slightly. It should be known that for ordinary people entering the game, all attributes are usually around 5 points, some even only 3 points. Unless they obtain treasures like attribute fruit, it is difficult to raise an attribute. Only when they get their first job do their attributes increase according to their profession. For a non-magic profession, it is very difficult to raise mental strength to 15 points. However, this was not a problem for Song Jian. At this time, his mental strength attribute was exactly 15 points. Songjian's original mental strength attribute was only 5 points. After eating an all-attribute fruit, he gained 1 point from the vertical eye on his forehead, 2 points from the sacred spirit, 1 point from the savior title, 3 points from joining the sword controller profession, and finally, 5 points from the abyssal flame tempering. Songjian showed the attributes of this belt to Zhang Hong and happily replaced it with the devouring belt he was wearing. Songjian believed that the monk profession was more inclined to physical attacks, and Zhang Hong was only level 18 and probably couldn't even reach 10 points of mental strength. Naturally, this belt belonged to Songjian himself. Chapter 443, Wizard's Soul. Seeing Songjian put on the winged lion's feather directly, Zhang Hong's eyes almost bulged out. Zhang Hong, though a combat monk, was not a melee attacker, but a caster. His specialty was using various Buddhist spells. Thus, although he was only level 18, his mental strength had already broken through to 17 points, 2 points higher than Songjian's. Naturally, Zhang Hong could also wear the winged lion's feather belt. After all, it was a level 30 silver grade equipment. Weren't we supposed to share the loot? You have already taken the best stuff for yourself. Zhang Hong struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes and screamed inwardly. Songjian glanced at the remaining blue-green items, picked up a blue-quality bloodline essence and put it into his inventory, then threw all the remaining materials over to Zhang Hong. I only took 3 items, the remaining 5 are for you, Songjian said with a smile. Zhang Hong's mouth twitched as he looked at the items Songjian handed him. Only one was of blue quality, and the rest were green quality. More importantly, all of these items were materials, not equipment. He doubted that current players in the auction house would be interested in such high-level materials. Thank you very much. Zhang Hong's face reluctantly showed a smile, and he accepted all the items from Songjian. Although these materials were high-level, players' trade skills would eventually progress, and these materials would become valuable after some time, especially since they were from magical creatures. After killing the level 30 elite boss, Songjian finally reached level 22 and even exceeded 6%. Songjian hesitated for a moment after looking at the 3 100% proficiency skills, kick, sweeping sword style, and sword shadow step. Eventually, he still spent the skill point on sword shadow step. He had enough damage-dealing skills, but not many life-saving ones. So naturally, he would prioritize upgrading his escape skills. Upgrading sword shadow step to level 2 increased the movement speed from 30% to 35%, and the duration increased from 7 seconds to 8 seconds, a small improvement. The winged lion's corpse slowly decomposed and burned, and if they had the dissection or skinning skills, they could extract some materials from the body. However, neither Songjian nor Zhang Hong possessed these trade skills, so they could only watch the valuable corpse turn into ashes. It took them over an hour to kill the winged lion. The sky had become white, and the ghosts in the graveyard had gone back into their tombs. Only a few crows occasionally cawed, making the whole graveyard quite peaceful. Amitabha, Mr. Song, we shall part ways now. I hope to see you again in the future. Zhang Hong returned to his high monk demeanor, his face serious as he clasped his hands together and bowed to Songjian before leaving. Well, master, we shall say our goodbyes then, laughed Songjian as he nodded in agreement. As he watched Zhang Hong drift away, a cold smile crept onto Songjian's face. Zhang Hong had failed to steal the prize, and had instead lost more than he gained. If he had succeeded in obtaining the winged lion as a combat pet, his combat power would have at least doubled. Songjian had sensed a threat from Zhang Hong in the woods when they first met. The look in Zhang Hong's eyes when he first saw Songjian was identical to when he first saw the winged lion. I hope that when I see you next time, you will have become much stronger. Right now, you really don't even arouse my desire to fight. Songjian muttered softly. Just then, an old voice spoke into his ear. Young man, you made a grave mistake by letting him go like that. In the future, he may grow into a power that you will be forced to look up to. Startled, Songjian instinctively clenched the sword in his hand, taking a defensive stance as he looked around. Who's there? Songjian demanded in a low voice. Cough, cough. Don't be so tense, I am just a captive soul, incapable of causing you any harm, the old voice replied with a hint of weakness. However, Songjian remained vigilant, still tensely looking around. The graveyard was eerily silent with not a soul in sight. What kind of hero hides behind a veil? If you have got the guts, come out and meet me. Songjian raged, even more anxious since he couldn't sense any presence whatsoever. I wish I could come out, but I am trapped in an impenetrable prison, unable to even move. The old voice chuckled weakly. If you really want to see me, continue down the white stone path, take a left at the 13th step, and you will find me in the 6th tomb. Songjian hesitated. While battling the winged lion earlier, the conflict had spread around the area within a few dozen meters. The location indicated by the old voice was at the edge of the previous battle area. Song Jian had not found any traps or anything of the sort during the prior fight. So, after a moment, he followed the voice's guidance towards the tomb. Upon arriving at the tomb, he looked at the tombstone. There wasn't much difference between this one and the surrounding ones, except for the faint golden hexagram array that appeared on this tombstone. If he hadn't taken a closer look, Song Jian would have thought it was just a blank tombstone. Young deity, I was once a human made with Tier 1 combat power. During a battle, I accidentally injured a civilian and was sentenced to death, with my soul exiled. Seeing Song Jian coming, the old voice slowly recited its story. Song Jian listened attentively. As it turned out, this mage's soul, like the beastman soldier George had guided Song Jian to recruit, was also a convict exiled to Doomsday City. The soul had been lingering in the graveyard for more than 20 days, and if no one came to its rescue, it would turn into a monstrous creature that only knew how to kill once the time was up, something the mage's soul did not want. When Song Jian and the NPC professional players first arrived at the graveyard for the supply box, the mage's soul had already spotted them. Instead of hurriedly summoning someone to save it, the soul patiently observed them. If there was no choice, the soul would have urgently sought help from the first person it saw. However, since there were so many people, the mage's soul naturally wanted to find the strongest person to ally with. After observing for 2 more days, especially after witnessing Song Jian and Zhang Hong slay the winged lion with Tier 1 combat power, the mage's soul finally made up its mind. Chapter 444, Bloodline Wizard. If you truly can rescue me from this cage, then I, Wallace Layman, in the name of the God of Truth, pledge my loyalty to you as your vassal. Layman muttered. Layman, aren't you afraid that after being freed on day 1, you might never return here? Song Jian laughed. No, your level might not be high, but you already have the strength to solo kill an elite, level 30 boss. This area is full of level 30 monsters. I know, you gods chosen have a magical skill that allows you to hunt monsters in this world and level up quickly. This area of level 30 monsters is a leveling treasure chest. You will definitely come back here to level up. Layman confidently replied. Your judgment is very accurate, so, let's sign the contract. Once the follower's contract is signed, I will set you free from this prison. Song Jian laughed. NPCs recruited within the estate system are very weak characters, considered commoners among NPCs. No matter how long they train, at most they can become home guard militia with very limited growth potential. These NPCs recruited from the estate system can only serve as waitstaff, construction workers, apprentices and the like. Only NPCs recruited from these outdoor cages exhibit unique skills. Take the beastman warrior that Song Jian met previously for instance. Not only was he individually powerful, but he also had the talent to tame beasts. He could domesticate normal beasts into war beasts to assist in battles, maybe even using them as mounts to form a beast cavalry. The human soul captured before his eyes, in his previous life he was a wizard with the power of the First Order. You should know that wizards, also known as scholars, possess an abundance of knowledge. Even if they have lost their bodies and their combat power has declined, that knowledge remains a valuable asset. As much as gods chosen select followers, followers also choose their gods chosen. Clearly, Layman is very satisfied with Song Jian, so he willingly signed the follower's contract. It took Song Jian more than half an hour to destroy the stone tomb and release Layman. A semi-transparent pale blue figure floated out of the tomb, took a deep breath, and emotionally said, I never thought I would get the chance to breathe freely again. After a moment of emotion, Layman knelt on one knee in front of Song Jian, placed his right hand on his chest respectfully and said, Wallace Layman the wizard will become your follower, never to leave you. Wallace, I accept your loyalty. Song Jian said as he helped Wallace up. The moment Wallace pledged his loyalty, all his attributes were openly revealed to Song Jian. Wallace, soul body, job, bloodline wizard, level 30, strength, 30, agility, 25, stamina, 33, spirit, 50, mana, 500 out of 500. In the follower's interface, there are many attributes of Wallace described in detail, including traits, skills, and even his past experiences. Wallace, why have so many of your skills been sealed? While Song Jian was carefully reviewing Wallace's attributes and skills, he couldn't help but frown. This situation had never happened before. Even the previous beastman warrior, despite becoming a slave, had retained all his skills. I apologize, master. In my previous life, I was a bloodline wizard. All my power came from my bloodline. Now that I have lost my body, many of my bloodline spells can no longer be cast. Wallace explained apologetically. Although Song Jian had speculated this might be the case, he felt slightly disappointed when it was confirmed. After all, Wallace had once been a First-Order wizard. If he were to preside over the Alliance, Songjian believed, no alliance would dare to invade them at their current state. How can we restore your former power? Songjian pondered for a moment. Turning Wallace into a logistical officer like Dr. Ebsiding would obviously be a waste. But if Wallace couldn't regain his previous strengths, then in the future he could only provide Songjian with advice based on his extensive knowledge. There are 2 ways to restore my power. One is to switch and practice as a soul-body wizard from now on. This is the easiest way, but it would take a long time since I would have to start over from level 1 and adapt to this new role. It was clear Wallace had thought deeply about this, and he spoke quickly. The second way is to rebuild my previous body. I would need a powerful new body with the bloodline of an ancient creature. The stronger the bloodline, the more powerful I will be. This is the quickest method, but obtaining a body with the bloodline of an ancient creature is extremely difficult. Wallace, with a look of regret in his eyes, said, my previous bloodline was from the flame giant wolf, which is only of average grade among bloodline wizards. Songjian had a thought, finally understanding why Wallace willingly approached him to become his follower after he killed the griffin beast. You want to use this blood essence to recreate your body so that you can have the bloodline of the Hopla griffin beast, right? Songjian took out the blood essence that emitted a blue glow, held it in his hand, and laughed as he said to Wallace. Wallace knelt on one knee, touching his forehead almost to the ground, and said, yes, master. Please forgive my selfishness. The Hopla griffin beast is a magnificent creature. Its bloodline is much superior to the flame giant wolf, it is only second to the dragon bloodline. If I can recreate my body with its bloodline, my power will quickly recover to the First Order, and I may even have the potential to break through to a higher level of power. Songjian said nothing, playing with the blood essence in his hand, a playful smile on his face as he gazed at the kneeling Wallace. Wallace, can I trust you? Can you forever be loyal to me, never betraying me? Songjian slowly said. Master, I swear on my soul as a bloodline wizard, if you can recreate my body for me, I will forever be loyal to you, never betraying you. Even if the whole world were to be destroyed, I will always stand behind you. Wallace lifted his head, determination etched on his face. Out of nowhere, Songjian felt a thread of contract energy connecting him to Wallace. If Wallace were to break his promise in future, his soul body would suffer massive damage, weakening his soul severely, or worse, causing him to dissipate completely. With a slight nod, Songjian laughed, I think the Hopla griffin beast's bloodline is not suitable for you. Maybe, you should have a superior bloodline. Chapter 445 Bloodline Spirit Symbol. When Wallace heard Songjian say that the lion hawk beast's bloodline was unsuitable for him, his face instantly fell into despair. He had put everything he had on Songjian. If Songjian couldn't help him rebuild his bloodline, he would never be able to recover and become a bloodline wizard. Wallace had studied bloodline wizards for centuries. If he had to switch to becoming a soul-body wizard now, everything would have to start over. In this world of destruction, weakness is a sin. After becoming a soul-body wizard, it would definitely take a long time to regain the first level of combat power, and Wallace wasn't sure if he had that much time. But when he heard what Songjian said after that, a look of doubt appeared in Wallace's eyes. To him, a lion hawk beast was already a higher grade bloodline than what he had before. Could it be that this young overblessed one in front of him possessed even higher grade bloodline essences? How is that possible? Although this world has many powerful creatures, with his abilities, how could he possibly acquire a higher grade bloodline? Not to mention, even the lion hawk beast is beyond his capabilities. Without the help of that monk, he wouldn't be able to kill the lion hawk beast, let alone have a higher grade bloodline. Wallace's eyes flickered and his mood fluctuated, causing his soul body to sway slightly. Songjian gave a faint smile and summoned the black dragon hatchling directly. The black dragon had been slumbering in the pet space for a long time. As soon as it was released, it immediately gave off a joyous dragon chant. Its wings spread out, instantly giving people a feeling of overwhelming darkness. At this moment, the black dragon hatchling had grown to over 4 meters in length and was almost 2 meters high. There was an aura of majesty in his golden, upright pupils. A faint black smoke and sparks spewed out from his nostrils with each breath, spreading out a faint sense of dragon might in all directions. Giant dragon, how? How is this possible? Wallace's soul body started to tremble violently, seemingly on the verge of disintegration. It was obvious how much his emotions were profoundly stirred at this moment. Wallace even wanted to reach out and touch the black dragon hatchling's scales, but as soon as he extended his hand, it felt as if he had been burned, forcing him to let out a painful grunt and immediately retract his hand. Master, could it be? You intend to use? Wallace looked at the black dragon hatchling, his eyes revealing a look of joy. Black dragons were a type of ancient giant dragon and were considered top-tier bloodlines that all bloodline wizards dreamt of having. If Song Jian was truly willing to use Black Dragon Essence blood to rebuild Wallace's body, then Wallace's growth potential would be limitless in the future. Indeed, I am willing to use the Black Dragon's bloodline to rebuild your body. Song Jian nodded and confirmed. Overcome with excitement, Wallace immediately dropped to his knees, unable to utter a word. For him, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Alright, once we are back at my manor, you can begin researching how to rebuild your body using the Black Dragon Essence blood. But you must ensure that my Black Dragon won't be severely harmed, Song Jian declared. Of course, Master. I promise not to harm your war pet irreversibly. At most, it will only be weak for a few days before it quickly recovers, Wallace eagerly assured him. Back at Manor Castle, Song Jian directly assigned a lab to Wallace and gave him a drop of the Black Dragon hatchling's essence blood so that he could research how to use the Black Dragon Essence blood to rebuild his body. After all, witnessing such a top-notch, priceless bloodline from the Black Dragon was something Wallace had previously not even dared to think about, let alone encounter. Thus, running experiments before completely rebuilding his body was absolutely necessary. After settling Wallace in, Song Jian took out the Lion Hawk Beast's bloodline essence. At that moment, the bloodline essence looked like a red gem, emitting a dazzling light, with a rich purple-red blood seemingly flowing through it. Song Jian undressed his upper body to reveal the hexagram array tattoo on his chest. At the moment, the hexagram array was glowing, with one corner adorned with a red gem. This gem was the dragon blood talisman formed from the essence blood of a mature black dragon he had absorbed previously. Now that he had obtained the essence blood of a lion hawk beast, he wondered whether it could turn into another talisman as well. He carefully moved the lion hawk beast's bloodline essence closer to the hexagram array diagram. Sure enough, a strong suction came from the hexagram array. Song Jian smiled faintly, loosened his grip, and the lion hawk beast's bloodline essence was instantly absorbed by the hexagram array diagram. Soon, a dazzling gleam slowly emerged in the second corner of the Night Slayer's hexagram array diagram. The vacant spot was filled by a second talisman, the Lion Hawk Beast Bloodline Charm. Lion Hawk Beast Bloodline Charm Enhancement, Strength +5, Agility +3, Constitution +5, Special Effect, Iron Wings, Active, can summon a pair of iron wings that last for 1 hour with a cooldown of 3 hours. Under the summoning iron wings state, overall defense increases by 30%, resistance increase by 30%, wings can automatically block any damage under 50 points, capable of flying with a speed of 280. So strong. Song Jian could not help but clench his fist, sensing the potent power surging within his body. The attribute boost this time was incredibly significant, even more so than the previous Dragon Blood Talisman. After all, the initial Dragon Blood Talisman had used most of its power to reshape the foundation of Song Jian's body, and the attribute increase wasn't entirely displayed. But the second Lion Hawk Beast Bloodline Charm fully unleashed its power. Just the added 13 attribute points alone made Song Jian feel incredibly delighted, not to mention the Iron Wings' powerful ability. As soon as he summoned the Iron Wings, Song Jian's defense could probably rival that of a heavily armored defensive warrior of the same level. Iron Wings. With a thought, a dazzling light burst forth from Song Jian's back, and a pair of wide wings enveloping a metallic luster appeared behind Song Jian, nearly covering his entire body. Song Jian felt that these wings were like a part of his body, just as flexible to control as his own limbs. With a thought, the iron wings violently fluttered, and Song Jian's body shot off like an arrow, flying out of Manor Castle's window. Song Jian, who was in the air, was initially a bit clumsy, but he quickly grasped the trick to flying, soaring freely in the air like a giant bird. This exhilaration was far beyond what one could experience from flying in an airplane. Just as Song Jian was soaring in the sky, a massive flock of strange bird-like creatures flew towards him in huge numbers. Their shrill cries forced Song Jian to cover his ears. Mutant vulture birds, level 40 creatures. My god, where in heaven's name did I fly off to? Startled, Song Jian turned around and flew back towards his manor. Chapter 446, Magic Source Stone. Unbeknownst to him, Song Jian had accidentally flown into a territory inhabited by level 40 creatures. He was chased by a flock of level 40 mutant carrion birds and barely escaped back to the manor castle. Phew, that was a close call. I almost didn't make it back, Song Jian said, looking at the slowly dispersing flock of carrion birds in the distance, and feeling a lingering fear. The flock of carrion birds chased Song Jian all the way to the level 10 creature zone before slowly backing off. If it wasn't for his wing made of steel that allowed him to fly slightly faster than the birds, Song Jian would be in real danger. This narrow escape dampened his cockiness after his recent power increase, reminding him that there are still many creatures in the Doomsday City he shouldn't mess with. The construction of Manor Castle was progressing methodically. Buildings sprouted up within the Alliance's territory. After the previous Alliance battle, few alliances dared to mess with the City of Hope. My lord, the manor has reached its development limit and must be upgraded to a level 4 manor. Upon seeing Song Jian's return, Steward George hurried over with a thick ledger to report. Good job, George. The manor has developed so well and so quickly thanks to you. Song Jian laughed. Go ahead and upgrade it if it satisfies the criteria. In reality, Song Jian had little involvement in the development of the manor. Aside from gathering special materials when needed, George made all the important decisions. Song Jian would not object to the idea that George single-handedly developed the manor. My lord, in order to upgrade the manor castle to level 4, we need to construct a magic tower. Only with a level 1 magic tower can we advance to level 4, George reported, bowing down. A magic tower? Go ahead and build it. Song Jian frowned slightly. Are we lacking certain materials? We can buy most materials from the Starfire shop in City of Hymns. However, to construct the magic tower, we need a magic source stone. It's a controlled metal that is difficult to procure on the market, George explained. Additionally, we need a resident mage in the magic tower. My lord, it would be best if you could recruit an NPC mage. No need to recruit a separate mage NPC. I have a follower who is a bloodline wizard. I can station them in the magic tower. Song Jian laughed, but concerning the magic source stone, I need to ask, how many do we need to construct a magic tower? My lord, not a lot. 1 kilogram will suffice, George replied. Alright, I got it. You may leave now, Song Jian said, nodding his head. Magic source stone was something Song Jian had never heard of. He cannot possibly know everything about all the strange things in the game. Damn, couldn't they have a gaming website for easy searching? Now I have to find out about these things the hard way. Song Jian shook his head in frustration. When it comes to the magic source stone, the first person Song Jian thought of was Annie from the Silver Moon Commerce. He immediately contacted her and she soon responded to his request. Annie, can I inquire about the magic source stone from you? Song Jian asked. Magic source stone? That is a controlled material. Even our Silver Moon Commerce can't legally sell it. If you are caught selling over 10 grams of magic source stone, you will be executed. Annie exclaimed. I am just asking, where does this magic source stone come from? Song Jian initially planned to buy directly from Annie, but upon hearing her words, he promptly abandoned the idea. Well, of course, I can tell you that. The magic source stone is not a mineral, but rather a gastric calculus of a certain creature. You can only obtain the stone by killing this creature. Annie chuckled. Let me guess, this creature is not easy to kill, right? Song Jian grumbled. Hee, of course. The creature is called the demonic bat. An adult demonic bat is as strong as a level 30 elite boss. What's more, they are gregarious creatures, usually seen in herds numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Even the most daring adventurers would think twice before messing with them. His thousands of level 30 elite bosses. Song Jian took a deep breath. That's hard to believe. I am wondering how the very first magic source stone was obtained. Naturally you wouldn't want to face such terrifying groups head-on, and he laughed. When the demonic bats have stayed in a place for a while, they will give up their nests and move on to another location. You can usually collect some magic source stones in these abandoned nests. Note that magic source stones are not just used for constructing magic towers. They can also improve your physical condition, extend your lifespan, and enhance your skills. Some people even consider them a more solid currency than doomsday coins. Oh, really? Song Jian looked surprised and then lowered his voice to ask, are you saying that no one takes the risk to smuggle these? I believe there is a price for any good. Can you tell me how much magic source stones cost on the black market? It took Annie quite a while to answer. If I had magic source stones, I would never sell them for doomsday coins. Usually it's a barter system. But if you really want a price tag, I guess 1 gram of magic source stone for 100,000 doomsday coins would be a fair price. After these words, Annie hung up. Song Jian was left with a shocked expression. 1 gram of magic source stone for 100,000 doomsday coins. When George said constructing a magic tower required 1 kilogram of magic source stone, Song Jian didn't think much of it. Now he realized that even selling off his own territory might not be enough to afford 1 kilogram of magic source stone. That's equivalent to 1 billion doomsday coins. My god, can anyone really afford to upgrade their safe house to a level 4 manor? Song Jian couldn't help but grumble. Ding ding ding. Just then, his communication device rang. It was Annie. He quickly answered. By the way, Song Jian, I forgot to tell you earlier. The demonic bats infect nearby creatures, resulting in similar species. I remember you once sold some bat wings materials. I am guessing that those were dropped by relatives of the infected demonic bats. If you go and look around the place where you found the creatures that drop bat wings, I believe you will find something worthwhile, Annie said, hanging up immediately after she finished her sentence without waiting for a response. Curled up in thought, Songjian stared at his cut-off communicator. Annie's implying that the Batwing zombies were infected by the demonic bats. So, if I go to the place where Batwing zombies appear, I should certainly find the demonic bats, right? Chapter 447, Level 10 Instance. Speaking of Batwing zombies, Songjian had encountered a large number of them on a rooftop of a high-rise building. These mature Batwinged zombies were all Level 10 elite boss. However, the place wasn't their nest, they were merely passing by. In another place, the theater, I defeated a sizable number of Level 10 Batwing zombie juveniles. That must be their nest. There might be a nest of mutated bats nearby. That would explain the huge presence of Batwing zombie juveniles. A glint appeared in Songjian's eye as he recalled the time when he hunted the juvenile Batwing zombies. Back then, wiping out those juvenile Batwing zombies was extremely difficult for Songjian at the time. But now, let alone normal level 10 monsters, even if he encountered a group of mature Batwinged elite boss zombies, he would be able to compete. He wouldn't be like before, forced only to flee. That area is just a level 10 monster zone. I will search the surrounding areas first. Songjian decided in his heart. When Songjian returned to the theater, it was desolate without a single monster in sight. Judging by the traces, many players had thoroughly searched the place, even clearing the rubble piece by piece, hoping to find hidden items underneath. As expected, these juvenile Batwinged zombies are not monsters that can respawn endlessly. Songjian's mouth turned up slightly at the corners. Ordinary mutant zombies, no matter how many you kill, will respawn the next day in the game system, endlessly. Only unusual, story-related monsters wouldn't reappear once killed. This scene seemed to prove his guess. This group of Batwinged zombie juveniles must have appeared due to the radiation pollution of the mutated bats, becoming an existence similar to story-related monsters. Once exterminated, they would not respawn. The mutated bat nest I need to find now should not be far from this theater. It's hard to imagine that a level 30 mutated bat would be in this level 10 monster zone. Songjian strolled along the silent street. The surrounding level 10 common monsters just glanced at Songjian from afar and immediately turned to leave. Even those mindless mutant zombies would instinctively stay away from Songjian. Songjian came around 2 blocks with the theater as the center but found no clue of the mutated bat nest. However, he was not anxious. If the mutated bat nest were that easy to find, the players would have discovered it and spread the news. After all, the appearance of a level 30 monster in a level 10 monster area would undoubtedly be explosive news for players. Just then, Songjian suddenly looked up at a building not far away. There came a strong wave of energy. Is there a battle there? Looks like a fire mage is fighting. Songjian murmured to himself. Within a short time, a man in a black mage's robe, holding a giant codex, rushed out of the building. Damn it, I was just looking for some supplies and came across a level 10 elite boss. What rotten luck. Zhao Jun looked distressed, glanced back at the burly zombie boss, stuck in the narrow, falling unit exit. For the time being, it couldn't get out, so it was violently destroying the walls around the block exit. Chunks of bricks and concrete were flying about. In no time, a big hole appeared in the wall. The burly mutant zombie, nearly 3 meters high, rushed out of the building, bellowing. Damn, you should have been hired in real life to work in the demolition office. Zhao Jun muttered, and his codex opened automatically with a rustling sound. Tklazd. Zhao Jun chanted the spell, and a few seconds later, a red light flew out from the codex, landing in front of the zombie boss. Firewall skill, rise. Bang! A massive flame rose into the sky. There were roaring flames all around the zombie boss within 3 or 4 meters. The color of this flame was not red but black, similar to the abyssal raging flame controlled by Songjian. However, it didn't bear the terrifying aura of the abyssal raging flame. Zhao Jun glanced at the firewall behind him, smirked, and turned to run. After running for a few steps, Zhao Jun saw a teenager standing dumbstruck on the street. Apparently, the commotion from his fight with the boss had attracted him. Zhao Jun's face changed, and he hurriedly waved at Songjian and shouted, "Run, run. There's a level 10 elite boss here." Zhao Jun was level 12. But to solo kill a level 10 elite boss was difficult for him, especially given the large number of mutant zombies nearby. If the battle dragged on for too long, it would attract a large number of zombies. By then, even running would be too late. Seeing that Songjian remained motionless, Zhao Jun ran over, gripped Songjian's arm, and yelled, "Are you nuts? You have seen the elite boss and you still aren't running, do you not value your life?" Hee, can I ask if there is somewhere nearby that has bat-related monsters? I have a mission to hunt them. Song Jian laughed. Zhao Jun tugged at Song Jian's arm a few times but couldn't move him. However, since he was a mage and physical strength wasn't his forte, he didn't make much of it. Bats? There's a level 10 instance in that building, that Shadow Demon Traces, which has some level 10 mutated bats. Zhao Jun hesitated, then casually mentioned. Suddenly his face turned white, and he yelled, "Boss, a level 10 elite boss, for heaven's sake, can't you see it?" As he was speaking, the burly zombie boss had already rushed out of the building and was pouncing toward Zhao Jun. The robust zombie boss, its body shimmering with a black metallic luster, had a body as tough as iron or steel. Even when it was within the firewall, the most it could take was single-digit damage. A level 10 instance, that Shadow Demon Traces, huh? I see. Song Jian stood there as if deep in thought, seemingly not paying attention to the boss charging at him. Zhao Jun saw Song Jian's nonchalance and made a run for it. Sorry, but I am not willing to risk my life here. Zhao Jun thought to himself. Just as he had run a few dozen steps forward, he suddenly heard a shrill screaming of a mutant zombie from behind. Zhao Jun shivered and turned around to take a look without much thinking. The towering zombie boss was now lying on the ground, its vitality points depleted. The man who had been standing still was now holding a sword and standing in front of the boss. Zhao Jun was stupefied, his mouth agape, looking utterly incredulous. How is this possible? He actually killed the boss. Chapter 448, The True Difficulty. An elite level 10 boss, with only over 1,600 vitality points, couldn't withstand even a combination of strikes from Song Jian. Now, Song Jian, using the fused Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, even an ordinary attack could deal more than 300 points of damage. It was simply more than an elite level 10 boss could bear. I will give you the item drops from this boss as a consultation fee, Song Jian said to Zhao Jun with a slight smile. Watching Song Jian disappear into the building, Zhao Jun was wide-eyed in disbelief. When did a level 10 elite boss become so weak, or is that guy just too strong? He mused. Soon, Zhao Jun's gaze landed on the items dropped by the level 10 elite boss. His eyes lit up, and he quickly darted over to collect them. That shadow maze, it's just a level 10 dungeon. How could there possibly be demonized bats in there? Song Jian furrowed his brows as he walked towards the source of the greatest energy fluctuations in the building. Magic source stones are only ever dropped by level 30 demonized bats. This level 10 dungeon. He trailed off. Song Jian soon arrived at an open room. On one wall of the room was a pale blue portal. A group of players was resting in front of the portal, eating and drinking. When they saw Song Jian approaching, they didn't even stand up. They glanced at him briefly, then looked away. These players were sitting in small clusters, forming several different teams. It seems they were preparing to raid the dungeon, or rest after exiting it. Hey, nice gear, man. What level are you? Wanna team up for this dungeon? An armored player, shield in hand and shotgun slung on his back, sized up Song Jian with a gleam in his eye and eagerly waved him over. While Song Jian had turned off the glow signifying the quality of his equipment, keen observers could still tell from the design and texture that they were top tier. Those who looked closely could discern the quality and level of gear the other was wearing. Song Jian looked over at the player with the silver shield who was showing off with a beaming face. At this stage in the game, having a silver shield was highly sought after. As long as one could withstand a boss's attack, they could easily form a team to raid a dungeon. Song Jian smiled back at the man, shaking his head in polite refusal. These players were all around level 10, and could, at most, only tackle the easier dungeons. Song Jian doubted he would even be able to enter such dungeons. He walked over to the dungeon entrance, examining it closely. The entry level for a simple difficulty dungeon was level 8 to level 12, normal difficulty was level 10 to level 15, hard was level 15 to level 21, and real difficulty was level 22 to level 28. It looks like I will have to try a real difficulty dungeon. Besides, if there really are demonized bats in this dungeon, they could only be in a real difficulty dungeon, Song Jian pondered, standing before the dungeon gate. Seeing Song Jian standing alone at the dungeon entrance, the resting players exchanged wary glances, looking at him with doubt. What's this guy trying to do, solo raid a dungeon? Someone muttered quietly. That's impossible. Even the regular mobs in dungeons are elite level, far tougher than anything outside. Even a full party needs to be extra cautious inside or they could easily be wiped out. Yeah, and there are loads of dangers in this game, with only one life. Safety first. I have never seen anyone do a solo raid before. Look, he's really going in. Someone whispered excitedly. Indeed, Song Jian, standing in front of the dungeon gate, had straight away chosen the real difficulty. The originally pale blue portal began to glow crimson. An incredibly intense, bloodthirsty aura emanated from the blood-red portal, causing the players lounging beside it to scatter like startled rabbits. Is he out of his mind? He is going for real difficulty? That's a level 22 dungeon. Level 22? It's Song Jian, number 1 on level rankings. Someone exclaimed. Song Jian hadn't bothered to hide his ranking. At level 22, he was someone all players had to look up to. They watched as Song Jian's figure disappeared into the Crimson Dungeon Gate. The red glow of the gate slowly faded back to blue, and everyone got excited again. The news of Song Jian beginning to raid a real difficulty dungeon quickly spread among the player base. As soon as Song Jian entered the dungeon, he was hit by an intense wave of heat. A narrow stone pathway spread out before him. Looking around, he saw nothing but skeletal remains everywhere. Dark flames erupted from the cracks in the ground, burning everything they came into contact with. Even the trees on either side of the path were ablaze with black flames. Everything was silent, with no living thing in sight. If you don't have at least 50 fire resistance points, you wouldn't even qualify to enter this place, Song Jian thought to himself as he surveyed his surroundings. A narrow marker appeared on the ground in front of him, indicating that he was to follow the path. Is this showing me how to complete the dungeon? Song Jian pondered, following the arrow. Soon, he arrived at a large pit filled with severed limbs and skeletal remains. A palpable tension filled the air from the pit. Creak 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 in the pit, something was churning at the bottom. Soon, a large mass rose up, the pile of skeletons on top sliding off to the side. Humans, you do not belong here. A deep, raspy voice echoed from the pit as a skeleton wreathed in black flames emerged from the pile of bodies. This was a humanoid skeleton, its body gleaming metallically. But there were a pair of broken wings on its neck. The skeleton held out its right hand, and instantly, a gale of black wind swept into its palm from the pit, forming a large, 2-meter-long battle axe. Song Jian's eyes narrowed as he examined the monster before him. Skeleton Demon General, level 20, elite level boss, vitality points, 2,800 out of 2,800 inches. Any living creature in my sight line will die, roared the Skeleton Demon General as it lunged towards Song Jian. Chapter 449 Outsiders. An elite level 20 boss. Before now, Song Jian would have had to expend a considerable effort to defeat it. However, to the current Song Jian, this skeleton warlord is just a slightly more robust ant. With axes in both hands, the skeleton warlord launched a hefty assault from the air on Song Jian, who, rather than dodging, met the attack with his long sword, causing a collision with the cross axes. Clang! With a crisp sound, Song Jian felt his arms sinking and a strong force pressing his hands down involuntarily. However, a look of disdain appeared on his face. He only has a strength of 30 points at most, no threat to me at all. Song Jian muttered to himself. The cross axe is a heavy weapon and the skeleton warlord, by attacking from above, has every advantage. However, it couldn't even make Song Jian step back. Song Jian's current abilities far exceed those of the skeleton warlord. For other teams of players, this skeleton warlord serves as a kind of gatekeeper, measuring their strength, causing weaker players to fail repeatedly. But in Song Jian's eyes, this skeleton warlord is just slightly more powerful than ordinary monsters. Even without using his immortal sword body, he can easily crush it. Broken Wing Dance, activate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long sword in Song Jian's hand danced with such force that it gave the impression of a heavy weapon. With just 2 moves, the skeleton warlord was forced back 5 or 6 steps, almost being knocked back into the pit of 10,000. Boom. As the final attack, Song Jian leaped high, his long sword leaving a dark red mark in midair, slicing fiercely towards the skeleton warlord. The furious chi left the warlord roaring with its huge body still hovering in midair. Die! Song Jian bellowed, directing all sword skills towards the skeleton warship. Sword Silk, sweeping sword style, flash thunder strike. Despite the incessant roaring of the skeleton warlord, it had no room for counterattack. By the time it landed, its vitality points had dropped to 1/3. Even a level 30 elite boss would struggle to withstand the damage inflicted by Song Jian, let alone a level 20 skeleton warlord. Light strike. Before the skeleton warlord could rise from the ground, a radiant golden sword chi swept across its body, accompanied by a deep howl. As the skeleton warlord, initially about to rise, came to a sudden halt, the black flames covering its body, as if extinguished by a strong wind, disappeared. Bang! With a dull thud, fragments of bone burst out from the body of the skeleton warlord. Like a sand tower collapsing, the huge body crumbled into a pile of fine bone fragments. This gatekeeper that caused so many player teams headaches was easily defeated by Song Jian. If the players gathered at the dungeon entrance knew that Song Jian had taken down the first boss of the real difficulty dungeon in such a short time, they would be flabbergasted. The skeleton warlord dropped a skills stone, Fierce Strike. It requires a long weapon to unleash and can deal 180% physical damage to the target. This skill has a great damage output and, most importantly, consumes very little energy. With only a 3-second cooldown time, it can be considered a regular skill. Such a skill would certainly be popular among players. If placed on the auction block, it would fetch a handsome price. Besides this skill stone, the skeleton warlord also dropped a piece of level 20 blue quality equipment, the skeleton war armor. This is a plate armor for warriors with extremely high defense. Additionally, it has a passive skill that gives a 30% chance of afflicting attackers with a weakness curse when taking damage. It can be considered quite top tier. On top of these items, the skeleton warlord also dropped 2 rubies and a shattered skull. This can be infused into equipment to improve its attributes. As my first time exploring a dungeon on the real difficulty level, the drops aren't bad. Song Jian looks at the spoils in his bag, a satisfied smile on his face. Bypassing the pit of 10,000, Song Jian continues along the path. Along the way, several level 20 elite mutated zombies appear, either shooting out from the surrounding woods or surfacing from the ground beside the road. Even some have corpses lying beside the road, that seem to have died a long time ago, growl lowly as Song Jian passes, attempting to crawl over and attack him. Such sudden attacks may catch regular teams off guard, potentially leading to unnecessary casualties. However, for Song Jian, these are just monotonous additions to his journey. Moreover, these elite monsters in the dungeon not only yield ample combat experience, but the quality and quantity of loot is much higher compared to the regular drops. Song Jian has already picked up nearly 5,000 Doomsday coins alone, making the rewards quite bountiful. Just as Song Jian wonders if this narrow path has an end, he suddenly hears yelling in the distance. Tony, stop resting beside the corpses, even if one of them was your companion who just died in combat. Amir, go notify the village chief quickly. Ask him to organize another group of villagers and bring some holy water. To deal with these nasty creatures, nothing works better than holy water. Susan, quickly gather people to burn these corpses. You certainly don't want them to stand up again to battle you. After a sprint, Song Jian finally reaches the end of the narrow path where a village lies. Epitomizing a fully armed fortress, the village is surrounded by caltrops and its walls are built with robust tree trunks, looking quite sturdy. On these walls are burning bonfires and villagers armed with bows and arrows, anxiously peering below the walls. In front of the village gates are dozens of strewn corpses. Despite the distance, Song Jian can clearly smell the stench of decay. A robust man clad in leather armor and wielding a broadsword is commanding a dozen villagers to clean up the battlefield. Upon spotting Song Jian, both the villagers on guard duty and those cleaning up the battlefield quickly aim their weapons at him. Looking at these level 22 villagers and a robust man, with a strength equal to a level 25 elite level boss, Song Jian can't help but furrow his brow. With his current abilities, there is no way for him to see such a tightly guarded village. Stand where you are, outsider. State your business. The man at the village gate points his heavy sword at Song Jian and shouts. Chapter 450, Assistance. Song Jian stared down the barrels of dozens of weapons trained upon him. Many holding them were so nervous they were shaking, their fingers hovering over the triggers of their crossbows. He hurried to say aloud, I am but a mere traveler passing by and I mean no harm to anyone. To his eyes, all the guardians of this village were labeled in yellow, indicating their relationship with him was currently in a fragile indifference stage, which could turn hostile at any wrong move. The village stood in the way of Song Jian's journey, posing a challenge. If he wanted to avoid hostilities with the entire village, he would have to quickly ease the tension between them. Oh Lord, Captain, I think I saw Paul move. I swear, I didn't see it wrong, cried a militiaman holding a long spear suddenly, his face stricken with terror. All the militia cried out in fear and horror, backing quickly away from the village gates. Calm down, men. We came out here to eliminate these disgusting creatures. Consider your families back in the village, your parents, spouses, and children. Do you want to let these monstrous creatures in? A burly man wielding a double-handed sword shouted, swinging his blade downwards and severing the head of a recently deceased comrade. Coal fire oil. Bring the coal fire oil quick and pour it over these monsters. We will burn them to ashes, ordered the burly man. From the surrounding forest emerged the growls of more mutated zombies. Shaking and stumbling, they slowly exited the woods and moved towards the village. At this point, no one was paying Song Jian any more attention. Just then, Song Jian received a system notification, kill at least 3 mutated zombies or village militia to choose your current faction. Faction? There are factions to choose from in this dungeon? Song Jian checked his reputation page. Having received the title of the savior, his reputation with the human race was well into revered. Like there's any other option, it's not like they are going to make me join the zombie monster faction, Song Jian muttered, shaking his head and swinging his sword at a mutated zombie that had crawled out from the burning forest. Seeing Song Jian's actions, Falakfu breathed a small sigh of relief. He was the captain of the village militia and was the most powerful among them. He felt a powerful aura emanating from Song Jian. If Song Jian chose to attack the village at this critical moment, he might completely destroy the village that had survived for decades. The mutated zombies crawling out from the burning forest were all level 25 elite monsters. Their strength surpassed that of the village militia. Void of intelligence, they were urged by bloodlust to treat any living creature as food. They had no tactical formation and charged at the militia like wild beasts. With Falakfu's leadership, although they were fearful of the monsters, the militia stood firm against the waves of monster attacks like a reef against the ocean. After Song Jian had slaughtered 3 of the monsters, he received a system prompt. During the in-dungeon faction selection, you have chosen the human defense faction. You will gain reputation by killing monsters in the dungeon. This reputation is not transferred out of the dungeon and is only used for transactions with the in-dungeon humans. Brave warrior from afar, we need your help. After Song Jian picked the human faction in the dungeon, he unexpectedly heard Falakfu's desperate calls for help from afar. Looking at him and the other militia, their name's color had turned light green. Is this for real? Song Jian murmured, as he swung his sword to cut down the zombies, and rushed towards the village's gate. System, you have slain a level 25 in-dungeon mutated zombie, elite. You have gained 1,200 combat experience points and 3 dungeon human reputation points. System, you have slain a level 26 in-dungeon mutated zombie, elite. You have gained 1,500 combat experience points and 4 dungeon human reputation points. With each monstrous kill within the dungeon, Song Jian gained not only combat experience points, but also reputation points with the dungeon humans. However, these reputation points were separate from those he had previously acquired. Every mutated zombie he killed brought him 3 to 4 reputation points with the dungeon humans. With Song Jian's assistance, the defense of the village significantly stabilized. In addition to their ferocious attacks, these mutated zombies carried infectious viruses. If one were scratched by them, immediate detox elixir would be required to avoid zombie infection. Should any of the militia be killed and their bodies not handled within a set amount of time, they would 100% evolve into zombies, reanimate, and become monsters once more. Young man, you are a mighty hero. My name is Falakfu. I am the captain of this village's militia. After this battle, I insist you join me at the Bullhorn Bar for a drink. Seeing Song Jian effortlessly slay the mutated zombies, Falakfu shouted, his heart filled with both astonishment and respect. I look forward to it, Song Jian replied with a nod, retracting his sword and droplets of zombie blood splashing off the blade. These in-dungeon mutated zombies were not only stronger, but their blood viruses were also significantly more potent compared to the ones outside. The battle went on for a good half hour. The caltrops by the village gate had all been destroyed by the mutated zombies, and out of the remaining militia, less than 10 were still standing. There would be no complete corpses left behind. However, the number of mutated zombies was diminishing. The battle appeared to be nearing its end in favor of the village defense. Just as a smile of relief started to form on everyone's face, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the burning forest, causing their faces to instantly drop. Even Falakfu looked tense. Watch out, a big one is coming. He warned, glancing at Song Jian. A big one? The second boss? Taken aback, Song Jian quickly realized what he meant and smiled, thinking, I thought Falakfu was the second boss of the dungeon. I didn't expect that after joining the human faction, the system would add a monster boss. Boom, boom, boom. Large trees from the forest were hurled into the air by an astounding force. A mutated zombie with a body emitting a metallic glow and wielding a massive bone club let out an angry roar toward the village gate. Chapter 451, The Demonized Bat. Seeing the towering zombie that was over 2 meters tall, Falakfu tightly held his great sword, glanced at Song Jian and said, Be careful of the zombie commander. Legend has it that he has received the power of the devil, capable of commanding all mutated zombies. He is the king among zombies. Song Jian took a look at the boss in front of him, and couldn't help but gasp. He didn't expect that this was only the second boss in the instance, yet it was already a level 25 Lord level boss. Mutated Zombie Commander, level 25, Lord level, Vitality points, 9,000 out of 9,000 inches. It's just a level 25 Lord level monster, it shouldn't be a big problem. Song Jian glanced at Falakfu standing beside him. Even without the help of this level 25 elite, Song Jian alone was confident that he could take out this zombie commander. Now with Falakfu's aid, dealing with the boss should be even easier. Just then, a black speck suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and a piercing cry resonated in everyone's ears. The militiamen couldn't help shouting, throwing down the weapons in their hands, and covering their ears. Despite this, many of them had fresh blood oozing from their ears. Damn it, another one is here. Falak Fu's face changed drastically. He trembled and looked upwards into the distant sky. A giant black bat was rapidly approaching from the distance. Its two eyes were blood red, and it fixated on Falak Fu. Its furry body had a huge scar that seemed to have just healed, surrounded by a ring of pink, raw flesh. Mutated Bat Leader, level 25, Lord level, vitality points, 5,000 out of 10,000 inches. Damn it, even this bat has came to join the fray. I should have killed it completely earlier. Falak Fu roared angrily, glancing back at the village gate, his eyes filled with deep worry. If it was just the mutated zombie commander, as long as it couldn't break through the village gate, it couldn't harm the villagers inside. But this mutated bat leader was different. It could bypass the village's defenses and enter the village to kill the inhabitants. It was because of this bat that dozens of villagers were killed during a previous night raid. Although Falak Fu managed to seriously wound it, he didn't expect the mutated bat leader to appear in front of him once again, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the mutant zombies attacking the village. It seemed that it was here for revenge. Mutated bat. Song Jian looked at the giant bat and felt a thrill of excitement rather than fear. The main reason he had chosen to venture into this real difficulty instance was to obtain the magic source stone from the mutated bat. He did not expect to encounter the bat so soon. As Falak Fu was about to speak, Song Jian interjected, "You deal with the zombie commander, the bat is mine." After saying this, Song Jian jumped into the air, sprouting a pair of iron wings from his back and flew towards the giant mutated bat. Falak Fu knew that without Song Jian's help, he wouldn't be able to defend the village. Although the mutated bat was injured and had only half its vitality points left, it could fly, making it a tougher adversary than the zombie commander. Falak Fu initially intended to take on the bat himself, yet Song Jian had chosen the most difficult opponent. This filled Falak Fu with gratitude. "May the holy light bless us." Falak Fu roared, holding his double-handed sword high in the air. A brilliant golden light radiated from his sword, covering all the militiamen. A faint golden circle even appeared under Song Jian's feet. Holy light blessing? All attributes increased by 10%, vitality restoration rate increased by 30%, the effect is quite good. Song Jian looked at his status bar and nodded slightly in approval. Swish! On seeing Song Jian rushing at it, the mutated bat leader immediately gave up its original target and pounced at Song Jian instead. The bat leader radiated a black aura, and its claws, resembling sharp blades, seemed to shred the air to pieces. Its shrill cries emitted from its mouth, each one like a sharpened arrow, leaving Song Jian with no chance to dodge, forcing him to endure the force of the boss's sonic attack. Clang, clang, clang. Song Jian's steel wings, as though conscious, fluttered continually, maintaining their flight while simultaneously launching themselves toward the demonic bat leader's claws, defending against its damage. Song Jian, of course, showed it no mercy, his long sword consistently chopping at the demonic bat leader's body. Streams of purplish-red blood splattered out, and tiny bits of fur were shredded by the sword chi. Within 3 minutes, the demonic bat leader's vitality points had plummeted down to less than 30%, leaving it looking haggard. At this moment, Song Jian still had half of his vitality points left, over 1,000 points. He initially struggled with aerial combat, but later was able to deftly navigate the battlefield, actively evading the demonic bat leader's attacks. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A burst of frantic, piercing noises sound out. Song Jian was preparing to deliver his most powerful blow to finish off the demonic bat leader, but upon hearing its urgent cries, he immediately halted. "It's summoning small monsters." A look of excitement emerged on Song Jian's face, as he waited for the boss to summon the small monsters. Before long, a black fog appeared in the distance and tens of level 25 elite-level demonic bats rapidly descended upon Song Jian. Just what I wanted. Song Jian thrust his sword into the demonic bat leader's chest, then fiercely dragged it downwards. The wound that had been stricken by Falak Fu once more splintered open, causing over 1,000 points of critical damage, floating up from the head of the demonic bat leader. A mournful scream erupted as the demonic bat leader shook uncontrollably. Its massive wings lost all strength and it plummeted down like a stone, squirming helplessly on the ground. Without sparing another glance at the bat leader, who was on the brink of death on the ground, Song Jian began to charge towards the monsters it had summoned. The skies were soon filled with demonic bats which plummeted to the ground like dumplings boiled in water. Those who were critically wounded but not dead struggled on the ground, unleashing pitiful cries. Meanwhile, Song Jian was covered with minor wounds. These demonic bats had tough skin and their small sharp teeth inflicted high damage. Eventually, Song Jian also suffered considerable damage, with his vitality points falling below 300. Phew, I underestimated them. I didn't expect these little creatures to be so formidable. I nearly got surrounded and killed by them. Song Jian pulled out an advanced healing potion and gulped it down. At this moment, the zombie war general had pushed Falakfu to the village gate, with all the remaining militia heavily injured and carried back into the village. The heavy gate was closed, left outside were only Song Jian and Falakfu. Up on the ramparts, the militiamen continuously used crossbows to attack the zombie war general. However, their arrows could not break through the zombie's defense, sparking off its body like they were hitting metal. Falakfu was a mess. The once vibrant golden glow surrounding him had dwindled to a thin layer barely clinging to his body's surface. The back of his sword was marked with a crack, it seemed likely it would shatter before much longer. Humans, die. The zombie war general swung his enormous bone club, ruthlessly hammering it toward Falakfu's head. Chapter 452, Holy Water Boom. Falakfu, like a ragged sack, slammed heavily onto the village gate, causing a trembling and shaking, with dust rustling falling down. Seeing Falakfu severely injured, lying limp beneath the gate, the militia on the wall let out a cry of amazement, their faces filled with horror. However, not one of them dared to open the gate to rescue him. The zombified war general stepped forward and grabbed Falakfu by the collar, lifting him halfway. A mocking smile spread across the terrifying face of the undead general. Humans, how pitiful that your companions have abandoned you. Falakfu's mouth was full of blood, struggling to say something, but not a single word came out. Come, let me grant you even greater power, and become a member of the undead. The zombie general opened his mouth wide, and a dark mist spewed from its fang-filled maw, tunneling into Falakfu's nose and mouth. Light strike. At the sound of a sharp rebuke, the zombified war general suddenly felt a horrifying fear from his back, immediately interrupting the transformation ritual. He tossed Falakfu aside and swung his bone staff at the source of his agitation. Bang! A dazzling golden sword chi directly severed the zombie general's bone staff. The hot golden sword chi slashed across the zombie general's body, as hot as molten rock. Countless dark mists erupted from its wounds, and the zombie general let out an earth-shattering roar, swinging both of its massive hands towards Song Jian. Flash thunder strike. Swish swish swish, 3 thunder attacks appeared from nowhere, as the flash of Song Jian's sword followed like a pale blue blade, slashing onto the zombie general's body. Steaming heat constantly emerged, and the powerful force of the thunder attack flowed on the surface of the zombie general's body, causing him to twitch involuntarily. Song Jian's figure shifted and moved to the side of the zombie general. Broken wing dance. The zombie general with both hands protecting its chest bore the brunt of Song Jian's attacks. Each strike created a devastating blow on its hands. The zombie general felt as if it was being repeatedly hammered by a heavy mallet. The creaking sound from its arms seemed unable to withstand the pressure and would break at any moment. How can it be so powerful? The zombie general retreated several steps, its eyes filled with astonishment. Kill it, it is the origin of all the mutant zombies. As long as you kill it, the town will never be troubled by zombies again. Falakfu struggled to stand up and roared in a hoarse voice. At this moment, his face was covered in black mist, and these mists were like countless little snakes crawling across his face. Song Jian glanced at Falakfu, his vitality points were less than 100. Moreover, there seemed to be a strange energy within his body, constantly corroding him. Falakfu's body kept twitching, losing all of his strength, and he couldn't even stand up. The zombified war general threw away the remaining half of his bone staff and raised his right hand into the air. His palm was empty, but it seemed to be holding an immensely heavy object, making his arm tremble uncontrollably. Crack, 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 an intense commotion erupted from within the zombie general, as if bones were snapping. In no time, countless dark bone spines shone from within its body. Lord of 10,000 demons, destruction. The black mist coursing through the zombie general's body gradually condensed into full body armor. Like a porcupine, countless black spines of varying sizes erupted from its body. Each spine radiated a metallic luster, with a flame-like black mist flowing on the surface. Song Jian swung his sword and chopped at the zombie leader's body, clang clang clang, a series of crisp sounds, as if hacking at alloy, leaving only a white mark. How could this be? Its defense has become so strong. Song Jian was horrified. Now every time he dealt damage, it was only a single-digit number. Not even a level 30 Lord-level boss should have such a defense. The transformed zombie leader's right hand kept lifting into the air, unaffected by Song Jian's attacks and not retaliating. When its right hand could not hold on, its left hand forcefully gripped the right wrist, as if lifting something with all its strength. Song Jian sensed something wrong, but looking at the zombie leader's right hand, he couldn't see anything, as if it were holding an invisible weight. What is going on? Song Jian couldn't help but step back, feeling a strong sense of threat, as if a large net was looming over him. Stop it. Falakfu rolled, using all his strength to stretch out his right hand, as if trying to grab Song Jian. His face filled with urgency and desperately yelled, "It's summoning a hell demon, stop it, or this place will become a demon domain, and no living thing will exist here." Song Jian was shocked, thinking that there were too many traps in this dungeon. A level 25 Lord Boss could turn the entire area into a demon domain? What should I do? My attacks can't break through its defense. Song Jian frowned and shouted. At this moment, a hideous smile appeared on the face of the transformed zombie general. Its right arm was almost over its head. When its arm was fully raised, that would be when a hell demon appeared. Holy water, use holy water to attack it. Flak Fu yelled at the wall. Panicking, the militiamen began searching for it. In no time, 5 or 6 holy water bottles were thrown from the wall and hit the transformed zombie leader's body. Like concentrated sulfuric acid, as soon as the holy water touched the boss's body, it directly dissolved its demonic armor. The holy water, like a living thing, continuously burrowed into its body, causing severe pain, making it let out a piercing scream. A series of damage numbers in the dozens floated from the zombie leader's head. Shaking violently, it seemed as if it would collapse at any moment, but it still held on stubbornly. A few drops of holy water inadvertently splashed onto Flak Fu, causing his body to emit a wisp of blue smoke as if the holy water was also attacking him. Not enough, not enough. Flak Fu's face twisted, his body trembling slightly as he looked at the transformed zombie leader and yelled at the wall. "Captain, we are out of holy water." A panicked militiaman on the wall shouted. Light strike. Song Jian glanced at the skill, and as soon as the cooldown for light strike ended, he immediately swung his sword and performed the holy-powered sword technique, targeting the right arm of the transformed zombie general. The dazzling golden light, like a scorching sun, made everyone shield their eyes. The transformed zombie leader's eyes bled black tears, and smoke billowed from its body as if it were being burned. With a piercing scream, a severed arm as thick as a grown man's thigh spun toward the distance, smashing a burning black tree into two. The transformed zombie leader's face was full of despair as it knelt on the ground, holding the remaining half of its right arm in its left hand, and yelled out a miserable scream. Soon after, black flames erupted from the transformed zombie leader's feet, and in no time, it became a human-shaped torch. The intense heat made Song Jian step back involuntarily. Quickly, the transformed zombie leader turned into a pile of black ashes, with black mist continually drifting around and floating into the air, slowly dissipating. Chapter 453, 453, Dissection. We have won, we have won. After a brief silence, all the militia members cheered, some even crying tears of joy as they covered their faces. 2 Lord-level monster bosses had been killed, so it was unlikely that any monsters would threaten the village for a long time. Those who had survived were filled with relief. Song Jian looked at the pile of dark ashes from the zombie warlord and a smile appeared on his face. The monster's defense had reached its peak just before he killed it. Even with Song Jian's terrifying attack power, he could barely break through the boss's defense, causing single-digit damage. This level 25 Lord-level boss surprisingly had the trump card of summoning hellish demons. If it had successfully summoned one, it would have been an arduous battle, and the entire village might have been destroyed. Fortunately, I detected your weakness at the last moment, or I might not have been able to stop you. Song Jian thought to himself as he looked at the pile of ashes. The zombie warlord's body was covered in black bone spikes, but his right arm had none. Song Jian detected this weak point, and with a quick light strike filled with divine power, he severed the arm. It seems like this was the only way to complete the mission. Under such a terrifying defense bonus, I don't believe there are other players who could break through its defense at this stage. Song Jian thought, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Captain, what happened to you? The village gate slowly opened, and a swarm of militiamen rushed out. Seeing the black energy covering Flak Fu's face, they looked frightened. At this moment, Flak Fu's body was covered with streaks of black energy like chains, and his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins. Even his muscles began to bulge, their surface emitting a metallic sheen. He's turning into a demon. The captain is turning into a demon. A militiaman pointed at Flak Fu in horror, stepping back. Roar. Flak Fu suddenly let out a roar, dropped on all fours like a wild beast, and swiftly dashed toward the burning forest. The militiamen surrounding him were afraid to get contaminated by his energy and didn't dare to stop him. Song Jian saw a dark shadow flashing past him, and by the time he looked up, Flak Fu had already rushed into the burning forest, leaving only a blurry figure for Song Jian. It seems the threat to this village hasn't disappeared. This Flak Fu may become the next zombie warlord. Song Jian thought. The zombie warlord dropped a level 25 silver quality plate armor and a silver quality two-handed battle axe. There were also some level 20 materials, all of which Song Jian collected. The demonic bat leader was still flapping its wings in a struggle to escape. However, being on the verge of death now, It had no strength left to fight back and could be easily killed even by an ordinary militiaman. Song Jian quickly walked up, stabbed his sword into the demonic bat leader's body, and depleted its last bit of vitality points. The bat leader exploded with a soft bang and a pile of items dropped. After examining the loot, Song Jian couldn't help but curse, what a bunch of junk. From this level 25 Lord level boss, he had only received a pile of materials, not a single piece of equipment. The total value of those materials wasn't even worth the price of the silver quality battle leaks dropped by the zombie warlord. Perhaps its loot was reduced because it had been severely injured to begin with, Song Jian could only speculate. However, his main concern, the magic source stone, was not among the loot. This puzzled him. After all, this was a demon bat leader. If even it didn't drop a magic source stone, wouldn't the drop rate for ordinary demon bats be even lower? Sir? A timid militiaman went up to Song Jian and bowed. The village chief has invited you to rest in the village, sir. There is also an important matter he wishes to discuss with you. Song Jian glanced at the demonic bat leader's corpse with a gloomy expression, then looked at the militiaman. A trace of murderous intent in his eyes caused the militiaman to step back involuntarily. Wait a moment, I have something else to do first. Song Jian replied irritably. Sir, do you want to dissect these demonic bats? I have a dissecting knife. Seeing Song Jian still staring at the bat leader's corpse, the militiaman assumed he wanted to dissect it and hurriedly took out a dissecting knife to please him. The knife hadn't been well maintained. There were traces of rust on the handle and some notches on the blade. However, its attributes caught Song Jian's eye. Old dissecting knife, white, item level 1, effect, damage 3-7, increases dissection efficiency by 5%, usable condition, level 1. Dissection. Song Jian's eyes brightened, and he suddenly remembered that Annie had mentioned that the magic source stone was a gastric stone that aided digestion in the demon bats' stomachs. Just as realization dawned on him, Song Jian couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, thank you very much. Song Jian accepted the dissecting knife from the militiaman with a smile. Splat! With the dissecting knife, Song Jian easily opened up the demonic bat leader's stomach and took out a black crystal the size of a fingernail. When he saw the stone, Song Jian couldn't help but burst into laughter. I didn't expect it to be hiding in the stomach. I almost missed it. Ha ha ha. Though the magic source stone wasn't large, it felt heavy in Song Jian's hand, weighing around 30 grams. After a thorough search of the bat leader's stomach, he found no other rewards and walked towards the other level 25 ordinary demon bats, dissecting knife in hand. After spending 10 minutes dissecting those bats, Song Jian ripped open all their stomachs. Not every demon bat had a magic source stone in its stomach. In the end, he only collected about 50 grams. The magic source stones had various sizes, and the strangest thing was that when placed together, they would attract and merge with each other. In no time, they fused into a slightly larger black crystal. Thank you. Song Jian handed the dissecting knife back to the militiaman with a smile. The militiaman glanced at the magic source stone in Song Jian's hand and hesitated, seemingly wanting to say something. Song Jian suddenly asked, have you seen this kind of black crystal before? Sir, we have these black stones in our village's general store. The militiaman scratched his head, perplexed as to why Song Jian would collect these black crystals, a look of doubt in his eyes. Chapter 454, 454 Village Chief. Upon hearing the militia say that there were magic source stones for sale in the village's general store, Song Jian was overjoyed. The reason he had explored this realistic difficulty replica was to obtain magic source stones. However, this time he had only collected 50 grams of them. To gather enough stones to build a magic tower, it would take him a long time. If he could buy magic source stones in this village, that would be the best news for Song Jian. Let's go, take me into the village and have a look. Song Jian put away the magic source stones and said with a smile. When Song Jian entered this village, he saw an old man dressed in a gray linen robe, with a wrinkled face and snow-white hair. Leaning on his crutch, the old man stood in the center of the village surrounded by people. Upon seeing Song Jian, the old man trembled as he approached and paid his respects, saying, Warrior, I am the village chief of Fok Village, Zola Fok. Thank you for saving our homes and sparing the lives of hundreds of innocents. Song Jian hurriedly rushed to help the old man up and said with a righteous look, I am just a wandering swordsman. Seeing such monsters, I naturally couldn't stand idly by. Regrettably, I wasn't able to save Falakfu. He was a brave guardian. Falakfu was a good boy. I hope his soul finds rest. Village Chief Zola said softly, seemingly unfazed by the loss of their strongest combatant. Upon hearing Village Chief Zola's words, a faintly strange feeling welled up in Song Jian's heart. This was highly unusual. However, Song Jian didn't continue the conversation, but asked, Respected Village Chief Zola, I came here for a magic material, The magic source stone, which is this black crystal. It only exists in the bodies of demonized bats. I want to ask if you know any nearby places with demonized bat nests? These black crystals can often be picked up by villagers when they go out. Although we don't know what it's used for, carrying it around often helps to avoid pain and illnesses, so many people have some with them. Village Chief Zola opened his collar and showed Songjian a magic source stone. It was about half the size of a fist and weighed over 300 grams, making Songjian somewhat envious. You can go to the general store at the front of the village to have a look, they have them for sale. Chief Zola looked at Songjian up and down, seemingly assessing his strength, and then said, as for the den of demonized bats, if you follow the path from the back door of the village straight ahead, you will find it at the north-facing cliff in the Morning Wasteland. There's a huge cave there with many demonized bats. The Morning Wasteland? I see, Songjian nodded his head. Soon, Songjian found the general store the village chief mentioned. It not only had a large number of magic source stones, but also many other valuable items. Songjian even saw a gold-quality musket. Although its properties were average, a gold-quality musket outside this area was worth at least 100,000 doomsday coins. The items in the store had to be purchased with replica human prestige, which was of no use outside the replica. It could only be used here as currency. I need to grind this replica for at least half a month to buy the gold-quality musket. Songjian calculated in his heart, shook his head, and ultimately gave up the idea of continuing to grind this replica. He exchanged all his replica human prestige for magic source stones, and combined with what he had already obtained, Songjian now had more than 300 grams of magic source stones. This is worth 30 million. Songjian held the small bundle of magic source stones in his hand, a bitter smile on his face. A short stay in the village before moving to the village's back door, Songjian found himself at the back gate of the village. With the village backed against a cliff, the so-called back door was, in fact, the only escape route for villagers. In case the village gate was breached, the villagers could flee through here. At this moment, village chief Zola was standing at the back door. Seeing Songjian approaching, Zola took out a yellowish parchment scroll from his bosom and handed it to Songjian, saying, "Warrior, you saved our village, and I have nothing to repay you with. This is a map of the entire Morning Wasteland, including a small part of the Nest of Morning, the den of the demonized bats. I believe it will certainly be of help to you." Zola's expression was very sincere, which surprised Songjian, even when they lost their militia captain, who had always guarded the village chief had not shown such an expression. Upon glancing at the map, Songjian could see that it detailed the Morning Wasteland's topography and even marked the locations of powerful monsters. It was quite thorough. In the lower right corner of the map, it depicted a small section of the Nest of Morning, marked with numerous holes and passages. It looked like someone had explored it for a long time before drawing it. It was detailed but only showed about less than a third of the entire nest. Based on the markings on the map, it appeared that there might also be a second layer to the Nest of Morning. However, since nobody had fully explored it, this was just speculation. "Thank you, village chief." Songjian put away the map and thanked Zola with a smile. Regardless of the purpose for giving him this map, it did save Songjian a lot of exploration time. Otherwise, he would have had to spend at least a few days in the Morning Wasteland to find the den of demonized bats. In fact, there were many more side quests and hidden quests in this village that could be dug up. If a small team entered here, they could benefit greatly, but it would also take more time. After all, this was just a level 10 realistic difficulty replica. The items within it were not that interesting for Songjian. It was better to find the demonized bat's nest as soon as possible and obtain the magic source stones. Watching Songjian holding a torch and disappearing into the rocky passageway behind the village, a trace of a complex expression flickered across village chief Zola's face. Under the dim light, it seemed like a dark snake-like aura was nestled between his eyebrows. The rocky passageway behind the village was spacious and bore traces of artificial chiseling. Creating such a passageway would have taken at least several decades of efforts by the entire village. Holding a torch, Songjian walked for more than 20 minutes before finally seeing light ahead. "Finally made it out," Songjian said as he walked quickly to the end of the passage. As soon as he stepped out, a miserable scream rang in his ears. This sudden howl startled Songjian, making him shiver. He couldn't help but summon his crimson fire heart-ape sword, gripping it tightly in his hand as he anxiously looked around. Chapter 455, Dwarf Guardian. Leaving the Rockwell Passage, Songjian saw a vast expanse of dark brown land. The ground was covered in gullies and countless large and small cracks, giving a sense of nowhere to set foot. As gusts of harsh wind blew, ghostly wailing sounds emerged from these cracks in the earth, as if countless people were crying in unison. No wonder it's called the Morning Wasteland. It must be because of this bizarre terrain. Songjian thoughtfully observed. In this land, not even a hint of green vegetation could be seen, indicating that it was severely barren. This was also why the villagers, despite suffering from zombie invasions, were unwilling to migrate here. Songjian summoned all his blood crows and, following the map's guidance, had them fly ahead to scout and locate the Nest of Morning. Soon, based on feedback from a blood crow, Songjian determined the specific location of the Nest of Morning. After half a day, he arrived at the lair of the demonic bats, the Nest of Morning. At first glance, the Nest of Morning appeared like a gigantic blade that had fiercely cleaved into the towering rock wall, leaving behind a massive crack. From this crack occasionally came piercing howls, while an ice-cold chill poured out from the nest. At the edge of the nest, thick black ice continually spread outward. "Outsider, halt. This is not a place you should be." A deep voice sounded from within the nest. Songjian squinted his eyes, and shortly after, a short and stout figure emerged from the nest. "A dwarf?" Songjian murmured with narrowed eyes. The dwarf before him was clad in thick heavy armor, with magic runes flickering faintly on its surface. The armor radiated a silvery glow, suggesting that it was a set of magical battle armor. Both the silver quality suit and the war hammer in the dwarf's hand emitted a faint silvery light and were quite valuable. The dwarf's hair and beard were entangled, and apart from a pair of sharp eyes and a high nose bridge, no other facial features could be seen. "Who are you?" Songjian furrowed his brows and scrutinized the dwarf. Strangely, he was unable to detect any of the dwarf's attributes or information, as if they were concealed from him. "I am Cambia Iron Hammer, the guardian of this cave. Countless monsters lie within, and once one unintentionally ventures inside, it is difficult to come out alive. To prevent the needless loss of innocent lives here, I must stand guard." The dwarf Cambia shook off the frost from his beard and spoke. "You are diligently guarding this place simply to dissuade strangers from venturing into the nest and losing their lives?" Songjian asked, his eyes flashing. "Yes, young man, leave this place quickly. Even without encountering the monsters in the cave, the chilling winds that blow from within carry the breath of hell that can harm your body," the dwarf patiently advised. "I am sorry, but I came here to hunt the monsters inside." Songjian shook his head. "Hunt monsters?" The dwarf's face darkened, and he stared at Songjian. "Young man, do you know how powerful those monsters inside are? Each one is at least level 30, and they number in the tens of thousands. Even a level 1 combatant would struggle to emerge unscathed. You are just a level 22 adventurer, so how can you arrogantly claim to hunt monsters?" The dwarf took a couple of steps forward, and his aura emanated, revealing his previously hidden attributes and information. "An elite level 28 boss?" Songjian glanced at the dwarf. This was his first encounter with an NPC who could hide their information. He had always assumed that this ability was exclusive to players. "If you can withstand my 3 attacks, you will be qualified to enter the Nest of Morning." The dwarf roared. His aura surged like a tide, shattering the frost on his body as he lunged towards Songjian. "What if I defeat you instead of just enduring the 3 attacks?" Songjian laughed, gripping his crimson fire heart-ape sword. With a backhanded sweep, he unleashed a dazzling sword chi that rushed toward the dwarf. Bang! The longsword and warhammer collided fiercely, producing a deep, muffled clash. The sheer energy surrounding them caused a rumbling noise from the rock wall above, and the falling debris was ground to dust by the surrounding force. Dwarf Cambia's complexion changed, and from the power transmitted through his warhammer, he could sense that the human standing before him wasn't much weaker than himself. "Very well. You are powerful and a worthy opponent," Cambia yelled as he leaped into the air. Bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, converging towards the warhammer in his hand. In an instant, his entire body surged with electric plasma, making him look like a thunderbolt incarnate. "Thunderstrike!" Cambia roared, hurtling towards Songjian like a bolt of lightning. "This power!" Songjian narrowed his eyes and a solemn expression crossed his face. Although he had also mastered the lightning-infused sword technique Flash Thunderstrike, it was vastly different from Cambia's Thunderstrike, like comparing an earthworm to a giant dragon. Such terrifying lightning power made it believable if Cambia claimed to be the son of thunder. Sacred parry. Songjian tightly gripped his longsword, adopting a defensive stance. Bang! A force 10 times stronger than before struck Songjian. Within a radius of 10 meters, lightning filled the air, melting more than half of the black ice at the entrance of the Nest of Morning. As the blue lightning energy enveloped the area, a flash of brilliant golden light appeared and pierced through the surrounding lightning energy like a sharp blade. Bam! A dark shadow violently slammed against the rock wall, leaving a deep crater. Dwarf Cambia's eyes were filled with disbelief, and despite the pain coursing through his body, he shouted at Songjian, "What power is this?" Staring at the long, deep gouges under his feet, Songjian panted and replied, "Divine power." Dwarf Cambia jumped down from the rock wall, and his right hand, still gripping the warhammer, involuntarily twitched. He looked at Song Jian with a stunned and cautious expression. "You are a warrior with great power." The dwarf Cambia's eyes flickered, seemingly reluctant to continue the fight. He nodded towards Song Jian and said, "With my power, I can't stop you. You are qualified to enter the Nest of Morning." Song Jian nodded, preparing to enter the Nest of Morning. Still, he heard Cambia speak again. "However, even with your strength, it is impossible to penetrate the depths of the Nest of Morning. There are simply too many monsters inside. By the time you discover them, it may already be too late to escape." Chapter 456 Nest of Morning. Wu. The icy cold wind howled past Song Jian's ears, sounding as if someone was sobbing loudly next to him. The fierce wind was like little daggers on his bare skin, causing a stinging sensation as he rapidly slid downward. After an indefinite period, Song Jian felt a jolt throughout his body as he landed firmly in a layer of black snow. This depth. I must be a few hundred meters underground by now, Song Jian looked up and thought. Accompanying the howling cold wind were wailing cries, as if countless individuals were sobbing together, creating an urge to retch over time. The surroundings of the Nest of Morning, deep underground, were pitch black, like a void. A vertical eye opened slowly on Song Jian's forehead, and its silvery light illuminating the surroundings, revealing a clear view. Song Jian found himself in a cavern-like ice cellar, surrounded by countless holes similar to a beehive. Numerous airflows gushed out from these holes, creating a cacophony reminiscent of hundreds of whales. The surrounding rock walls were covered in a thick layer of black ice. Song Jian even found some animal carcasses frozen within it. Thump, thump, thump. A sound of beating wings echoed from the holes. Startled, Song Jian quickly closed his vertical eye, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. The sound of flapping wings grew louder as countless basketball-sized black bats flew out from the holes, following the path Song Jian had slid through previously and flying upwards. These ink-black bats had crimson eyes and sharp fangs, emanating a demonic aura. Their gaze was filled with bloodlust and brutality. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A sharp squealing resounded as the horde of these level 30 monsters surged upwards, as if something above was attracting them. They did not notice Song Jian hiding behind an ice rock at all. It was not until the bats had flown away, leaving silence in their wake, that Song Jian stepped out from his hiding spot. There were at least 100 of these demon bats, but they definitely did not constitute all of the Nest of Morning. There must be many more within the nest. Song Jian sighed. Facing such a dreadful creature would be a daunting task even for a top-tier professional squad with reasonable coordination and decent equipment. They would need to take advantage of the terrain to defeat it. As for Song Jian, dealing with so many demon bats single-handedly would be an uphill battle. After some hesitance, Song Jian boldly proceeded into the tunnel. He believed that with his abilities, even if he couldn't exterminate all the demon bats, he could at least escape them. Taking out the map, he followed its guidance, continuing down the current passageway towards a stone forest, a sanctuary of the demon bats. The passageways in the entire Nest of Morning intertwined just like a complex labyrinth. Without the guidance of the map and Song Jian's markings along the path, it would have been easy to get lost. The stone forest marked on the map is ahead. The map states that there are at least 200 demon bats here, but they are all regular monsters, no bosses. Song Jian looked up at the way forward. The vertical eye on his forehead emitted a slightly silver glow. He then pocketed his map, and moved on. Outside the entrance to the dungeon, about a dozen players were gathered, staring at the gloomy, glowing entrance in a daze. The dungeon allowed multiple teams or individuals to challenge it simultaneously. However, once the true difficulty was activated, only heroes at this level were allowed to challenge the dungeon. As the dungeon only allowed egress and not ingress, many aspiring conquering players were waiting outside the massive gate. Has someone truly dared to enter the dungeon at true difficulty? This must be the first time it has been activated, right? Are you kidding? This is a level 22 dungeon, probably only one person in the whole Doomsday City is eligible to enter. As the crowd chirped in surprise, a group of players walked in. Among them, a middle-aged man of over 40, was overjoyed to see the entrance of the dungeon. Unbelievable. The info from that merchant was actually true, there is a dungeon here. Captain, check what level it is. Can we enter? A young archer in the team shouted. Why is this dungeon red? Aren't all the dungeons usually light blue? A player of the priest class in the team furrowed his brows in confusion. This is the true difficulty, someone is challenging it. The middle-aged man seemed to have realized something, causing his expression to shift dramatically. True difficulty? Captain, are you talking about the final battle of the dungeon? Once someone conquers the true difficulty, this challenge would disappear forever. The priest player's face fell. Once a dungeon's certain level disappeared, The items that could be obtained from this level would become unique reflexively. If they had any special effects, their value could potentially skyrocket several times. How is that possible? Is there already a team ready to challenge the true difficulty? Even the level 5 dungeons haven't been conquered by any team, let alone this being a level 10 dungeon. The middle-aged man was dazed, muttering to himself. Regarding the current player levels, many already meet the criteria to enter the lowest level dungeons, the level 5 dungeon, at true difficulty, but no one has successfully conquered one yet. The middle-aged man player was already at level 19, and had once tried to challenge a level 5 dungeon at true difficulty. But, not long after entering the dungeon, they were driven out by a boss. Since then, no one in his team dared try to challenge the true difficulty level in a dungeon anymore. A team? What team? This dungeon at true difficulty requires at least level 22 to enter. Look at the current level leaderboard, see how many players qualify to enter. A player waiting on the side, looking enviously at the Scarlet Dungeon entrance, chuckled. The middle-aged man checked the level leaderboard and was shocked. He fixed his gaze on the player and asked, "Are you suggesting that only one person is challenging the true difficulty of the dungeon?" "Exactly, it's Song Jian, the first on the level glory leaderboard. He's the one challenging this dungeon at true difficulty." Just one person. The team that just arrived exchanged glances with each other, unable to believe what they had just heard. At that moment, Song Jian had already arrived in the underground stone forest. It was a huge cavern with robust stalagmites rising from the ground. Many brown mosses and small plants were growing on the ground, completely exposed. The temperature here was much warmer than in the tunnel, devoid of any frost. Standing outside the passageway, staring at the stone forest in front of him, Song Jian was taken aback. What's going on here? Chapter 457, 457, Dissection Technique. The stone forest before him was indeed as described on the map, the dwelling place of a swarm of demonized bats. There were numerous level 30 bats here. However, apart from the demonized bats, Song Jian was surprised to discover another creature in the stone forest. These were giant scorpions, their bodies gold as if draped with a layer of golden armor. They had two large pincers in the front and a segmented, curved tail with a venomous stinger on the back. Even when climbing the rock wall, they moved quickly and effortlessly. At the moment, these golden scorpions were burrowing out from various underground caves, spreading like tides against the rock walls, battling the demonized bats that were fluttering in midair. The claws of the demonized bats could easily break the defense of the golden scorpions, and their sonic attacks could make the golden scorpions lose control of their bodies and fall from the rock walls. On the other hand, the huge pincers of the golden scorpions were formidable weapons against the demonized bats. They could easily sever a demonized bat in half, and the scorpion tail was swift and accurate as a piercing spear. Even the bats flying in the sky could accurately be nailed by it. Any demonized bat stung by the scorpion tail would be dyed a light green and corrode into a sludgy liquid in no time. The corpses of the golden scorpions and demonized bats rained down, amassing a thick layer on the ground in no time. The situation was grim. Both sides fought ferociously, neither willing to back off. Hundreds of golden scorpions and demonized bats ended up as broken bodies. At this point, Song Jian dared not make a sound or even step into the stone forest. He could only silently wait for the end of this battle. Seeing all the corpses, Song Jian thought to himself, "Good, this saves me a lot of trouble, I don't have to lure them out one by one." Song Jian had originally planned to slowly lure out 3 to 5 of them one at a time. He had chosen several terrain depressions on his way here, perfect for solo hunting monsters. But doing so would certainly take a lot of time. The sudden battle presented him with a straightforward way to obtain the magic source stones. In fact, this battle was precipitated by Song Jian's elimination of the lead demonized bat. The demonized bats became weak, and the golden scorpions took advantage, causing this battle. And more importantly, it's implausible that a task in the game would be impossible to complete. Given the number of demonized bats in this habitat, let alone one Song Jian, even if there were 10 times as many people, even a team of 10 attempting to raid this location would ultimately return empty-handed. Song Jian was powerless in face of the rush of hundreds of demonized bats. After this major battle, most of the demonized bats would die off. The remaining ones could meet the kill quota for a small team and would not appear too odd. Song Jian simply had to wait patiently. Charging in now would be pinpointing his own grave. Half an hour later, the battle in the stone forest was drawing to a close. Right now, of the entire stone forest, there were no more than dozens of demonized bats left. The remaining golden scorpions had also fled back through the underground caves they had originally emerged from. Many of them were dragging the broken bodies of the demonized bats into the caves. Even so, there was a thick layer of corpses of demonized bats and golden scorpions decorating the ground of the stone forest. Seeing this, Song Jian's eyes brightened. After all, He had not come here to clear out an instance, he had come for the magic source stones. Now he didn't have to kill the demonized bats one by one, seeing all these bat corpses strewn around. The remaining demonized bats flew to the uplands of the stone forest to rest. Song Jian cautiously entered the stone forest and took out a dissection knife to poke at the bodies of the bats. The dissecting knife was a bronze knife he had purchased with reputation points in the village before this instance. The knife was substantially better than the one the militia had lent him before. This green quality weapon not only increased the chance of successful dissection by 10% but also increased the chance of acquiring items by 5%. Unlike other players who perform dissection carefully, making light incisions to get more monster body materials, Song Jian was intending to look only for magic source stones. Thus he did not operate like other players. Instead, he jammed the knife directly into the body of the demonized bat and fiercely tore downwards, making a huge wound in the bat's abdomen. Afterwards, he ran his hands inside the bat's stomach. Each magic source stone was tiny, some were even smaller than half a pinky fingernail. There would be residues of undigested food in the bat's stomachs, making the search quite troublesome. On some occasions, after a long search, Song Jian would find that the bat's stomach did not contain a magic source stone. After dissecting tens of demonized bats' stomachs, Song Jian finally received a system alert. System, you have learned the life skill, Dissection Technique, Level 1. Dissection Technique, Passive, Level 1. Increases dissection efficiency by 5% when dissecting a creature's corpse. Phew, I have finally mastered this dissection technique. Learning skills is so much harder now than when I first entered the game. Song Jian shook his head, thinking to himself. When they first entered the game, players quickly mastered any skill. Most attack skills could be mastered by attacking monsters effectively 3 times and mastering the corresponding passive skill. One could master a life skill by successfully completing a task once on their own. For skills like the dissection technique, if one were just starting the game, Song Jian would have stood a great chance of mastering it after dissecting just one monster. But now, he has dissected nearly 100 demonized bats, which goes to show how difficult it is to learn a skill now. Of course, this also had something to do with Song Jian's technique. Song Jian was only concerned with the bat's stomach. One cut from him would practically split the demonized bat in half. To call it dissection was somewhat of a stretch. There were over 100 demonized bat corpses on the ground. This would be a fantastic opportunity for those who had mastered the techniques of skinning or dissection to level up. But Song Jian was only after the magic source stones. The fact that he had mastered the dissection technique was just a pleasant surprise. The monster corpses he had dissected collapsed and decomposed much faster, turning into a pile of black ash in a mere few seconds. Song Jian moved quickly. In no time, there were fewer and fewer demonized bat corpses scattered across the ground. As he was dissecting another demonized bat, one injured bat that was hovering on his stalactite noticed him. Its little red eyes stared intently at the human intruder in their habitat. Its sharp fangs revealed, it looked ready to strike. Chapter 458, Escape. Squeak. The monster bat that spotted Song Jian suddenly let out a shrill shriek, plunging towards Song Jian with its wide wings spread out, like a dark shadow swooping towards him. Song Jian was startled and ignored the body of the monster bat already ripped open. He jumped backward swiftly, but a sharp pain suddenly shot through his neck. More than 60 damage points floated above Song Jian's head. Touching his neck, he felt 3 blood trails slowly oozing blood. Song Jian struck back and his crimson fire heart-ape sword left a trail of marks in the air, chopping the severely wounded monster bat into 2. However, the earlier shriek from the monster bat had alarmed the rest of the bats resting overhead. Whoosh! The sound of flapping bat wings echoed, and their shrill cries reverberated throughout the stone forest. Song Jian quickly summoned 2 fire elemental spirits. Though these fire elemental spirits of above level 20 didn't pose much of a threat to monster bats, they could relieve some pressure from Song Jian. And even if they perished, Song Jian wouldn't have a heartache over it. The black dragon hatchling was too low-leveled. Summoning it now would mean sending it to its death. Also, due to the blood sampling process, the black dragon hatchling was in a state of weakness. Even if it was summoned, it wouldn't be of much help. If the monster bats killed it, it would probably leave Song Jian devastated. A big swarm of monster bats descended all at once, instantly overwhelming Song Jian and the 2 fire elemental spirits. The level 22 spirits lasted less than a minute before being killed by the bats, turning into a pile of crimson crystal shards. Fighting while retreating, Song Jian finally retreated into an indented rock wall, which significantly reduced the damage received. Upon checking his vitality points, he found that he was left with fewer than 500. You should know that his vitality points were at 1940, nearly reaching 2000, which were almost similar to an elite boss of the same level. However, while confronting dozens of monster bats, Song Jian's vitality points were plummeting fast. After quickly gulping down an advanced healing potion, Song Jian felt slightly relieved. He swung his sword, doing his all to chop down the monster bats in front of him. Hearing 2 crisp bangs in the distance, he instantly lost contact with the fire elemental spirits. 10 more monster bats flew over, immediately putting him under greater pressure. Thankfully, he had retreated to the recess of the rock wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hang on for long under the siege. Relying on the terrain and potions, Song Jian managed to barely hold on. In a short while, over a dozen monster bats were chopped into halves by him, but the consumption of advanced healing potions was also high. Song Jian would immediately gulp down a bottle as soon as the potion's cool down time ended. However, even then, his vitality points were constantly decreasing. Immortal Sword Body, activate. Boom. A strong surge of golden chi erupted intensely from Song Jian's body. The monster bats in front of him were all subjected to a strong impact force and were involuntarily thrown backward. At level 6 of the Immortal Sword Body, all attributes increased by 10 points, defense went up by 60%, and resistance by 50%. At this moment, Song Jian was like a humanoid mecha. The damage that the demonic bats originally inflicted on him, around 50 to 60 points, suddenly dropped to just over 20. Broken Wing Dance. With the Immortal Sword Body still in effect, Song Jian unleashed his full firepower, throwing out sword skills with abandon. Thanks to the presence of the Vitality chapter of Sword Control skill, the maximum limit of Song Jian's invisible sword chi had increased to over 200 points. Coupled with a rapid recovery of the invisible sword chi, he was completely capable of recklessly using various sword techniques while the Immortal Sword Body was active. In an instant, the demonic bats were hacked down in droves. With a resounding boom, black flames suddenly erupted from Song Jian's body. The abyssal raging flame was released by him, ultimately forming a black armor around his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demonic bats attacked Song Jian, but their damage was reduced to mere tens of points. However, for every attack they made, the reflected damage above their heads reached over 30 points. For a while, the entire stone forest echoed with the furious shrieks and tragic howls of the demonic bats. At that moment, several golden scorpions poked out half of their bodies from the holes in the stone forest. They had just experienced a great battle, but not all the golden scorpions had left. The combat between the demonic bats and Song Jian had attracted the attention of many golden scorpions. Once they got a clear view of the battle between the demonic bats and Song Jian, the golden scorpions slowly crawled out of their holes and surrounded Song Jian. Seeing the golden scorpion slowly closing in, Song Jian's heart sank. The duration of his immortal sword body was only a dozen seconds left. If he was surrounded by these golden scorpions again, Song Jian feared he would be in danger of falling. With a single blow, Song Jian sent a demonic bat flying and immediately used a sword shadow step. At the same time, he activated the frost sprint ability of the frost boots. His figure, like a flash of lightning, rushed towards the nearest passage. A demonic bat attacking Song Jian, with a large mouthful of fanged teeth, kept emitting sharp shrieks. As its figure spun in midair, ready to pursue Song Jian, it was impaled by the sudden appearance of a golden scorpion's tail. With the sound of rustling, dozens of golden scorpions began to attack the remaining demonic bats. At this time, the number of golden scorpions was several times greater than the remaining demonic bats. The demonic bats couldn't resist the attack of the golden scorpions, and in the end, only a few demonic bats were able to escape the stone forest. The remaining demonic bats were all killed by the golden scorpions. The golden scorpions, having wiped out the demonic bats, didn't leave. Their long scorpion tails trembled continuously in the air. Then, like a tide, they surged towards the passageway where Song Jian had escaped, as if hunting dogs chasing after Song Jian. At this point, Song Jian was unaware of the pursuit behind him. His figure was moving extremely fast, darting through the passageways, which were like a maze, until the duration of his skill ended. Only then did he stop. Looking back, a faint line of icy frost was slowly melting on the ground. It was the path of frost left by the frost sprint skill. Any chasing creature stepping on it would have its movement speed reduced by 30%. Where on earth have I escaped to? Song Jian looked around the passage, and took out a map to check carefully. After a while, a bitter smile appeared on Song Jian's face. He had been too panicked during his escape and was no longer able to determine his location from the map. However, Song Jian estimated that he had probably run off the charted area of the map. After all, the map he held only covered a small portion of the Nest of Morning. Just then, Song Jian heard an angry roar echoing from a distance, followed by rumbling that seemed to shake the entire Nest of Morning, as if it was about to collapse at any moment. A deep, strange voice sounded from afar. "Stop struggling, begs. You should know the gap between us. Submit to me and I will grant you even greater power." Chapter 459, The Scorpion King Song Jian had a thought and started to move forward stealthily. After rounding a bend, Song Jian reached the end of the passage and a huge cave appeared before his eyes, at least twice the size of the previous stone forest. The cave was very hot. Song Jian could feel it even just standing in the passage, the warm breeze coming from the cave. The cave was full of golden light. The surrounding rock walls were embedded with fist-sized golden ore crystals, radiating light and heat. In the center of the cave, a huge monster wrapped in black ropes was struggling mightily. This enormous beast had 6 jointed limbs, its massive body covered in layers of shell-like armor, and a gigantic scorpion tail, of which only half remained, with the other half stinger being chopped off and thrown aside. The upper body resembled an adult male, with his arms turned into gigantic pincers, desperately tearing at the black ropes entwining him. Is this? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, looking at the huge monster. This is the leader of the Golden Scorpions, the Holy Sun Scorpion King? But he looks quite miserable right now. Across from the Scorpion King, a black, ragged cloak was floating in midair. It seemed to be supported by a mysterious force, but Song Jian didn't find any creature in the cloak and couldn't see its name or attributes either. Begs, stop struggling. Accept enhancement by demonization and become one of the Abyssal Clan. This is a great honor for you. A deep voice filled with temptation came from the cloak, making Song Jian feel slightly dizzy. Abyssal language. Song Jian was surprised and began to closely inspect the black cloak. Finally, he found that there seemed to be a transparent spirit body in the black cloak. The black ropes on the Scorpion King seemed to be its handiwork. At this moment, it was trying hard to control the ropes and prevent the Scorpion King from breaking free. The Scorpion King roared constantly, but its struggling became increasingly weak. At this moment, a cracking sound suddenly came from the cave walls.